Yeah, but anywho, le bit, yeah, no, I completely understand every word you're saying. So if anyone else can't,
It's
it's
great to hear. It's great to hear. Because I know when I come first on those Discord, I was like struggling a lot to speak and to be understandable. Understandable.
sorry. How do you pronounce it again? Just as you said.
Understandable. Understandable. I don't know. Like
Understood.
when you understand someone, but you know.
No,
You're
you just
like,
pronounced your name properly. I understand what you're saying in general conversation, but you how do you pronounce your name? Bit yeah,
My name. You can call me the Beast because it's what my name mean. But it's La Bête.
the bit.
It's hard to pronounce for an Englishman, yeah. But you can call me the Beast, I will understand. So, La Bête or the Beast. But Le Bête, it's funny to listen to me. I love it.
Yeah, because la is French for the, isn't it? Like French
Exactly.
English for
It's,
the.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
the. La is
it's
the.
great
Le,
translation
the.
already. Great. Wow. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't know you're bilingual, Jazz.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can speak a wee few languages.
Because we Kiwi.
Yeah, those are two of them.
Okay.
You made the joke. I didn't know you're bilingual. I didn't know you could speak Kiwi, and that's why I said I can speak two of them.
Yes. I just want to say we is part of Kiwi. It's already French. Thanks.
Oh, we're off to a great start. This is going to be good.
It's like a horse race where all the horses just trip in the beginning.
Or as the old fashioned goes, you can lead a flat earth to the water, but you can't make them think.
So when Model Builder or La Bête, when he has explained his stuff, you basically figure that you're correct.
Sorry, I misunderstand. Can you?
Uh, he thinks he can translate for you, but does that mean he understands the words that are coming out of your mouth?
The beast just said, "Sorry, I don't understand what you just said."
Yeah, okay. I think I get it.
No, no,
It's a Frenchman that will translate me.
well, that's not what I meant. Okay, I was talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna
So,
drop out now. I'm gonna go home. Okay, bye.
Don't do that.
yeah, go ahead. I have a struggle to translate sometimes, so it's not against you, you know.
Well, Snick said he's going home.
It's not you. It's not you, Labette. It's Jazza, and he's confusing you now, and he's confused himself. And I'm just pointing out the irony of all of this is that even though, yeah, forget it. I was just trying to make something humorous, but that's long gone now. In the
Or
past.
Snacks reality's not comedy. So let's get real here. All right.
Anyway, you don't understand his arguments, I guess.
You don't understand your own arguments. So let's just get real and let's get back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. What are you actually arguing? Apart from absolutely nothing. Fuck, I should be Eminem. Like M&M's, as in the chocolate product, because I wouldn't make fuck all doing flat earth rap. So, what say you?
Yeah, where's your translator now?
You can speak English, so I don't think you need one, but you need one for the French one, which I can translate for you.
I don't. I understand him perfectly fine. Anyway, yeah, it's
You were
people have
saying
trouble
before that you
understanding you sometimes.
didn't. That's interesting. I totally admit that sometimes they can, but they definitely don't have any misunderstanding now. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, sorry guys, I am missing everything you speak about. I'm totally lost because I have struggled to understand correctly snakes because of the mic quality. So I don't know. I feel like it's on my subject, but I don't understand nothing. If you could maybe write on the text to be clear for me.
I'm sorry.
If
Yeah,
it does
this
not
is just
concern me, don't take it. Don't.
no. It's fine. We're just making silly banter here. Don't take anything I say seriously.
Okay. I was just struggling if you asking me something or not, or if I could help. Okay. Don't bother. It's me.
I'm
I
probably just trying to get you to laugh, but it's not working out so good. Later, maybe I'll figure something out.
Sorry, like I said, I have a struggle to understand. Now I don't know if it's your mic or my connection, but you just like cut a little, so I misunderstand you.
Okay.
Sorry. I am someone that can easily launch, so I have some self derision and so on. So you can go.
Okay.
There is no problem.
No, it's not your problem, Le Beast or Le Bet. It's a bandwidth thing, I think. But
This one, I don't understand the last word you said, for example.
yeah, for example, I think it's a bandwidth problem that's going on.
Bandwidth, can you repeat? I maybe I don't understand this word.
Sorry, that's German. No, he's trying to say bandwidth. Bandwidth.
Yeah, bandwidth. Okay.
There you go. That's the name. I'm translated. There you go.
Okay.
Snakes, you're
Sorry,
bilingual too. This is good. Yeah.
This is me that yeah, bandwidth. There is a little difference pronunciation between snaps and
Yeah,
you
right.
on the word. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, but
No, I think that's what the problem is with everything going on. There's a real bandwidth problem.
yeah, I have like a bad connection.
Yeah, because we don't have flat Earth technology yet that is just in a
Yeah,
straight
exactly.
line. Everything's got to take a curve, which is a longer track to go around the fiber optic cables and shit. So
Yeah, once I go back to the globe, I could use satellite and have a better connection.
yeah, Starlink. It's fucking awesome. Have you ever seen the Starlink satellites go over?
No, never. I want to, but I never have seen that. I have seen ISS, like a lot of people, but never the Starlink things. I
Have
think
you ever?
Yeah.
Did you ever see in the like the Afghanistan war or the Iraq war of the tracer fire of the anti-aircraft guns, like the green lines going up into the sky?
I don't recall, maybe, but I don't recall it.
Because
It looked like you are saying it looked like Starlink?
when the Starlink happened just before COVID, like they launched 64 satellites at a time, teeny tiny little satellites, and they launched them. The first launch was 2 or 3 months before the Coco pandemic, and
Yeah.
there was a couple from Germany that were camping in the north of the South Island and north of Nelson in the bush, like totally self-sufficient for 3 weeks. And the pandemic happened like 2 days after they were in there, and they come out of the bush, and there was no buses, no cars, no nothing. And then they camped in a car park, and they saw these lights go over, which was the Starlink, but they thought it was like anti-aircraft guns because it looked like tracer fire.
Oh, okay. I understand what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, and there was a big article. I'll look it up and try and find it for you. It went all around the world at the BBC and fucking everywhere. They literally walked into humanity and walked out of humanity, like humanity had stopped. And they thought
How much one of those guys cost every
they thought the world was at war.
It's not me, Jeremy.
Okay. Yeah, do I have understand correctly? You seen you seen Starlink with your own eyes.
Yeah, many
you-
times.
Did you have some jet engine? I know some people claim to have some jet engine while Starlink passed by. So did you have something? Did you take attention to that?
Hang on. What the hootie howdy? What did you say?
I said I know there is some people that recall hearing some jet engine or some loudy sound as Starlink passed by on a clear night sky without any noise. You know.
Did you hear him?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
Take out your French book.
No. Hang on. What you need to do is ask those people whereabouts they were and what country they were and how close to an international airport they were, because Starlink doesn't make a sound, and it goes back to the bullshit fucking article, the bullshit YouTube stories of the space shuttle making jet sounds.
I don't think he said it didn't. I don't think he's.
No, Snacks.
I think that's what he said.
Sorry.
I think he said the opposite. That's what I thought he said.
No, Snacks, I'm sorry. He literally just said that Starlink makes a sound.
Yeah.
Did you not? Or am I wrong?
But I don't claim at all that he's doing some. I'm just asking you that have seen personally those if you can back up those claims or not. But yeah, I agree with your point of view. Like maybe they take the jet engine sound by a true plane flying somewhere. Yeah, agree.
No, all I'm saying to you is you can see, and this is why I'm trying to rule out if you're at an international airport or close to, that you can hear airliners coming in, like if you're outside of Munich or Piaget or Charles de Gaulle or wherever you are, that you can literally see these things fly over, and there's literally like 12 or 16 of them in a straight line. You can't miss them. And the thing I find the best quality about these satellites, I find, is that if you follow them from horizon to horizon, they make an arc. And I love that because that proves that the Earth's spinning. I love it. It's great. Because they're going in a straight line, and they wouldn't be going in an arc if the Earth's spinning.
Okay, you're claiming that you see the satellite doing an arc on the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get you, but yeah, okay. I would like to see it in real life, because when I see the ISS, I could not recall to show a news path to see if it looked like an arc or it looked like straight line. So I think odd that you can see the Starlink satellite like in the horizon to horizon, because it's not with a huge elevation from Earth, and I don't understand how you can have not horizon obstruction of the light of the sun. But yeah,
And
I trust you.
no, don't trust me. But just here's another observation you can see with your own eyes at night. Look up the ISS. The ISS is 270 kilometers higher than the Starlink satellites are.
Okay, get you.
So the ISS is actually going faster than the Starlink satellites are. They're about the same time, but the ISS will actually travel at, like, they're all going fast, but the ISS will actually overtake the Starlink satellites. Just slightly.
Okay, but there is a site where I can see how when to check the sky to see the Starlink. Like ISS, I know some site where I can how to plot the ISS on know when to look. No.
There's the same sort of thing for the Starlink satellite. I don't have it. Look up in your app store Starlink Sat View or something like that, I'm guessing. But there's so many of them now that, like, if you see the ISS, you're going to see the Starlink not far after.
Okay, I never see it, but okay. I will try to take a look on those next night. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll try and find an app for you to have a look at. But yeah, no, we'll leave you to it. You have a good one, mate.
Yeah, this is something I am willing to do, but it's really a hard work, and it would cost a lot of money. But I want to do some plane triangulation and so on to see how to map the path I am getting, and try to show if it's a straight path or if it's a curved path. And if I can do this on satellite, it could be great too. So yeah.
Well, if you can do that, man.
Not claiming I can do that quickly.
Absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that if you can prove that, then you can just save a flight plan record, and it'll have literally every turn that you make. It'll have every latitude and longitude, and I can guarantee you, if you fly 100 miles, if you take off from A to B, you will have a heading. Let's say you're flying direct north and you're going 180 degrees south to 360, and you're flying 100 miles without you set 360 degrees in your autopilot. I guarantee you that within those 100 miles, your autopilot would have automatically deviated 3 degrees to the right, or to the east. Sorry, I fucking guarantee you. That's because it's not modeled on a flat Earth.
I accept to have some distortion, yeah, but the matter of the fact that I accept to have some type of curve, especially if we go through the horizon. But I think, like you said, we can discern if this curve is doing some cosine things, or if it's doing some how to tell, exponential things. And I don't accept any result of experiment. In fact, so I mean I can wait for a straight line. I can wait for a curved line. I want to do the experiment to be able to to know what is happening. So yeah. I join. Okay.
That's all good, mate. We'll keep in touch anyway. But yeah, I've got to go. But I'll keep in touch with you and see what we come up with.
Yeah, that's the point. I want to go further in my investigations. So, yeah, I take anything to build my own experiments and to be able to understand what is going on.
Yeah, man, sounds good. Well, yeah, good talking to you. I got to go, but yeah,
Yeah, cool. Take care.
I'll
Thanks for the
probably,
call.
all good, man. We'll probably talk to you tomorrow night if you're around.
I will try to pass. I can't promise. I don't know how this week will go for me, so I cannot promise. I will normally, like I said, Wednesday. I will Sunday or Wednesday. Wednesday is a good end of week. I will do some presentation. Maybe you can see more what my point are and so on. So, but
Yeah,
okay,
neat.
take care, and I don't want to keep on more. So
Yeah, man. I'll listen out, and yeah, we'll talk again for sure. Cheers, man.
bye.
Here's catch up.
Yeah, I will need to go too. So bye to everybody, and thanks to having me. So take care, everybody. Bye.
Gear model builder, always a pleasure, dude. Be well, man.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Sayonara, ciao, all that fun stuff.
What up? Just hit $50 on DoorDash. Woo. Some nice extra money. I think I got about 800-900 in my second bank account now from this.
What'd you say? You made $50 on DoorDash?
Yeah, before work.
Nice, bro. How many deliveries?
I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 or something.
Not bad.
They're anywhere in between like $12, as low as like $4 or $5 or something.
And then how much time did you do it?
I've been doing it about 3 hours now, so
Hey, not bad. Extra money, man. If you can make 50 a day, it's good
yeah,
money.
it's better than just sitting home doing, I can either sit home and take a nap before I go back to sleep or whatever, or I can go out there and make bucks. Yeah. It's beautiful because you could just do it whenever you want. Like before, back, you know how it was back in the 90s and shit. You would have had to have gotten, if you wanted to make money, you would have had to have gotten a whole nother job. You would have been obligated to go in at that time every day or whatever your schedule. You know what I mean? Huge hassle. This is like, just do it when you want.
Yeah. I remember when this first came out, I started cursing it because I lost a good employee. Why the hell should
bro,
I do this? I can, yeah.
I mean, I could probably do $100 a day easy on DoorDash. Like, you know what I mean? I just did 50 in like 3 hours, so you could easily do $100. But then you got gas and wear and tear and shit. So
Well, that's good money, man. $100 a day. I mean, people could make a living off of that easily.
oh yeah, big time. It's great for extra money. Like people that already have jobs. Like if you're like struggling and I don't know. There's no reason to struggle. As far as I see, you know, just don't be lazy and go get that money.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are, both man and woman are working, and they have extra jobs because it's hard to make all the payments. A lot of people are doing that now. There's no way to have a household with just the father working now, just one job. There's just no way,
I mean, unless he's unless he's like a doctor or lawyer, or, owns a business or something. Yeah, very tough to have just one family income. I know.
The best thing right now for anybody to do is be self-employed.
Yeah, that's gonna get you the most, obviously. Yeah.
Like if you know a trade, if you're a plumber or this or that, you know, electrician, start something for yourself, refrigeration, lawn, anything. There's so many opportunities, right?
Oh yeah, mowing lawns is easy. It's easy work.
So this Israeli thing, been following it a bit. Hey man, all hell's gonna break loose down there. Now I was thinking, well actually I wasn't thinking this. I heard this from a colonel, and it made a lot of sense. He's going like, because the reporter asked him, so what a failure in the Israeli intelligence that they didn't see this coming, right? Big operation like this. And the colonel goes, well, first of all, you got to convince me that they didn't know. One of the top, uh, one of the top borders that are like, it's so heavily enforced. There's only one other border that can be compared to it, the Korean border. And this guy's saying there's no way that um, American intelligence and Israeli intelligence did not see this coming. So they're saying now this guy thinks that they knew this was coming and they let it happen. That's the latest I heard.
Dude, that whole place has been at work millennia. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. What's up? Where is everybody today?
This thing's stuck right here. Earlier. Shit was crazy yesterday. Last
Your
night
mic
I was
is
listening.
open,
I was
Jeremy.
like, "What's up?"
Oh, I thought you were hot micing.
No, I said shit was crazy yesterday.
Yeah.
We gotta start modding for the monologues, bro. Somebody goes over like 30 seconds, you gotta just call. I don't give a fuck what it is if I do it. Anyone. Cause that shit's tough, especially when it's hectic. You know what I'm saying? If it's not hectic and like we're all chilling and shit, and somebody wants to come on for a minute, okay, whatever. But yeah, when it gets hectic, we need to cut them at 30 seconds. It's just mad annoying when people just talk, but they ain't really saying nothing. That shit happens a lot. Like, dude, those people do not need to be going past 30 seconds. You want to make a whole list of shit and say your list 2-3 times. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Left. Yo, did you hear what I was saying? I was in the middle of saying something to you.
Sorry, bro. I had to log off. Was it me you were talking to?
Yeah, I was talking to you that whole time.
Sorry, bro. Something came up. I'm sorry. I had to get a
That's
call.
fucked up.
Go on. Go on. I'm all
That's
ears.
fucked up. That's usually a joke. Like, yeah. Usually I go, were you talking to me that whole time? Yeah,
Nah,
we gotta
that
start.
wasn't a joke.
We gotta start modding for the monologues, bro.
Oh,
You know what I'm
man.
saying?
We
When
certainly
it's
do,
tense,
bro. Yeah.
when it's tense and it's crazy, especially if like the person that's monologuing isn't really saying anything, and they're just like, you know, waffling on about, I don't know. Just check, especially when it's tense. If it's tense, people got 30 seconds, maybe 40 if they're, but like, yo, you want to go on for like a minute. I went back and timed some of the shit that happened yesterday. There was monologuing, definitely was happening.
Oh yeah, bro. And we know who they are, but you tell them something and they get offended. It's like a slippery slope, right? Yeah, yesterday was really bad, bro. Really bad.
It's not bad if you're like making a point or it's a complicated thing you're going into, but if you're not really saying anything, then yeah, like we gotta start modding for that shit, definitely. I count in my, you know what I do? I count in my head. As soon as somebody starts talking, I just start counting right in my head. I just got a smartwatch, so maybe that'll have like a timer on it that I can break, real quick hit on people.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's only a few people that do that, right? And the thing is, we know who these people are. So but people get offended. As soon as you speak, picking on me. Yeah, I mean,
That's tough titty. I don't care who gets offended. Like I don't. It also doesn't matter who talks a lot. Like me and you are talking right now. I may talk in here for 4 hours a day. That doesn't mean I can go on and on, especially when the room's getting hectic and people are having a, like a serious debate or some shit, or it's there's a lot of shit going on. Like that doesn't mean like now somebody that didn't talk at all day can talk for 2 minutes. Like that's not how that works.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I wasn't here for a week. Yeah, so now I get to talk for 3 hours straight. No, it doesn't work like that. No.
Yeah, I know. I think there's some people that think that like I don't talk nearly as much as you guys. Well, yeah, okay. We'll hang out more. I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't mean you can talk for 4 minutes straight. I know.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Crazy, bro.
Yesterday, like, got off the hook. Like, I mean, man.
Shit was nuts. I know. Oh my god, dude, how small can they write these fucking instructions in? Holy shit, man.
Bro, I have a magnifying glass just for that. For real.
Bro, you know what I do? I'll take a picture of it on my phone.
Yeah. I do the same.
What the fuck, bro? I also bought a pair of those readers from Walmart. Those like they're like $5, like generic things. Like I can't see with them on. I can't see at all like anything else. If I try to go like just walk around my house, like everything's like blurry and shit. But dude, they're writing things so small these days. It's fucking
I know. I don't
impossible.
even think with 2020 vision you could freaking see that. I mean, what is that? I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, what the fuck are they doing? Are we short on paper or like? One time there was this thing. There was just this one little thing written on it, and then a whole bunch of empty space. I'm like, yo, are you guys trying to save on ink? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I have a magnifying glass just to, when I buy new stuff or to read the instructions. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, bro. I'm about to pull these fucking readers out. This is fucking impossible. Impossible. Like, I can see everything perfectly fine. I don't get it. Like, you want to write this shit so fucking small, though.
It's got to be those same people that write the instructions for IKEA.
Seriously, dude. What the fuck,
It's
man?
like I don't know how many times I swore on their gray, like everything that they believe in, right? When I was putting things together. It's like, which moron made this thing, right?
Even with my readers, I still can't read this. Unfriggin' believable. There's not a human on Earth that can read this.
No chance, bro. I don't even think if you're an eagle could read that, you know?
What the fuck, dude? The readers didn't even help. We gotta take a picture of it and blow it up every time, every step.
Bro, I'm not kidding when I tell you I have a magnifying glass for that.
I can picture you Sherlock Holmes style, I know.
Yeah, because I order a lot of equipment to repair and shit, and I'm telling you, I need the magnifying glass.
I had to take a picture of it and blow it up, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Want to freak out? I just posted something. CEO of BlackRock. He says you have to force behaviors. So this is the man that controls just about every company in the States is co-owned by this company. And his motto is you have to force behaviors. It's a short clip. Listen to it. It'll it'll freak you out. Force behaviors. Imagine.
Sorry, what is it? Forced behavior?
Yeah, he says you have to force behaviors in the companies and in the field. Listen to it like it's a short clip. It's like your hair will stand. These are the guys that make the rules. Who here knew that Disney is owned by the royal family? Don't worry,
I
neither
didn't
did
know
I.
that.
Neither did I. So when DeSantis tried to take the tax thing away from them to punish them for the woke movement, well, Disney showed them a paper, said, "Hey, look, you can't do this to us. We're part of the British system, and we don't pay taxes."
Oh, that's right. I heard about that.
It's good to be a royal, huh?
I know, right? That was new, yeah. Disneyland, Washington D.C.
The
I think that's it.
Vatican, the
What's up?
Vatican, the
I was just thinking,
Vatican.
just as far as America. Yeah, there's the
Yeah,
Vatican, and then there's one in London.
all churches don't pay taxes. It's almost like you can tell, like, who doesn't pay taxes, who has the power. Almost like that, right?
I know, right? Yeah, I made $39. Where's my phone at? Can you hear me? Oh, I made I made $50. I've claimed 39 on my taxes from the miles. It's fucking dope.
Nice. So I just found another nail in the coffin of the Big Bang cosmology. They found the galaxy so old that it has stopped forming stars at 1.5 billion years after the Big Bang, supposedly. So if you guys are listening, that's another nail in the coffin. That's another impossibility in your
Why would
cosmological.
it? Yeah, why would it stop forming stars?
Exactly. It's so old that it exhausted its star forming capabilities at 1.5 billion years. That's an impossibility in their model. Chiral, if you're listening, Jace, rocket scientist, say goodbye. What's that guy's name? The rocket scientist dude. What's his name? From Gems?
I don't even know his actual.
What's his tag?
I don't know.
Because they always
Rocket,
mention him as the expert, you know?
rocket scientist. That's just like his name, right?
Could be. Let me check and see. Well, unless he left the server, there's no rocket scientist here.
He ain't here. He ain't here. That's Gems boy.
Oh, but he came. I spoke to him in here.
Did
He's
you?
coming here. Yeah. If it's the same guy I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I can't check in gems because I was banned. I laugh every time I say that.
All right, I bought some knockoff smartwatch. That shit sucks. Should have just went with the Apple one. I ain't got money like that though. This shit's fine. I only bought it for the timer, so.
Don't you have a timer on your phone? Why would you buy a timer?
Yeah, that's a hassle though. I had a G-Shock watch. I figured this watch would be. I figured a smartwatch would be dope, but I don't know. It's all good. It was only $50.
That's nothing.
Yeah, made that shit today, bro. That's what I'm saying. That fucking DoorDash gig's easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
That's good stuff, that.
Yo,
What's up, Bacon?
what's up? I came here to thank you guys.
You're
Because
welcome.
now I know. Oh, yeah. Now I know space-time diagrams. What you guys were
Yeah.
asking yesterday pushed me into learning this shit, and it's very awesome.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's ridiculous though is thinking when you drop something, the ground moves up to hit the object instead of the object moving down to hit the ground. That's dumb.
Oh, why the violence? I just came here to thank you, and then that's how you respond to me?
Well, that's what it was about.
I'll hit
Well,
him.
no,
I'll hit him.
No, it
I didn't mean
wasn't.
to be violent.
That's. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that what you're saying is like general relativity. That's not what I learned about. I learned about what Essie was asking, like the twin paradox. You know, that's
Oh,
special relativity.
oh no, Dad. I thought you were talking about the thing we were talking about after that. Yeah, dude. The relativity, the SR thing. You don't have to go back to the guy. See, everyone thinks you're not the only one though. There's a lot of people I've encountered that think the twins got to go back to see the other twin. It doesn't work like that.
No, it's not that they gotta go back. But if you only consider like the first twin that is moving just moves away from the first one and just continue like that forever, then the situation is identical both ways. Like the one is if one can see the other one, is going to see the other one aging slower, and that's going to be the case for both of them. Both of them are going to see the other one aging slower. As if that situation never changes, if one just moves forever away from that one, that's going to be the case. Now, if that one's turns back and go stop going away and then starts coming back, as soon as he does that, as he slows down and starts accelerating backwards, then he sees the other one, the one that is still on Earth, aging very quickly at the moment.
Are you
So
sure you looked into it correctly?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure about that. That's what the space-time diagrams tell you. And if you want to solve things with special relativity, you use these diagrams. So whatever these diagrams tell you, that's what special relativity is telling you. And I created my own diagram here so I can test this kind of stuff, and that's what happens. So as the twin that is moving away starts to accelerate backwards, he sees the one on Earth aging very quickly, and then once he gets on Earth, even though they both saw each other aging slower in the beginning, and at the end of it, the one that moved away and got back is going to see an older twin when he gets back, and he's going to see that twin aging faster, or as you put it, he's going to see the Earth going around the Sun faster. That is what would happen at the moment he.
Okay, so you observed that part. Okay, I'm glad. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly how that would happen before I knew how to apply special relativity, because I knew I had to learn how to apply that before I could answer you those questions. And now I know how to apply it. I even created my own tool here to play with these diagrams. But yeah, when let's say he's going away for a couple of years, and then he slows down and then goes back. As he's slowing down and accelerating backwards, he's going to see the Earth going around the sun very quickly.
He would have to, right? That would have
Yeah.
to be a consequence. Okay, glad.
Yeah.
So you're the first one that admitted that. Thank you. So yeah. Now you don't see that as a wow thing?
It is a wall thing, of course.
Hold on. Here's the thing, though. This should tell you that there is an absolute frame, because it's not just all who's relative. Like, you can't just say, oh, the guy on Earth was moving fast and the other guy was still, or whatever. This tells you that there is actually something happening in reality. The guy that got older was the guy that was moving faster. It's not relative.
Oh, but it's not just moving, because as I said, like, if you just have them moving, then you can't solve that. You can't solve because one slows down and it accelerates backwards, and then he
Sorry,
doesn't have.
hold on. Before you go on, what do you mean you can't solve it? If the guy moves away from Earth and just stops out in space somewhere, he's gonna be younger.
Yeah, but to stop, he has to slow down, right? He can't just instantly stop.
Okay, yeah, he slows down, and that guy is gonna be younger.
Right, as
He
soon
was
as he
moving
slows.
fast, because he was the one moving faster. It's not relative. He was actually moving faster.
No,
Right?
not necessarily, because the other one, like, when he slows down, that's the same thing as he accelerating towards the other brother. And if he does that, then it would be the same thing if the other brother does it. Like, you could get the same situation if the other brother accelerates towards him until he reaches the same speed. That would be the same thing position-wise. But there is something that is objective here, which is whether or not a reference frame is inertial or not. So the one that leaves the Earth and then stops in another planet, in order to do that, he has to accelerate and then slows down. In both instances, he's not in an inertial frame, and that is objective. It's not that he's
I don't know what you were just on about for that whole rant, but the thing is, when the guy moves away. So this isn't relative, because you can't say the guy on Earth was moving and the other guy was standing still. Because the guy who's moving faster ages slower. So this is an absolute thing where the guy that's moving fast, he was the one that was actually moving. It's not relative, because he was the one moving, and we know that because he's the one that aged slower.
No, he's only the one that ages slower because he stops, and that implies that he's accelerating. So he doesn't have an inertial frame. These things.
No, you're still wrong on this. Hold on, before you go on, you're still wrong. The guy aged slower because time dilated, because he was moving faster. He never has to slow down. He could do circles. He could be doing circles in one spot.
Well, then he's
never stop.
Then he's definitely not inertial. He's
We're
accelerating
not talking about inertial. We're not talking about inertial or not inertial. We're talking about one guy is moving faster than the other guy.
Well, you might not want to talk about inertial, but it's actually relevant, whether or not the frame is inertial. This is actually a fundamental part of these diagrams, whether or not you're inertial. If they're both inertial, then there's not one that is actually older than the other one. They both look younger to each other. If both of them are inertial. If one of them is not inertial, then that's going to change.
No, they don't. They don't both look younger. The guy that's moving faster looks younger. The guy that's standing still on Earth, he looks older.
Not if he doesn't stop. If he doesn't stop, then they both look younger to each other.
No, bro. No, you got it wrong.
That's not.
Do you want to bet?
Dude, the guy could be doing circles on Earth, right above he could see the guy. He could see the guy.
I agree. In both, I'm picturing they see each other the whole time here.
Okay, so there's a guy standing still on Earth, and there's a guy doing circles above him at near light speed. The guy that's doing circles is going to age slower because he is moving faster and time's dilating. Nobody has to slow down. No one has to slow down and stop. He doesn't have to slow down, bro. He could send an email or take his picture. Or he can look out the window and the guy can just see it.
It's not about slowing down. It's about accelerating. And if he's making a circular path, then it's constantly accelerating. So it's not. You can just swap the two frames because you're swapping between inertial one and a non-inertial one.
You can't swap the frames because if you swap the frames, then the guy on Earth could have aged faster because we could say he's moving. But that's not what happened. The guy the guy that's doing circles age slower. So he was the one moving. You can't just swap it back and forth because there's a result in the end. There's going to be a result in the end that's going to tell you which one was actually moving.
Yeah, you can't swap once there's acceleration. If there's no acceleration, then you can. If you're describing him making a circle, then there he's accelerating. Then you can't swap because the circular one is not inertial and the one that is going straight is.
Okay, so the guy doing the circle is actually the one that's moving, and it's not the guy that's standing still on Earth moving. We know this because the guy ages different, right?
Yeah, we know one is not inertial. That's what we know.
And the other one's inertial?
They both could be moving, yeah. If one is inertial and the other one isn't, then they age differently, objectively. But if they're both inertial, then whatever happens to one, you can just swap their reference frame and get the same result. If both of them are not inertial. If both of them are inertial, you can just swap the two frames however you want, and the result should be the same.
Okay, so what's the scenario where the guy's moving at near light speed and he doesn't notice a difference because they're aging the same or something, you think?
Say that again, sorry?
What's the scenario in which you think this guy is moving at near light speed, but they're aging at the same rate?
They're not aging at the same rate. One is aging slower than the other one, but it doesn't matter which one you pick. So, for example, I move away from you, and then I see you aging slower, or just doing everything slower. It's the whole thing that is getting slower. But you see the same thing when you look at me. We both see each other like in slow motion. If I'm just moving away from you in a constant speed, that's the case. We're both going to see each other slower. Now, if you want to change that scenario,
so the guy. I don't know. I don't remember what you said. I'm good, bro.
I don't think you fully understand the implications yet, Bacon. But you're getting there. You're getting there. If you understand the movement... Oh, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Take your time. Boom.
So, Bacon, think about it, bro. The part that you said about the Earth speeding around the sun in order for this dilation to happen. Just that part, right, should give you pause to think. You tracking, Bacon?
Yeah.
So what do you think about that part?
I'm just saying what this model implies. It implies that would happen. But that's a very extreme scenario. Like, I completely understand that the implications of special relativity don't seem to match anything that how we experience our day-to-day lives. We don't see time passing differently for different people. We don't see things speeding up based on how we're moving. We don't see none of that. So if you picture something like that, it sounds, as you said, absurd. I completely understand it. However, this is in reference to the speed of light. If you're not near light speed, then in this model, in this explanation, you shouldn't really see any of these absurd things that you say. So this can still be true. It just doesn't happen with things that are not moving that quickly. So even though it goes against how we experience things, we never experience things that fast, so we don't know exactly how things work when you have people traveling near the speed of light. And either you assume that it works just the same as our everyday life, which is fine, but there's this other idea that it works differently than you would expect from day-to-day experience. And there's a very very strict definition. There's a very well-defined explanation of what would happen, and it tells you the same thing about your daily experience. So it could still be true, but it gives you a different answer for near light speed things. But if it's true, then it's true. Like if this is what works when you're putting satellites in orbit to get GPS working, then that's what happens. Like I can't control what happens. Like,
Right.
yeah, I get your
see how
appeal.
you're-
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
No, finish off. My bad.
No, I was just, I mean, I was feeling the silence here because you weren't responding yet. But go ahead.
Yeah, you see, it's I see how you're looking at it, right? You might look at it from a mathematical perspective, and it might work with the diagrams that you have, Bacon, granted. But now that you understood the implications of the Earth has to speed up, right? Just that fact alone, right? The practicality, the physics, the thing that we could understand, right? Without using math, that everybody could understand. Just that fact that the Earth will have to speed up, right? That for me, that just kills everything, because have we ever experienced this before? We shot things up.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Space, right? Apparently. How? I mean, yeah.
It's not that the Earth speeds up for the people on Earth. For the people on Earth, things are just fine and nothing's any different. What happens is the guy that is in space, when he's slowing down to get back to Earth, he sees Earth speeding up. It's not that this is happening for the people on Earth. This is his experience of time on the solar system. Being far away, that's how he sees the solar system as he's trying to get back to it. But from our people here on the solar system, then everything is just fine. Nothing is just speeding up and going crazy. The experience is just the same as we always have.
So it's not an actual speeding. It's not an actual speeding up of the Earth. I mean, how are you looking at it?
Well,
in order for time.
It is actual for that observer, like, because once that observer gets here, he's not gonna have, like, for people on Earth, a certain amount of time has passed, and for that observer, when he gets back, less time will have passed. So what he experienced is not just something visual. Otherwise, when he got back, the same time should have passed, but it didn't. So his experience is also valid. That both experiences are valid, because in this idea, time is not objective. It's not the same for everybody. It passes for people in different speeds and different frames differently. And these diagrams, this formulation makes it all consistent. So there's no contradiction here. And time is no longer something that we all share. It's something that changes based on observer. I agree that it feels counterintuitive because time seems to pass the same for everybody on Earth. We kind of assume it is objective and the same for everybody, but this could just be that here on Earth scale, time is more or less objective for everyone, but it's just a matter of scale. We might not be in a moving fast enough to notice that there is a difference in time based on observers. Like, I understand the appeal, but I also understand that this is just something that is counterintuitive. It's not something that actually means it's wrong.
Well, for me, it's like you accepted a bit of duality there, right? It's either is happening and things are aging, time is moving faster, or the way you're saying it is just an observational effect.
Well, when I see that it's observer dependent, that doesn't mean visual. If you think about being just visual, that's not what I mean. It is observer dependent because time passes differently for different observers. It's not that you're just seeing differently, but time is passing differently. So if you move away from Earth and you go back, you're not gonna have moved through time as much as people who were on Earth. So you move less through time. So when you see time passing differently, that's not just something visual. You're actually going through less time than people on Earth.
Yeah, this reeks of the
But for that
Coriolis
to
effect.
happen,
Oh, go ahead.
just one thing, and then you can go. For that to happen, though, if we're basing our time on movement, like we do the movement of the Earth around the Sun, thus the Earth would actually have to do that in order for time to speed up, bro. You get it?
Yeah,
You
but he
can't have
only.
it both ways. It can't be a visual thing and affect time.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a visual thing, but it is a relative thing. I think whenever I say something is relative, you go to visual, but those aren't the same thing. Like something can be relative and actual. It's just relative to a certain
Yeah, but
perspective.
how could actually something be moving around something in order to age and not be doing it and be relative? I mean, I can't see that. It's either the car did go from this point to that point or it didn't. It
I'm
can't be a
not sure how to
relative.
explain that. I mean, I think I understand, but I don't know how to best explain that. Yeah, well, it's not whether or not something happened or didn't happen. It's what rate it happened. So it happened in a faster rate for the guy who was trying to get back to the solar system than it happens to the people that are inside of the solar system. So it's the same things are happening, but it's happening at a faster rate for the people, or for the guy who's getting back to the solar system. It's happening at a lower rate for the people in the solar system. And those are two true statements, because time is not objective in this case.
I don't think you fully either you don't fully understand it or we haven't fully explained it, right? So you agreed that in order for the brother to get older, you agreed that the Earth would actually have to turn around the Earth faster. Now,
Yeah, only for the
it's
guy who's
either
getting
we
back.
can. Sorry?
Only for the guy who's returning from space, not from the people on Earth.
Okay, even
Just to
that's
make
not
that
a true statement. We'll say even when he returns. But when he returns, right, and he sees it turning, you mean it's not actually turning? He's just seeing it turn? Because it can be both, bro.
It is actually turning for his time frame. It is actually turning faster in his time frame.
And
Like
the
whenever
people
you're,
on Earth are not feeling it?
because they are in different time frame. Like whenever you say how quickly something is happening, you need a time frame, right? You need an observer, and you're gonna use that observer's time frame. And if you're using the guy that is going back, then the Earth is spinning faster. And if you're using the people who are on Earth, then it's slower. You gotta use a time frame to describe time in relativity, because there's no objective timeline.
I don't think it could work that way, bro. It's either the Earth is moving faster for both people, causing the age difference, or it's not. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have the guy coming back to Earth looking at the Earth turning faster and the people on Earth not witnessing anything or feeling anything. I mean, that just, I don't know. Is that a possibility for you? Two things happening at the same time? Two different things?
As long as they're relative, yeah. But that's the thing. I don't think you're picturing relative time yet. I think you're still thinking with an objective timeline. Of course, if you think within an objective timeline, then you're absolutely correct. Those two things can't happen at the same time. But that's because you're using a objective timeline when you're thinking about it. And I think you have to get rid of that in order to understand this.
Okay, look, there's a guy standing on Earth. He's watching everything's happening normally. There's a guy that's spinning around him crazy, 10 feet away. He's doing circles around the guy. He's just doing circles around the guy at near light speed. Time is dilating for the guy that's moving around the guy that's standing still, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna disappoint you on that one, but go ahead.
You're gonna what?
I'm going to disappoint you when I enter you that one, but
You say you're gonna
finish
what?
it up. Disappoint you. Disappoint.
What?
Disappoint.
I didn't hear him.
Disappoint.
He's gonna miss the point.
Bacon, what'd you say?
He's gonna miss the point.
Oh my god. No, not miss the point. Disappoint. You're gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, disappointment.
Yeah.
Sì, fala. Stiamo dicendo.
Mic check.
Mikey check, Gara 1, 2. World Jiu-Jitsu.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Un quensu ocha.
What?
All right, so Bacon, the guy standing on Earth. There's a guy standing on Earth. Everything's moving normal for him. Then there's a guy that's doing a circle around him, 10 feet away from him. He's just doing a circle right around the guy, but he's moving at near the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
Time's dilating for the guy that's spinning around him, right? That's going around near the speed of light, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're telling me that guy that's doing circles around the guy that's on the ground, he doesn't see the sun setting?
Oh wait, what? Why not? What do you mean?
He can't see the sunset, dude.
Why?
Time's dilating for him because time's moving slower. He's moving at near the speed of light.
Yeah, so the sun's gonna set slower, I guess.
Yeah, so he wouldn't even see a sunset. If he only did it for 5 minutes, moving near the speed of light, he's not even going to see a sunset. The other guy's going to age 80 years. The other guy that's in the spaceship going around him in a circle, he's gonna be the same age. He's not even going to see one sunset.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, you see how ridiculous this sounds?
No, it's not because it sounds ridiculous. I'm trying to understand your setup. You got me confused. How long did it pass for the guy who's not rotating, who's not walking or moving in circles? Did it pass 80 years on Earth for the guy who's not?
The guy standing still. The guy that's standing still. He's now 80. They're both twins. They're both 20 years old. The guy that's standing still on the ground, he just sits there in a recliner, and now he's 80 years old. He's 80 years old. He didn't move. The other guy is doing circles around him. Time's dilating. He jumps out. He's still 20.
Yeah, so he saw enough sunset. Like he's gonna see the sun going faster.
The guy that's doing circles, he can't see the sun going faster. He needs to see it going. He can't even see a sun. He's not even going to see a sunset.
No, if his time is slowing down, then whatever all the other times are speeding up. So he sees everything speeding up when he does that.
So he's going to see the sun setting faster than the guy on the ground.
Think so? Yeah.
So they're 10 feet away from each other, but they're seeing sunsets at. You're telling me the guy standing on the ground is going to see 60 times 365 sunsets, and the guy that's spinning around him in a circle is going to see more sunsets?
No, they're both going to see the same amount of sunsets, but the one that is making circles is going to see sunsets much quicker. So all those sunsets are going to have taken just a couple. You said 5 minutes, right? So all those sunsets would happen within 5 minutes for him.
Why is the guy doing circles going to see sunsets faster? Time is slowing down for him. It's not going
for
faster.
him.
It's slowing down.
His time is he's aging slower, so everything's going slower for him, but everything else is not. And when he sees everything else, he sees things faster. Like if you're a slower person, then everything else is faster for you.
Yeah, so you're saying the guy's going to see more sunsets, or the same amount of sunsets. They're just going to happen faster, even though time's slowing down for him.
Yeah, he's in his perspective, everything else is speeding up. That's what happens if time takes slower to you, then everything else is happening at a faster rate. So, for example, if your clock take twice to take a second, then twice as much things happen within a second. So you see everything happen twice. Twice as fast.
This globe stuff is confusing. I'm sorry.
That's not globe stuff. That's special relativity.
Yeah, it's not real. Don't worry about it.
We could talk about this on flat Earth. I mean, the shape of the Earth couldn't care less about special relativity. Special relativity haven't anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, can you give us an example of that?
I'm curious. That piqued my interest. I always
Oh.
understood that the only way we could dilate time is through traveling at extremely high speeds over extremely long distances. And there's gravity. You have to like get away from certain gravitational poles and get closer to others.
Yeah,
So
but
how
that's,
on a flat plane would that work?
yeah, you don't need the gravitational thing. That's general relativity. If there's no gravity, but speed of light is constant, you still get special relativity. So you can still
You got to
do
use it.
time
You got to use
dilation.
like comic book language for me, dude. That you've used like I speak English, but you're using too many big words for me. So you're telling me on Earth, on a flat plane with no space, outer space, I could travel super fast, and somehow that would make me experience time quicker.
Yeah, they'll change your experience of time within
Why?
if special relativity is true.
Oh,
I mean,
this is
I'm not
the if.
arguing.
This is the if.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah, I'm just
gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not even arguing that this is true, because if I was arguing this is true, I wouldn't be explaining special relativity. I would be talking about GPS satellites or the experimentation about this. I'm not. I'm just explaining what you should expect if this was true. What this thing tells you. Yeah.
Do you believe that the speed of light is constant?
I believe that I accept that like the people who work with it have verified that. Yeah.
No, they haven't. Who verified the speed of light? It's been changing like every year for decades.
Oh, it's now fixed. Now it's defined to be 200.
Oh, now it's fixed?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
it's
I haven't been keeping
299.
up with the news. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
When did they fix the speed of light?
Let me see.
They finally
Give me a
fixed it, huh? How many white guys does it take to change a light bulb that goes the speed of light?
Has Light ever gotten a speeding ticket?
That sounds
Yeah, that's
funny,
what
but it actually has. They've done tests where they actually found that individual photons have moved faster than the supposed fixed speed of light in a vacuum.
I don't think the speed of light is fixed, though.
No,
Well, I mean,
that's just a misinterpretation of these terms, because when I'm talking about speed of light, I'm not talking about how quickly photons move. I'm talking about c, which is this constant of special relativity that tells you how quickly any information propagates. And there's no information propagating faster than c with photons that go faster than light.
I'm sorry, you said you weren't talking about the speed of photons. You were talking about c, which is the speed of light. I mean, what do you think light is?
Give me a second. Give me a second. One minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I would need a second too after that. Yeah, it's a big mumble jumble of words that got said.
I didn't know that light has a speed, unless it's like coming out of a laser gun or something that pew pew
Yeah,
pew.
hang on. Yeah, speed of light is just a bad name. So c is the speed in which information can propagate in the universe, and that
c is the speed of light.
Hang on a second. Let me finish.
My bad. Yeah.
Thank you. So c is defined to be this how quickly any information can travel through space-time or through the universe. Speed of light is like its nickname, because that happens to be the speed in which you're going to see photons moving in a general case. But photons are not just information. They're specific like packets of waves, and when you're playing with waves, you can make waves move faster than the information of the waves are carrying, which is the case of the experiments we're talking about. So the rate of that information is traveling is still the same, but if you look to these waves and you pack them as photons, then you're going to see some of them going faster than light. But that's not the actual c, because c is not literally speed of light. C is the speed of information traveling in the universe. Speed of light is just like its nickname. You can't just take that literally as the definition of c.
Okay. All right. Thanks. The speed of light. I'm reading this from Wiki, by the way.
Oh boy.
Oh, were you done? Did you have more?
No, you're reading, Jeremy. I'm proud
said
of you,
welcome.
dude.
You're done.
Yeah, I'm reading this out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good, dude. Go ahead, man.
Okay, thanks. The speed of light in a vacuum, commonly denoted c. So is that wrong? Should we call Wiki up, Bacon?
It might be, yeah.
Oh,
That might be wrong.
We need an
It's
C is
dude.
not the speed of light in a vacuum.
Yeah, it might be
Uh-oh.
oversimplified. Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah,
what
you
is the
can't
speed of
trust
light
it
in a
all, though.
vacuum? What is this? Is the speed of light in a vacuum? What is it?
Yeah, this is using well, as I said, this is using the nickname of C of that is the speed of light, which doesn't necessarily
C
mean
is
every
the speed
photon
of
is
light
gonna.
in a vacuum.
Yeah, this is usually how
I
people
don't
refer
understand.
to
Do we
speed.
agree on that, or do we not agree that C is? Do we agree or do we not agree that C is the speed of light in a vacuum?
It depends on what you mean by that.
What I mean by what? I'm not interested. Go
What I
ahead,
mean by
guys.
speed of light in a
No,
vacuum.
it's all right.
If you're
It's okay.
talking about,
You're
I'm answering
basically
the question.
influencer.
I'm trying to answer the question. If you mean the speed in which photons move, then I would say no. And if you say it's the speed in which change in the electromagnetic field propagates, then I would say yes. Both could be interpreted as light, but this isn't talking about photons. It's talking about any change in the electromagnetic field that spreads in C. That's also light, though.
Yeah, I'm still not interested.
Well, that's not on me.
All right. Wikipedia's got some pretty bad
Well, it
definitions.
kind of is because you're playing some weird kind of word game that I'm just not interested in playing. So
I mean, I'm actually playing your word game here because I give you the
I know you're
strict
playing a word
definition.
game. I'm not interested in it.
I'm playing your word game. You're not interested in it. All right.
Oh, this is the word game you started when you said C is not the speed of light.
No, I said
I mean,
it's not
Even though I
necessarily
just
the
read
speed
a
of photons.
definition off saying that C is the speed of light in a vacuum.
Yeah, there's more than one interpretation. What I'm telling you is that there's one interpretation that is true, which is the rate in which any change in the electromagnetic field propagates. That would also be light, but you could be talking about the speed of photons, and photons themselves can move faster than the propagation of the changes in the electromagnetic field. So those are two different interpretations of what light is. One can move faster than C, and the other can't. If you're talking about photons,
Oh, okay.
they can move faster than C, but that's not the electromagnetic waves moving faster than C. Sorry,
Okay,
the
so photons
information.
can move faster than C. Photons can move faster than C, but you're saying light can't move faster than C.
Depends
Is
on
that
what
what
you
you're
mean by
saying?
light. I just told you there are two different interpretations of how you're defining light here. One would be changes in the electromagnetic field. The other one is photon. If you're talking about photons, then yes. If you're talking about changes in the electromagnetic field, then no.
Well, what is light? Let me ask you, what do you think light is, Bacon?
Electromagnetic waves in the visible spectrum.
Okay, and so not photons isn't light.
Well, photons carry changes in the electromagnetic field, so in some way, yes.
So
But
a photon is light.
I just said in some way, yes. The photons carry changes in the electromagnetic field.
Well, I'll give you the definition of a photon: a particle representing a quantum of light.
Yeah, because they're carrying this change in the oscillation of the electromagnetic field.
When things hit my eyeball and I see things, is that photons hitting my eyeball?
Yeah.
So photons are definitely light, right?
They're what I just said they were. If you
As
don't
in
understand what I
are
said,
photons light?
if you want to reduce what I'm saying into an ambiguous claim, then that's your word game. I give you a
I don't want to
specific.
reduce anything. I'm getting very specific. I don't want to reduce anything. I'm getting very specific. Is a photon light?
That's a much shorter question than the description I gave you, so you are reducting it. And you're reducting it to
Okay,
an
but it's a
ambiguous.
yes or no
Hang on a
question.
second.
It's
Hang on
a
a
photon light.
But it's a yes or no question for an ambiguous answer. Oh, sorry, for an
It's
ambiguous
not
question.
ambiguous.
It is.
It's not ambiguous. I just read the definition. A photon, a particle representing a quantum of light.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, so a photon is light, yes?
That's now you're reducing it. You're taking that information out of that. That's not necessarily true.
Jeremy, don't get upset. I just Googled is photon a light, and I'm getting like the same mumbo jumbo non-answers that you're
Yeah, because
getting.
that
So don't
question
be
is a bit
super.
ambiguous.
Yeah, they're
And
like.
I'm trying to point out the ambiguity, and whatever I point out, what I get as a come back is the same ambiguous question. So he's not even listening, not even giving any
It's all good.
relevance.
It's all good. I'm just trying to help both sides here right now because I'm on Jeremy's side. I think you're talking trash, Bacon, but I respect that you're doing it in a language that's like not your own, and you do it pretty respectfully with me. So I'm not mad. So I'm fact checking, what I'm seeing here is it's hard to get a straight answer about whether or not a photon is the same thing as light. Whether they're made of light, are they always light? Is it a particle of light, or is it a particle that makes light? These questions are all numerous.
I have a question for Bacon, because I think it ties into what we're discussing. Can I go ahead? What the hell? Mic check 1 2.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
dude, yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
All right,
We hear you.
So, on a sunny day, I'm reading a book. I'm in the sun. I'm getting tanned. Holy crap, it's getting hot. I'm maybe like even developing a sunburn. I'm gonna go behind a building in the shadows.
Bacon left, by the way.
Why do you leave?
I have no
So
idea.
sad.
I
Maybe
literally
it's
just
me.
defended him, and I don't know. Sorry, Jeremy.
So, like, if I am reading my book and I'm thinking to myself, holy crap, it's hot. I need to get in the shade. So I'm going to go behind a building, let's say, and continue reading my book in the shade. How is light propagating in the shadow of the building?
No, dude, don't ask me, man.
No, but that's why I was like, this is a great question to ask Bacon, right? Because that alone, from my understanding, brings in the observation of trying to figure out if light is actually traveling or if light is literally just appearing in the area that it's available to, propagating accordingly. You get what I'm saying in my question, right? Like I know I ask some really crazy questions sometimes.
No, I do.
Like, okay, because
dude, light is so confusing to me. I don't even pretend to understand it at all.
Okay, platypus, but I mean to open up your mind a little bit, right, and push you to say, yes, you actually can understand it. Let's take that observation and understand that if light was being projected like a flashlight, right, we know that if light is projected from a flashlight, a source, I can block that light by introducing a solid object. So I go into the sun, right, I have light, I go into the shadows of that sun behind a building or whatever, and I have shadows, I still have light available, which from my understanding would remove the ability or the statement that light is being projected.
Okay. I'm still very confused. I think I have a lot of questions that need to be like answered, but
Like
I'm probably
what?
gonna get different answers. Okay, I mean, if I ask, depending on who I ask, what light is, some people are gonna start going off about some very, very small things that I can't verify myself. You know, I need like special equipment. It gets a little tricky. Okay, well, maybe I can't find out what light is right away, but I can at least find out, like, do light waves travel in straight lines, straight parallel lines, or is light being emitted from the light source in all directions? And then, like, if you've ever shined a flashlight in a dark place, like you have the illuminated area, and then you have like some light reflecting around it, causing sort of like this, other ring, if you will, of space that's being illuminated. Like, I don't understand how light bounces. If it's bouncing, I would assume it's a physical thing. Like, you know what I mean? It's got to be physical if it's fucking bouncing.
Yeah, I mean, in that instance, like, you're gonna take, let's say, a flashlight, right? Introduce a mirror, and that light's gonna be reflected off of that mirror. Now, from a standpoint of like light spread, which is what I believe you're explaining right now, whereas like you block the light and you still get that offshoot of light, the glow almost, if you will.
Glow.
Yeah, and which is scattering, light scattering, from my understanding and how
Sure.
it works.
But then we
But
have
like,
things like lightning, like electricity, and there's like light in it, and it's got like its own color. Like you can't hit a mirror with lightning. I don't know. Light is very confusing to me. I don't hide it at all. I don't care if I sound dumb because I don't even think. I'm not saying you specifically, but the proverbial you. Like most people, I'd say almost everybody has no idea what the heck light is.
the one thing that I'm not willing to accept, based on my observation of literally reading a book in the direct sunlight versus reading a book in the shade, is that light travels. I don't accept that. I'm talking about natural light. Light out of a flashlight, light out of a level, a laser, whatever. Sure, you have to turn it on. The light will emit. It has to come from its source and then project onto wherever you're shooting it to, so to speak. But in terms of natural light, sunlight, moonlight, things like that operate off of the natural gases that in the system that we're in, I fully believe that the light that we use from the sun and the moon are a complete product of the gas that we engage with. Literally, the same gas you breathe is bringing the light to you. My thought.
That makes a whole lot more sense. And I'll tell you where I stopped understanding about light. There's a claim that was made by a man named Bill Mollison, and I don't know if this is true or not. He could have made it up. He's not alive anymore, so we won't be able to ask him. But he said that when the full moon passes over the North American continent, that various permaculturalists have measured a 15-inch expansion of the soil. So the soil itself, the ground itself, rises 15 inches every time the moon passes over North America. And he says that it's because there are gases that are being offlet in the soil through microbial breakdown that has some sort of electromagnetic effect when the full moon is there, and it causes the whole Earth to expand. Now, this guy's not a flat earther; he's a total glober. He's not a flat Earth at all. But that really confused me, because how is moonlight and gases under the dirt doing anything? That blows my mind. So I don't understand light.
Well, let's not forget, when the moon is full, the tide is also full, or up, higher, right? So it's not to say that the moon is causing the water to heave, but it's actually causing the land underneath it to heave, causing the water to rise as well. So we do have proof of exactly what you just claimed.
Yeah, for sure. No, it sounds right to me, because how do things? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just coughed.
Oh, I thought you were trying to get it. My bad. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying, but
You said it sounds right to you. Like there's like, farmers have talked about the relationship between a full moon and the harvest, right? Planting things, or uh, what would it be now? Tilling the land when the moon is up, when the moon is full. So there's definitely some kind of relationship between the moon, and now that, I mean, we originally thought that the full moon caused the water to heave, which I was thinking maybe there was some kind of relationship between the salination in the water being attracted to the full moon itself. But when you're bringing this idea now to the table, right, that you've heard, which is the land underneath the water is actually heaving, coming up, well, that would show itself in the waters as well, because if the land rises, the water's going to rise as well.
yeah, I just did a bunch of planting on the harvest moon, direct seeding, and doing stuff into trays. They all did really well, and I was using like super old seeds.
That's awesome.
It is. It's awesome that a seed can just be kept for years, like a decade, and then just sprout a new plant. It's kind of funny to think about it too, because you look at like a little baby plant, and you're like, oh, it's like three weeks old, but the seed was harvested like 10 years ago. So is it really 3 weeks old?
Oh, really? Now was it?
Yeah. Did you wonder, like how long could a seed go under perfect conditions? Like, how long could it stick around?
A
What's
while,
up, snacks?
I think.
Hey.
Hey.
Yo,
Was
yo, real quick, guys.
No.
Yeah, real quick. I don't know what Bacon was saying just there about information can't move faster than the speed of light, but photons can, because we use photons to transmit information. So like it's just a whole. Anytime you get into like a relativity SR or GR thing, it's just madness. It's madness, and it gets frustrating. So
I was trying my best to keep it lighthearted and bring the levity. And I don't know if Bacon got offended, if I offended him. Because I don't think it was what you were saying. I think he was down to do the whole argument. I don't know. If anyone sees him, tell him I wasn't trying to offend him.
I think it was me. I was like, I have a question for Bacon, and he dipped.
Well, it is like what are they, like 6 hours ahead in Brazil? So it's like noon for him. He's probably getting lunch or something. A little churrascaria, some picanha, feijoada.
Nah,
Yeah,
man,
just remember-
he got pinned into a corner and got scared and backed out.
yeah, just remember
Barry
that.
had him pinned, man.
Remember that line of thought we were on. Photons, C is not the speed of light. Photons, C is not the speed of light in a vacuum. I don't even know. All I know is he said photons can go faster than C, but information can't. You can't move information faster than C. But we use photons to carry information. So what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? This is what you do when you get wrapped up in this Einstein bullshit.
Einstein's dead.
Rest in peace, dude. Finally.
Well, that nut job sent scientific community back 100 years with his relativity crap and time dilation. Set 100 years back at least.
Five Sigma debunked all that, right, SE?
5 Sigma destruction, brother. You got it. Yep.
I'm learning. Let's go.
I think Einstein was like the prototype for Stephen Hawking. They had a guy that used trickery to make everybody think that he was like super smart. I'm talking about Einstein. But there were still problems, He was like almost blowing it for them. And they're like, okay, the next time we do this dude cannot talk or walk. We got to control his movement and his speech. Honestly, think about it, dude. Why do you think Stephen Hawking went to Epstein Island? Right? He's just like some prisoner in a chair. He probably doesn't even care about space or science or any of that stuff. He probably just was like, take me to the island. I want to go. I don't know. He probably thought something cool was going to happen there, but it probably was not chill at all for him.
Yes, this is amazing.
He's like, wait, I thought there would be girls on the island.
Poor guy got thrown off of a horse. That's how we got messed up. You guys know that, right?
That was Christopher Reeves. Bro, you tell me you did not just confuse. If you did, I love you.
Totally
Dude.
did. Yeah,
oh my god, I love you, dude. You're my best friend, bro. Did we
I was
just become
thinking
best
Christopher
friends?
Reeves. Wait a minute. Christopher Reeves played Superman, right? Bro,
yeah,
I got them all mixed
Stephen
up.
Hawking is not Superman.
I don't care. Fuck them all.
That's fucking awesome, dude. No, dude, you're so ascended that that's awesome. No, that's
How
tight.
how are you going to pay me a compliment like that when I don't? I think I actually feel stupid after saying that on live recorded air. The phones are tapped.
No, dude, no. Look, if you're so detached from what they call reality and you're super focused on the truth, you're gonna get some of the details that don't matter. You're gonna get them wrong, and that's fine. That's good. I
Thanks
think
for
that's
the white
great.
knight. I appreciate
Dude,
that.
I white knight. Dude, I be slaying dragons left and right. Is anyone being bullied? I'll take care of it.
I love it.
Palestinians are being bullied.
Oh,
Over
Benjamin Netanyahu needs me, dude. I'm
Andy with
Benjamin
the political
Netanyahu's top
statement.
guy.
That's not his name either.
Oh shit.
Whatever,
That's,
dude.
that's
Top
his
J needs me,
Semitic
dude.
name that he chose. Apparently, he's a Bolshevik Jew, isn't he? So that's not his
Oh,
name.
his real name is Naftali Moishi
Yeah.
Lenin.
Lenin.
Basically.
What the hell?
No, I hope this whole thing blows over. I was thinking about it last night because there was part of me that was like, I'm probably only going to pray for one side here. I think I know which side is being the bad side. And then I realized, I was like, wait a minute. This is probably a massive psyop, and there's like Israelis and Palestinians that just don't even care. They're just like hungry and they're trying to just, pay the rent. And their governments, their whoever are like doing stuff, and that's who I was praying for. People who are just like caught up in it. I don't think every single Palestinian and every single Jewish person over there is like super fired up about this conflict. I'm sure they feel strongly about it because their lives are affected, but I don't think. I think it's a very small percentage on each side that is pushing the violence.
Dude, they cut off food, water, and electricity to the region, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know shit about it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm again, Platypus, I say this respectfully to you because I know you're just kind of catching up based on what you said yesterday about hearing what was happening. But like, dude, they've retaliated. Right? There's been rockets launched back and forth. This isn't going away anytime soon. A lot of people are saying this is exactly what was proclaimed to happen. We're literally 75 years after 1948 when this originally started. This is the 75th year of this shit.
Read Ezekiel 22, Killian.
Bro,
Exactly what
trust me. Talk about it,
would
brother.
happen.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yo,
It's
and
in
listen,
scripture.
Yo, listen. It is a big psyop. It is a big psyop, and both sides are wrong, dude. I'm not choosing either side because both sides are wrong.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
Jerusalem will melt.
I won't be surprised if the powers that be put the this Hamas into the situation because that's kind of how they play the game. So that's my guess on it because that's what they do, isn't it? Because this most likely fake thing that's happened will give them a good excuse to just wipe Gaza Strip off the fucking earth, and then they'll praise this Benjamin Netanyahu dude. They'll say he's the guy that got rid of Gaza.
Yeah, you may have missed it early.
It's actually Yah's will that the whole place gets destroyed. Gaza and Jerusalem will be destroyed. It's prophesied in scriptures, but people don't know because they don't read. Jerusalem will melt. It says it will melt. And it's never melted in history. We don't know any time in history where literally Jerusalem has melted like the ground itself. So how is it going to melt? Nukes. Only thing I can think of. I know a lot of people don't believe in nukes, but there's biblical prophecy saying that place is going to get nuked.
Well, it's going to be hard for them
Meanwhile,
to
in the
use
real world,
dew weapons. What do you laser in the desert, dude? There's nothing to set on fire.
I'll tell you something. There's millions of people protesting, and the only thing stopping them, I reckon, from going to Israel, and sorting this out, is America.
America.
so you have the most observed border in the world only border that can compare to security is the Korea border. And you're going to tell me that the two biggest clandestine operations, the CIA and Shin Bet, they didn't see this coming. We're supposed to believe this.
Yeah, if a cockroach walks past that fence, they know about it.
We're supposed to see that they didn't see the planning of thousands of rockets being shipped, all kinds of troops being moved. We're supposed to believe that they didn't see this coming. Yeah, this smells like Pearl Harbor.
This is how they play the game, isn't it? Though this is what they do. So
Yeah,
if
and
it
this
ain't
is
broke,
not
don't
me.
fix it.
Yeah, this is not coming from me, Andy. This is coming from an American colonel. I didn't dream this up. He said, "Wait a minute, you're going to tell me that the intelligence agencies didn't see this coming?"
They're saying the same thing on the news. It's almost like the news are starting to ask questions too. They're like, "How come no one knew this was coming?" Bro, the gig is up. When the news starts to ask questions, you know something's going on.
That'd be funny if people did march on Israel and it were like, okay, they've got to go somewhere. Well, where are they going to go? They go to Ukraine. And then that Zelensky guy, he gets a statue made of him, and he's the big fucking philanthropist or whatever. That'd be hilarious.
Now, notice the timing of this operation, right? In the middle of all the hoopla, who's going to notice this little skerfuffle, right? Everyone's paying attention on Ukraine. So yeah, it's amazing how they do this stuff.
I heard if things get really bad, that Israel might look into deploying the Zohan.
Huh.
No, they're gonna mow the place down, bro. They're gonna make it a parking lot. They've already stopped shipping in food, electricity, everything, water. They're gonna raise the place to the ground. This is the excuse they were waiting for. This is like a present for Israel. A present.
And this is where the Antichrist is going to come from, right? He's going to strike up the peace deal so that the war stops, and then 3.5 years after that time, he's going to pull the rug out from underneath all of them, and we're going to watch hell ensue.
I mean, I was thinking about it last night, where
What do you mean?
where I said they should move. I said, oh, they should just move. Like, that's what I said yesterday. But I was thinking about it last night, and can you imagine if your mother, okay, they came to your mother's house, and they were like, look, you've got to leave, and she's like, I'm not leaving my house. This is my house. Yeah, but we're going to bulldoze it. We're going to bulldoze it right now. So
they've been doing that for years.
You got to leave. That would fucking suck. And then they put her in a prison. They fucking put her in a prison. I mean, it's already a prison. That's what Mike Segan was calling it.
Prison.
Yeah, he was calling it the largest concentration camp on Earth, open air concentration camp on Earth.
I'm surprised that there aren't like that Black Lives Matter isn't doing a protest about this right now, because I feel like Black Lives Matter would kind of identify with the Palestinians in this situation, and they were really, man, they made quite a fuss the last time they were out in the streets. They got a lot. They got a lot done. They got a lot done, dude. Okay, so I'm just saying, maybe they should. I don't know. I would. It's going to be really interesting to see the left eat each other over this one, because they can't really figure out who's like. Jews are supposed to be the biggest victims of all time, right? Because of the Holocaust and all that. But then the Palestinians are being victimized by the biggest victims of all time. So their whole like, who's mirror mirror on the wall, who's the most victimized of them all? They're gonna be tripping. I don't know who they're gonna choose. I don't know. It's gonna be weird.
So USC, why did you say you don't doubt that, you doubt that?
Well, you're right in what you're saying, but you looked at it from like a biblical point of view, right?
Scripture.
Yeah,
Yes, that is what I stand on. You know that. What's the problem?
Yeah. So I don't deny that all hell might break loose, but The scripture part, I think that part already happened. So no disrespect, but that's what I meant.
Oh, it's cool. All I'm getting at is like based on what's written, as Lion said earlier, Ezekiel 22, and then you've got Ezekiel 38, Gog and Magog. What's happening with Russia and China that we're witnessing, and then in Scripture talks about the attackers coming in from the east. Like Gog and Magog would literally be coming in from the east through Jerusalem, through Israel. That's how like geographically it kind of works out. So from a standpoint of like there having to be a peace deal in place, well, if all hell is breaking loose and somebody's going to step up to the plate and bring a peace deal to the table, that's what the Antichrist, that's his job apparently, right? He's the dude, the political figure that's supposed to step up, set this deal in place, have peace, everything's hunky-dory for 3.5 years, and then at the mid-mark, at the 3.5-year mark, he breaks that deal, and then all hell breaks loose, and there's this potentiality, as Lion said earlier, about Jerusalem melting.
Yeah, the false prophet thing. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. And again, right? It's just it's a spitballing story. Sorry, I was being long. Please go ahead. Apologize.
No, yeah. I mean, I just posted it. It literally says that Yah's going to gather the fake Jews, the rabbinical Jews, the ones that aren't in covenant with him, which he did in 1948, right? He gathered that's when Israel was reestablished. And he says after he gathers them, he's going to blow fire on it to melt it. He says, I shall blow and melt you. I shall gather you and blow on you with my fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in the midst. As silver is melted in the midst of a furnace, so are you melted in the midst, and you shall know that I, Yah, have poured out my wrath on you.
30.
And we see prophecy coming forth, and I truly believe that Jerusalem is going to be destroyed. And Messiah warned for the people in the end times to flee those in Judea, right? And Judea was not even a nation for 2,000 years. And he says those living in Judea to flee to the mountains. Right now, there are Messianic Jews fleeing they're fleeing Jerusalem. Right now, there's a friend of mine asking for help. He needs a ticket out of Jerusalem right now, and they're all fleeing Jerusalem because they know war is coming, and that whole area from the Gaza Strip to Jerusalem is going to be destroyed.
Does he have like a GoFundMe? I'll kick him some money. I just got paid today.
Well, Netanyahu said as much. He said, "We will make them pay a price that multiple generations are going to remember." That's what Netanyahu said.
I will fund the depopulation of Israel. Help me do that.
He definitely said, "Make sure you gouge them deep." Like his language was pretty powerful, man.
Yeah.
The retaliation was. They've been going at it.
Yeah, I'm just going to refer to. I'm just going to refer to Benjamin Netanyahu as Fake Benji from now on.
Fake Benji.
You hear me say Fake Benji? That's who I mean. And by the way, do you know, Flappers, when you said that BLM should be supporting Palestine? I know you were a bit of an off-the-cuff silly comment, but the Black BLM were openly communist, Marxist. Sorry, same thing. They were openly Marxist. The heads of it, they were proud to admit it. So they ain't going to be supporting Palestine.
Really? Okay. No, I've kind of forgot about that. I didn't pay too much attention to BLM, but if they're openly communist, then they won't be supporting El Palestino. That's too bad.
Well, it just when you think about where that came from, that ideology came from, it came from the same people. It came from the Benjamin Netanyahu's, the fake Benjis of the world. That's where it came from.
Fake Benji, that was so awesome, dude. That's good. Go ahead, man. Sorry, I'm interrupting. I'll mute.
Have you guys heard
I just want to add real quick that after that happens, when Jerusalem is destroyed, then they're going to realize, wow. Then they're going to be like, wow. Then they'll know that Yah was judging them. And they're going to be like, why did Yah judge us? Why did Yah allow for Jerusalem to be destroyed? Then they're going to wake up from a spiritual slumber.
Have you guys heard of King Leopold?
Yes, he's been waiting to get in.
Now, since we're talking about slaughter, have you guys heard of King Leopold? No, right?
Name rings a bell.
Sorry, yeah. Killed a bunch of Africans, over rubber, right?
Yeah, we've
Dutch
all
guy.
heard of Hitler, right? 2 million. We've all heard of Hitler accused of 2 million. Well, King Leopold killed 20 million Africans. 20 million. Why don't we know his name? Synonymous with murder.
Nobody cares about Africans.
Yeah.
Also, I did the math. If one man were to kill 20 million people, he'd have to kill one person every half second for 400 years.
Or you can kill him like en masse. Like one machine gun could. How many people you think could kill in a minute?
Yeah, I don't think people think that through, because you have to like get rid of them, and you need some pits, and you need this or that. That's where the old 6 million number went all wrong. Because you know, even when you cremate people, there's lots of bits left over.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in really quickly. We're not going to talk about numbers on specifically for that one as much as I want to, and I don't disagree with what anyone is saying. Just the live stream, that's got to, especially with what's going on right now, we probably shouldn't be questioning how long it takes to bake 6 million cookies and whether you can do it in 4 years. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. SE's point still stands. I don't know what's the next point of that, SE.
Yeah, SE, why are we talking about Leopold?
Would you like to buy some cookies?
Well, it's probably just the fact that you told what you know, it's not part of the whatever narrative or part of whatever, you know, agenda is going on. That's why we don't know about it, you know. It's like that thing you were talking about, Platypus, the other day with Ethiopia or whatever.
Oh yeah, the Tigray War. Yeah. Yeah, that just blew my mind when I found that out. I found that out like 2 months ago. So it's not like I was paying attention while it was happening. I found out after it was over, and I was like, gosh. I mean, I can't even comprehend 500,000 people. That's so many lives. That's so many mothers, brothers. I mean, family members. It's incomprehensible to me. And the fact that many people died. Dude, the crazy thing, I found out from one of my best friends who is Ethiopian, but he lives here in America. But he has a lot of contact with his Ethiopian family, like all the time. And he never said a word about it. Not one word. It was like until after it happened, he like brought it up in passing. And I was like, wait. Your country just had a war that lasted a year. And it's estimated 600,000 people died in that war. And you just didn't say anything? And he's like, yeah, nobody, I mean, people can't even point to Ethiopia on a map.
The other thing I was saying is they should just leave yesterday, remember? And just having watched a little bit more stuff today, I realised that they can't leave. They've got nowhere to go. Because what are they going to do? I didn't realise how small a place that is. It's like 25 miles across or something.
Why can't China build them an island?
Yeah, I'm just saying, there's nowhere they can really go. Because where do they go? Do they go to Jordan? Do they go to, what am I thinking? Saudi Arabia? They can't go there. So, are they going to go to Israel? There's nowhere for it to go.
You're saying for the Palestinians to go, right?
Yeah. It's a ticking time bomb, this fucking thing, I'm telling you. It really is.
I mean, why do they have to go anywhere? I mean, prior to the Balfour Declaration, wasn't it their land to begin with?
Well, I agree. I mean, I completely agree with that, but I'm just saying that this is going to come to a head, I reckon, and that's what this is about, I reckon. This little whatever it is, whether it's real or not, I suspect it isn't, but it'll give them a good excuse to finally just get rid of Gaza altogether.
Well, they did show videos of like girls having blood running down their legs, and a boy. Sorry, and then a video of a boy being handcuffed and taken out.
Wouldn't it be like easier for the other side to find somewhere to go, being that they've got like a multitude of nations that are like seemingly on their side, US being one of them? I don't know.
Well, if you read the Balfour Declaration, the Balfour Declaration was the original letter is from Lord Balfour to Lord Rothschild. And I mean, if you're ingratiating with the Rothschilds to have a country created, I mean, I don't know. You're probably not willing to just give it up. They've been executing this plan since 1917.
Yeah, man,
You
I'm
think
in
they're gonna let
agreement.
go a country that
Platypus.
God gave them? No chance in hell. And you think the people that
I
have
think
been there for 700 years are gonna leave? That ain't happening either.
What were you gonna say, Lion?
That I'm in agreement with Platypus that the people who established Israel as a nation again after 2,000 years were the Rothschilds, in partnership with the British government and the U.S. government after World War II, right? And these people are not the original Jews. They're mostly German people that were transplanted from Germany into Israel that aren't even from original Jewish lines. They're
Nah,
usurpers.
they don't even
They're not
come
even
from
God's
there,
people. They don't
bro.
even believe in. They
They
don't
come
even
from the
keep the Torah.
Caucasus,
SC,
bro.
you're interrupting him twice now.
No, my bad.
No, it's all good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that they come from the Caucasus. They don't come from Germany, where you think. Those Hasidic Jews, they come from Russia, the Caucasus, I believe.
Well, isn't
And I didn't
the
mean to
Ashkenaz?
interrupt.
Oh boy, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. What's the?
It's all good, man. Go for it.
All right, if neither of you guys are going to go, I just did a really quick dive into where the Balfour Declaration was signed and like some of the characters involved in the signing. The Balfour Declaration was signed in the House of Gaster. So I just did a quick LinkedIn to see if there's any people by the name of Gaster like working for some weird companies. And I found this guy, Samuel Gaster, who works for NASA and Boeing, and he's related to the House of Gaster.
And who are these Gasters?
They owned the house, the property that the Balfour Declaration was signed in.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like one lord gave another lord some land that didn't belong to either one of them. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, definitely sounds as so.
So we have a people that have been on a land 700 years. Then this land gets taken over during that time by the Ottoman Empire. Then the Ottoman Empire falls. Other imperialists take over, mainly Britain. And they decide this land that was stolen from another imperial power. Now this land they decided to give to a people that some book says belongs to them. And they took the land that people were there for 700 years away from them. And somehow these people are wrong. It's unbelievable.
Definitely.
It's very complicated, and unless you really understand the scriptures, you're not gonna understand what's going on right now in geopolitics. But those Yahudim that are in Israel today, they're the cabal, the synagogue of Satan. They literally have an underground temple And it's funny because in the middle of that underground temple, they have the globe. They have a literal globe of the earth. And go look at it. Go look at underground temple in Jerusalem. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's the Sanhedrin, right? And these people were prophesied to be called Jews, right? But they're the Jews that they call themselves Jews, but are liars and are of the synagogue of Satan, bro. Like it's crazy. They literally worship Satan, yo. Look, read the Talmud.
Yeah, but these people, combined with the other leaders in Israel, these people are manipulating your government on a daily basis, bro. Do you not understand that? Or maybe you do. You are the most powerful country in the world being manipulated by a bunch of people that have been thrown out of 140 countries throughout the ages. All these countries realized what was going on. But somehow, the most developed, smartest country in the world allows this to go on. Like,
I
why?
don't know if it's the fact that they've manipulated the government or they've literally taken it over.
Yeah, they're the same thing. You talking about Israel? Israel and America are the same thing.
So why did 140 countries realize what was going on and threw them all out? But the greatest country in the world, arguably, most powerful for sure ever to ever exist.
Tell me more
How
about
can it be
myself.
manipulated by a few people? It's shameful, man. Shameful.
I think it's greed. I don't know. I mean, that's my speculation.
Well, greed is the part where the lobbyists come in with money. Yeah, that's the greed part. But I mean, it's right in front of everybody's eyes, man. It's shocking.
You are referring to Israel, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought we were
Everybody
talking
knows
about
it's not
Africa.
a secret. This is not a secret, right? Did you know that if you're a senator, is it a senator or a House of Representative? Probably both. If you become a senator or a member of the House, do you know that you have to sign a piece of paper that supports the state of Israel?
I
This is
think it's an
common
oath.
knowledge in the news. And if you don't get any funding for your reelection.
I'm pretty sure it's an oath that they have to swear allegiance to.
Is it an oath? Yeah, it could very well be. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an oath, and they swear allegiance to it above their capacity of the position they've taken power within. So, I mean, that by definition is treasonous. But I'll digress.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. We'll send $6 billion to Israel every year for the past 50 years. And it doesn't matter if the people of Detroit are losing their homes and Detroit is becoming a ghost town, whole neighborhoods. Like, we could have helped the people there with a few payments, a mortgage or whatever, but no. Let's send that $6 billion every year to Israel or Ukraine. I'm not picking just on Israel, but you know. How much did you send to Ukraine? 100 billion? Think of how many people you could have helped in the States instead of killing 400,000 Ukrainians. Estimated death. 400,000 Ukrainians. Whole generations gone.
Not to mention all the fucking opiates that have come from Middle East as well. Fucking. Have you seen them streets when they show them videos of the drive-bys in like places like Detroit? I forget the exact places, but you might have seen the videos on YouTube, and it might be one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Like these people
Shocked.
just
Yeah.
just bent over and just they like stood still. They stood up. Some of them are just stood upright, and they do look like zombies. They just stood still, like motionless. Some of them just bent over. It's like, and it just goes on for miles. And
Yeah, I was shocked when I saw that documentary on Detroit. I was almost in tears, bro. I didn't know how.
What happened there? Did I get kicked out, or did?
No, we all it happened to everybody, I think.
Dude, that was weird.
Yeah, everyone just got. It was weird because I was looking at it when it happened.
Bro.
That was bizarre.
That was crazy. I felt like I was entered into like a black hole or something. Like the phone
Dude.
just really tapped.
You know what's really crazy is I was telling you guys like 5 minutes ago about this House of Gaster and how one of his descendants like now works for NASA. I just found out that I went to high school with that guy's kid.
Yo,
How
that's
bizarre
sick.
is that?
I love
Dude,
it.
I'm looking him up on Instagram right now because I
You
want
should
to
send
just
it.
be like, hey, are
Yeah, I
you
got it.
related to this guy?
Do it. Invite him on the show. Let's interview him.
Well, given that his dad works for NASA, he's probably not into flat Earth.
Imagine he was actually like hated his dad. Like my dad does bullshit. Like most kids like hate what their parents do. He was like, damn right, the Earth is flat. Oh jeez.
You know, I was falling asleep to that Asher Logos video again last night. The French Revolution one, because I was talking about it, and so one of the last things I heard before I fell asleep was because he's like quoted like lots of different people from that time, and it's a lot of Masons as well, because that's essentially who did this. You know, these Masons, they were lawyers. You know, they were sophists, and a lot of Masons in there as well. Because there's ties there to the Templars, absolutely, as far as I'm concerned. And one of the things that was said was, and I can't remember because as I say, I was falling asleep, but I think you'll like this, Kiwi. He said something like, "We've got to get rid of this religion of love." Religion of love. That just stayed with me all day. You know.
But like, what was his religion of love? What is he putting into
Okay.
that bucket?
Well, he's talking about obviously Christ's teaching and all that stuff. That's
Damn.
that. Yeah, and I was just like, that just stayed with me. It really did. So,
Like that is such a to get rid of love. Like forget about religion, right? But just get the idea of get rid of love. What does that even look like?
well, look around.
That's what I'm saying. Like if we have an idea of love right now in 2023 and then we were to remove love from what we have, like I think we'd definitely be looking at some Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome scenes out there, right? Like every man literally for himself. 'Cause I don't trust anybody at that point.
What was that guy's name who was like one of the main people in French Revolution? I can't think of his name. Pierre. It'll come to me in a second. Can anybody think of his name? Pierre something.
You talking about Robespierre?
Robespierre. Thank you. Yeah.
Don't forget about Jacobin. That was crazy
Oh yeah.
too. Or no,
What?
Jacobins or something like that.
Yeah, Jacobin.
Jacobins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that Robespierre, he typifies it because he's 5'3". He wears lifters in his fucking shoes, and as one, poet or somebody commented, some philosopher commented, it's as if they chop 6 inches off for every Frenchman. So I'm absolutely convinced that there was a noble race of people that they had to get rid of to bring in their devious little plans, and the Romanov line in Russia with the Bolsheviks, and then the aristocracy, and aristocracy, it's argued, but it may well be cognate with Aryan, you know. So, you know, I've talked about this before. See, I'll post this, look. And I've got all kinds of things. They talk about this noble race of people, and it makes a lot of sense to me anyway that some fucking little grabblers came along. Hey, look, good luck to them. You know, they've obviously done really well. They've sold. I posted this one before. If you can get past Frankie Forehead, if you can get past this dude's forehead, look what he's saying. There's a plot being hatched so well contrived and so deep that it will be difficult for religion and for the government not to succumb. So they've done really well. I wonder if the heliocentric model was part of that little devious plot. I suspect it was.
Shout out to the panel. We got some heavy hitters up in here. What's up, fam? Everybody, hello.
I tell you what, it's making me want to look into Bible a lot more. It's not making me go other way, you know. It's making me actually want to look into it a lot more.
I love hearing that, Andy. That's amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man.
Here's another one I got from Asher Logos. That dude's a fucking legend.
Hey, you see the photos I posted? That's for the Sanhedrin. It's an underground temple with a globe in the middle, man. I kid you not, dude.
Where's that?
In the chat. Dude.
No, where's
in Jerusalem?
In Jerusalem, right?
Yeah, underground. 6 share, dude. Thanks for finding that, man.
I don't know. It just seems silly to me they're obsessed with this fucking Holy Land or whatever. I don't. It does. It really does seem silly, and it's a tiny little bit, isn't it, as well? So, yeah, I guess some shit went down there or something. So somebody's going to build a temple. I remember what's his name, Green, him talking about that obsessively from No More News. I don't know much about it though.
Oh, why do so many people have a problem with Green?
Sound like you're talking through a pillar, Noah. Like, just to be clear as well, the royal family that's in this country, in the UK, I see these. I don't see these people as part of that. This race of noble people.
Aren't they Germans?
Well, exactly. It's Saxe-Gotha, isn't it? That was the name before, but I don't see them as the same. I think they're imposters of some sort. So,
You should do what Greece did. Throw the lot of them out. Just throw them out. Get out of here. Go. Like France. Get out. Like America.
Well, most most Brits don't pay attention to it, I suppose. But the ones that do kind of get lost in the pageantry of it all. You know, they throw a royal wedding every now and again, and they will wave to the crowd, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" So they get lost in all of that. And then there's the argument of, well, it's good for commerce, because the tourist industry and all that stuff. So
Commerce. You get taxed for your income, you get taxed for spending your money, you get taxed for making your money, and everyone pays the tax. So every time something moves around, the government makes money like 5 times. And those 5 times is like 1/3 of whatever's being transacted. It's a complete fucking utter ripoff. In America, there
yeah,
used to be none of that shit. You just
it is
fucking
no,
pull
but
up. You just pull up with your certificate and give it to the other guy, and there'd be no tax. Absolutely no tax whatsoever. But that was before we went bankrupt, so now we're just an
like
invaded country.
I don't want to be just. The thing is, it's difficult to defend governments of any, especially UK, US, because it's an obvious shit show. But it seems to me that if they're trying to get rid of government as well, as I just shown, that's the last sort of blockage, or for lack of a better word, for it just being a full-on technocracy, and then good luck trying to get any humanism out of that. Then you'll be fucked, in my opinion. So it's just a case of, yeah, like it's just click my fingers and it's that easy. But as SE keeps saying, get the lobbyists out, get the money people out. That not as easy as it sounds though, is it? Because they just sold to highest bidder. But they need to be reminded that they're supposed to be serving us. They're supposed to be serving the people, not the other way around.
Who is?
The government. That's the point of the government.
Oh. I think that depends on the government. I think in America, for the Republic, that's supposed to be the case. I'm not too sure that's the case in England. Isn't there like a whole argument that the Magna Carta was illegitimately signed or something like that?
The original intention was, though, that it was by the people and for the people. But this is going back to fucking Guy Fawkes times, so it clearly isn't that anymore.
No, Magna Carta is way before Guy Fawkes. It's like 400 years before Guy Fawkes. That's supposed to be the basis of the whole common law is Magna Carta, right?
I looked into common law quite too much, to be honest. Certainly interesting, though. I mean, I while I like the look of it, I still think you'll be playing in their pit, so to speak. You're playing their games, and so a little bit like Las Vegas, where they have to let somebody win every now and again. I kind of see it as the same way in the court systems. They have to let someone win every now and again to make it look like it's actually legit. But
you don't even have to let it. No one has to win. It's just someone has to act like they want. You don't even have to let someone win. They can just have an actor go up and pretend like they want. Like, yeah, bro, put these chains on, and we'll have a bunch of bitches twerk around you. You made it. And then when the set's turned off, you're gonna go back to your fucking hole where we contain you and have your fucking, what are those called, handlers fucking program you. And then people are like, oh my god, look at that guy's chains. It's like, I mean, yeah, but he's not free. He's not a free man. Like, it's not even his chains. Like, what are you fucking, and who cares? It's a fucking chain on your neck. Like, what are you Googling? Like, what are you so fucking excited about?
Well, Eustace Mullins said that every court you walk into in America, it's basically the same. You walk into a Masonic lodge. So
every court?
Yeah, that basically says it all, doesn't it? You're either with them or you're against them. That's their little mantra that they like to fucking talk about. So
Well, it has something to do with a dry dock or something. You're technically inside a vessel, which is then not under like some sort of common law or whatever. It's under some sort of that like law of the fucking boat at wartime or some shit. But the whole thing is a Masonic conspiracy. I don't know if I would call a courtroom a Masonic lodge though, but it's definitely a boat at dry dock.
Well, I posted that thing about Eustace Mullins a few times where he talks. That talk is a great one as well. He wrote a book called The Rape of Justice, and he actually, because they do like Masons when they walk into a courtroom. Apparently, they do this thing as if I can't. Obviously, it's a it's a visual thing, so I'll try and explain it. But basically, they do this action as if they're being thrown onto the court. You know, they push both of their hands forward, as if a little sign to say, "Look, I'm part of the club. I need some help."
You mean a sign of distress? Masonic sign of distress?
So basically, he tried doing that one day, and they weren't buying it. He also bought a ring. Like he bought one of the. He saw it on like a. I can't remember, but he bought this like second-hand ring, Masonic ring, and he sort of flashed it to the judge, and it's such a good little talk he gives. I highly recommend watching it because he's fucking with him all the time. His little thing is if you're not having fun in court, you're not doing it right. And he'd put all these like Latinized terms in the thing that nobody understood. The judge, the other lawyer, not even Eustace understood them.
That guy's dead now, huh? Eustace.
Yeah.
But he was that was like in the 60s or some shit when he was around, right? His fucking guy was on his shit fucking way before everyone else.
Yeah, I think his Federal Reserve book came out in the early 50s. So yeah, he on it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the OG, bro. Yeah. Did they kill him, or did he live a long life? I don't remember.
Well, he suspects there was some poisoning towards the end of his life, but I don't know. He had some issues with his brother, and they were trying to like steal his house and his land, and so I imagine that was quite stressful. But yeah, I don't know too much about it, but I did look into him for a little bit, and I always liked these passionate speakers. When they're just good speakers, I could just listen to them. And David Irving is another one. You just go and listen to him speak, and you just use your own discernment, make your own mind up.
You can tell he's not reading a teleprompter like Obama.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking listen, it fucking pisses me off when I see people and they're like giving a speech, and then you can tell that you can see their eyes reading a teleprompter, and it's like, come on, like that's not even slick. Like I can see you reading it, like you're not even fucking slick. I've even seen it in like interviews and shit. It's like, dude, like that guy's looking down and reading a teleprompter. Like, what is that? Like this is I thought this was an interview, but this is clearly like a staged bullshit. Fucking, this is clearly not a fucking impromptu podcast interview. It's clearly just a scripted fucking garbage, so we could fucking accept it as reality. For some strange psychological reason, who knows why.
Yeah, it's interesting to think that the thing is as well, when you speak from the heart, it's powerful. Like I think it carries more of a powerful frequency or something. I think people will be attracted to that rather than speaking from the cleverness in the head. And I don't think it can't be tricked. It can't be what's the word? It can't be faked. I don't think. there's a good quote in that Orlinda book where it talks about original languages and this kind of thing, where, you know, because basically Yiddish comes from, you know, is a language invented basically out of people talking about, they wanted to talk about business without anyone else understanding what they were talking about. So there's 200 different
people
words
over.
for buy and sell and stuff like that.
They wanted to screw people over and not have other people understand it, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And so there's a really good quote from the Orlinda book where it talks about how Wuralda's what they call God. It's also sort of, Wuralda sort of means world as well. So it's a bit confusing, I suppose, but I'll try and find it. It's basically the lines of they won't blush when they speak in this language. They won't blush. I mean, if they lie, sorry, they will blush. That's what it is. Yeah, it'd be interesting if all these protesters decided to fucking march down to Israel. That would be very interesting to see what happened.
Protesters?
Yeah, there's a lot of people protesting right now, saying free Palestine.
But like, where are they protesting, and how
Here it
they
is.
walk there? Pretty sure if you tried to walk to Israel, they would shoot you to death, like quickly, and then sweep your body under the rug.
Not if there were millions of people.
I don't know, dude. Might just bomb the shit out of 1 million people and then say it was fucking Palestine. Oh my god!
Listen to this. When Ralda gave children,
terrorists that are posting pictures of American guns that they have. American fucking guns. How did terrorists and fucking whatever get guns from America? What the fuck? Like, this is clearly set up. It's clearly set up if I see American high technology machine guns, submachine guns, assault rifles, M4s, grenades, all military tech from the United States, and somehow Middle Easterners have them. I'm sorry. The only way that could possibly get to the Middle East is if there was some sort of fucking collusion. Last time I left a gun on the floor, it didn't fucking walk away and go all the way down to the fucking Middle East. It just stood there. Gravity fucking kept it there. Whatever you want to call it. Shit doesn't just get to its fucking destination without a plan. But yet that's what they're trying to tell us. People who live in a walled off city just so happen to get guns somehow. How? You live in a walled city. How the fuck did they get American guns into a walled city? Unless one of the fucking guards at the gate was in on it. It's kind of funny because all the guards are Israeli, not Muslim. That's weird. And then some of the videos are like clearly a controlled demolition. Like, that's not even like, there was no missile. The building collapsed, and that was clearly a controlled demolition. Like, what the fuck? So clearly someone went into this building and put a bunch of fucking charges on the support beams and not a missile, because that's a controlled demolition. Like, it's just such garbage nowadays. They just spew garbage and people buy it up. It's like I live in a fucking society of women, and the government is like a dude who's buffer than me. And he says, like, this is what happened. And I'm like, no, it's not. And then he's just bigger, so the girls just believe him. And when I say girls, I mean girls with dicks. That's all I see nowadays. Fucking wussies. Yo, is anyone here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, does
We're
anyone
here.
remember the
I'm listening.
mannequins that supposedly were sick? And then there was like an oxygen mask, and they were like, "We need oxygen tanks. These people need oxygen. They're dying." And then if you pause the fucking news video, they're putting oxygen masks on fucking mannequins. On fucking mannequins, like they weren't even patients. They were just mannequins. Like, bro, it's gotten to such a level where the news can essentially just can take a picture of dog shit and be like, "Yeah, like new chocolate is out. Like, grab this new chocolate, guys. Like, it tastes great." Like,
You remember when they ran out of body bags and they had these pictures of people in black trash bags and like one of the bodies was smoking a cigarette? That was the best.
Dude, I saw one where body bags were on the floor outside somewhere, and one of the body bags started moving. Like they put a live person inside of a body bag.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
honest to God, the mannequin thing was honestly had to be the most classic part. Like, they're like, "And we're running out of oxygen tanks, and we need oxygen supply and ventilators." And then like you pause the fucking video, and it's wait, like that's not a patient though. That's a mannequin. Like, like wait, people are buying this shit. Like mannequins need oxygen masks.
I do remember seeing the mannequin in the hospital bed, and everybody was like staying far away from it. And then there's like another shot where it like zooms in, and you can just like see the hinge and the bolt in the arm, and you're like, what the f?
That was a classic moment, bro. When I watched that, it went from me being pissed about coronavirus to like, I don't know, it kind of lightened my day. Like, even though we were going through something truly evil and our rights were just being just absolutely stomped on, you know what? Like, I gotta give it to the bad guys. They have a sense of humor. Like, I actually laughed my ass off when I saw that. I was like chuckling to myself, like, no way. Like, no way they pulled this off. Like, that's hilarious. These guys are like better than Chappelle. Like, they're the fucking all-time great comedy geniuses.
Well, hopefully everybody realizes that if they would lie to us about that, surely they would also be lying to us about like wars and stuff.
Yeah, people haven't actually realized that they were lying about that, though. They just, what is that called?
Stockholm syndrome.
No, there was another term we had, another psychological term we had. Cogdis.
Oh,
They just,
cogdis, yeah.
yeah, they just cogdis it out of their brain. Like mannequin, like cogdis, like it must be real. I saw a mannequin, like cogdis. That must have been a human.
Sorry, I got a phone call from India. Is it bad that I don't even let them finish their sentence? I just hang up on them? It's not. I don't know. Should I just assume that everybody with an Indian accent is trying to scam me?
My wife got scammed by the Indians one time. They were good though. I got to give it to them. But I was so mad at my wife. I'm like, how'd you fall for that? Like they called and told her the computer was broken.
Bro.
I'm like, babe. Like, babe, they
Was the
don't
computer
fucking
on?
do that. What's
Tell the
up?
story, dude. Sorry. I'm interrupting you to ask you to tell the story, but I'm just wondering, like, did they call her up and say the computer's broken and the computer was actually just turned off, or what happened?
I mean, I don't know if it was on or off. Either way, Dell doesn't call it. They said they were Dell. Yo, these people were good. They said it was Dell. When you called the number back, first of all, it was only one digit off of the actual Dell number. And when you called it, it brought you through the same exact prompts. It was the same voice, the same automatic system that Dell has. It was the same exact thing, like to the T. I was like, this is actually pretty impressive. But yeah, they just called her up. They're like, yo, your computer's broke. My wife's like, okay. And then I get home. I'm like, she didn't usually use that computer. She had a laptop. I'm like, what are you doing on the computer? She's like, oh, Dell called me. It's broke. I'm like, yo, stop. Just stop everything.
Yeah, they've called me up a couple times. Because they do for the Canadians, they're running a tax evasion. So they'll call you up and say that your social insurance number has been compromised or some crap like that, or they'll send you an email, and you call them back, and they'll fish you for your obviously birth date and all that stuff. But it's so much fun to mess with them. Holy!
No, they
Of
got
course.
I had someone who called me yesterday that knew about the car that I owned, and I just bought this car and got it registered to me like not even a month ago. So I'm just wondering how did I get a car registered to me less than a month ago, and I already have a scammer calling me like, "Hello, Noah, do you own this car and have this insurance?" And I was like, "How the fuck do you guys even have that information?" Like, I literally did it with no one around and gave the information to no one. Like, I think I think the government gives scammers like their database or something, like, because
Well, they sell information. There's definitely
public?
they take the information and they sell it to these guys for sure. Sorry, Noah, please go ahead, dude.
Yeah, the government, the DMV must sell my information, or I think it's the DMV. I had to go in I think it's the DMV. But it's like, why is the DMV compromising my security? What the fuck?
Have you ever? I mean, the DMV in California that I go to, I could probably tell you why privately, but yeah, I won't say it on the live stream.
Can we turn the live stream off? Fuck.
I love turning the live stream off, but no, I don't think we should.
Fuck. Just give it a quick mute and then tell me, and then turn it back on. Give it a quick deafen.
Seriously, untap the phones, Platypus. We have private stuff to discuss. Come on.
Yeah, but like the DMV definitely sold my info to scammers who tried to scam me with it. Like, they called me asking about a car that I bought. Like, how the fuck? Like, I knew they're scammers because in Hawaii, all the scammers call from Hilo. I think they have like a full on base of fucking scammers, like all in a room calling people, because it's always from the same area location.
Do you live? Wait, are you from Hawaii?
Yeah,
dude.
If we turn
dude, I'm coming out there pretty soon. Just FYI, to visit my buddy in
which island?
Fuck, I'm trying to remember the big one.
Oh, you're going Big Island.
Biggie, yeah, I think so. I always get confused with the islands, but you never mind. Yeah, it's all good. That's dope, dude. I heard it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, we can't turn the live stream off, guys, because if we do, how is everyone from Gems and Triple M going to listen to us? Come on, use your heads.
Yo. I mean,
I dead ass went in Gems yesterday. They're like, yeah, I was like, this is what you guys do. They were talking about some bullshit. I'm like, this is what you guys do here? Gem was like, no, we mostly listen to you guys over there. I'm like, yeah, no doubt.
That's so funny.
Why wouldn't they just come in here? Like, why?
They don't like me. I'm perma-banned from Gems, like hard banned. And they like anytime, like what are those guys named? Like NASA Shill or the Great Angelo or Jezebel, whatever the fuck her name. Anytime they come into Geos and I'm here, they immediately leave. They're like, "Oh, Platypus is here. I'm leaving." They hate me, bro. They hate me.
What about Rumpus? Anyone run into Rumpus lately?
Nah.
Alright.
Dude, we cut out all the drama, and they just don't want to hang now. And that's good, because what they were doing was really sick behavior. If they believe in their hearts that we are so dumb for thinking the earth is flat, that we have mental illnesses, that we're mentally ill people, and they're choosing day in and day out to spend hours here just winding us up, I mean, that would be like me, volunteering to help people with Down syndrome so I could just prank them all day. That's disgusting behavior. And if that's their stance and all they can do is start drama, I don't know. Yeah, don't need that.
Yeah, good riddance, in my opinion. I mean, I don't mind Zanuck coming through and shit like that, but like, fuckers who
I like Zanuck.
Just
you guys, he's kind of annoying sometimes, but like, if he's like actually racing cars and stuff, that's kind of tight. It could be worse.
I used to like Zanuck. I still like him a little bit, but not as much as I used to. He's taken a toll on me over the years.
He's worn you down, eh? It was the battle of attrition.
Dude, I like Waz from Gems. He's funny. I like
Waz is cool, yeah.
Yeah, Waz is tight.
Waz said one of the funniest things ever. He was talking to QE, and he goes, "Well, I don't want to interrupt your list. Go ahead."
Nah, dude, it's all good. It's all good.
No, let's hear your list. Who's your favorite Glovers?
All right, I like Waz. I like M. Scott Veach. Biodual is he's, I don't know. I like his attitude, even though it's
you're gross.
Not the greatest.
That's gross.
I know.
I need to go take a shower. I'm going to take a bubble bath right now.
That's fine. Yeah, throw
Dude,
some bath salts.
that guy's annoying as the.
I know, but I know, but we've had a couple conversations one-on-one. I know a little bit about his personal life, and
what about Negator?
Negator hates me. It's so funny. He thinks, I don't know. He's an interesting one.
Bio's that bad.
I'll never forget debating Negator. I can't stand that dude. He's one of them. He's a demeaning prick. Can't stand him.
He's
Go
tough.
ahead. Sorry.
There's a lot of people like that. Yeah. Let me tell you something about Waz though. Waz said one of the funniest shit was Waz and Jazzaconda over on. They must have been on Science vs. Pseudoscience, and they were on Oakley's show, and they were Waz and QE were going at it, and QE tried to simplify something. He's like, I dumbed it down all the way for you guys, and Waz was like, yeah, but can you get any dumber? it was funny. It was funny shit.
I was surprised that Kiwi
what about
admitted that. He never says stuff like that.
Nathan?
Bro.
I've never had interactions with them very much. I've only heard stories. And yeah, I mean, kind of cringe.
I've never had a disagreement with them or anything, but I honestly, like, there's no need to fucking treat anyone that way, the way they treat people. Like, it's a bit far, dude. Like, if someone comes in and they're just like a normal, average, never heard of flat Earth before, and they're like, yeah, like, I heard this is the flat Earth place, and they're like, shut up, retard, and then they just start like, yeah, I'm gonna drag my balls on your face, and it's like, dude, like, that guy was just trying to ask questions, like, he wasn't trying to debate you, like, you need to fucking calm down. And then you have like 20 people in the fucking VC who are all fucking essentially like hanging on their nuts, and they're like, yeah, you told him, and it's like, no, nobody told anyone anything. Like,
it becomes a dog pile over nothing. Yep. Everybody jumps in with their opinion. Nobody knows what the hell they're jumping on.
Well, I will say that I think we're doing as good a job as anyone of upholding a standard in which people can come and speak freely to a degree. Obviously, we have to censor ourselves a little bit, but I enjoyed the levels of respect that I experience here between people with disagreeing views, and I think it's positive.
Yeah, dude, like, I had a conversation with Kosho the other day, and I mean, Kosho's like on a personality level, he's one of my favorites. Because he's dope. But in terms of like a globe model, you know, you can ask him things and he will actually intellectually honestly answer the questions, which is rather refreshing. Please go ahead, Jeremy.
Nah, Kosho, I've always said he's one of the best Globers. He's been falling off lately though, but there's a few good. Shout out to all the Glovers watching us on YouTube. 24, all 24 is.
And real quick,
shout out to MMM for watching us, and shout out to Gem Pandas for watching us and not coming in.
Shame.
up.
Watch us.
Have we
Watch what
addressed
we
the
do.
whole zombie thing? Because that was rough.
Well, what is there to address? What do you want? Which one to talk about? What's wrong?
Well, what do you think I want to address?
I don't know. Name it. We had the date and we thought something was gonna go down or didn't go down, so we move on. Or is that what we're talking about, or what?
I don't know. Never mind. I'm not mad. I was just a little disappointed. I'm going to be real with you guys. I was bummed out that people were talking about it. I don't know why.
Die slow
Same
had
thing with
all the
Corona.
guns. Go ahead, no.
Same thing with that scamdemic, dude. Like there was just nothing. It was kind of anticlimactic. Like nothing really happened. It's just people were just directed to what to do by the government. Listened hard. And that's it. Like no one actually did anything. Some guy just told a lie and then everyone freaked out and then there was nothing that happened.
Yeah, I was honestly hoping that shit went on forever because I was getting paid to just stay home. It was awesome. Like 3 months, 4 months, I just got paid to stay home. It was neat. You know who's not a bad Glober is Bacon. Bacon's not bad.
Yeah, that might be my favorite one.
Even though I get upset with all the. I'll get fucking furious at anyone, but Bacon's not bad.
Yo, is our chat disabled on YouTube?
No, it's going.
What the hell? I wonder if it's my
Why?
widget. No, my widget. It must be me though. So disregard that.
Oh. Yeah, they're talking shit in there, yeah. Someone would say shout out to all the flirfs in VC when I said shout out to all the Globers on YouTube.
I mean, that's kind of normal though, right? Glober's cowering in fear in some sort of text chat, never entering the VC. That's not new. I'm not surprised.
Well, there's a game being played. There's a major game being played in Discord, so I don't know who's privy to the game, but it's happening.
Accurate.
No one ever talks about it, but it's happening.
What's up, Jeremy?
What up, Don?
A couple things. I wanted to hear what you talk about the game. Kosho's a parrot. I was trying to look positive and know, what I mean, be like, fuck you, man, and run away or whatever. Sometime that's sorry, I'm frustrated like that shit. A bunch of shit, bro. Them Gem Panda bitches scared to come over here. They talk shit. They fucking inconsistent bullshit cake fucking boys. And all that shit. They make that shit personal and then they fucking hide. Fuck them cake boys, bro. They talk about the zombie thing. People all tagging me. Like, if I'm just hanging around, it's just like they think I'm some sort of representative or something since I hang with them. Like, oh yeah, and what about the zombies? What about the zombies? It's like they're fucking piranha weirdos, man. Fucking weird shit, dude. Got Waz in the middle of some weird shit the other night. All this shit, bro. But anyway, sorry for spazzing on you a day or two ago.
Which time, Don?
I don't know. You gotta look positive. It's just some sort of positive. The most recent. I love you, man.
Oh,
okay. But yo, right. What's this game that's being played, dude? What's this game, dude?
Bro, I don't talk. No one talks about the game. Just know that there is a game happening.
Yeah, I think that gets me with the Globers, like the hardcore Globers, is the leaps of faith that they literally present right off the rip when they're trying to explain something, and the continuous poisoning of the well. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand. Blah 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 blah. Jeremy, shut down the room again. Or maybe it was my fault.
Oh, what's up? I was just looking at dividend stocks.
I love how Don's just on permanent on. The green circle or chamfered square around his icon stays up.
That's not on my screen.
Neither mine.
Your shit's all fucked up, bro.
Listen. My stuff's just fine.
Your shit's more fucked up than my internet connection when I get to work.
I'm also Canadian, so that may have something to do with it. We do things different on this side of the border.
Oh, now it's on. Now his circle's on. It wasn't a second ago.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm weird, right? Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Poisoning the well. What a guy.
Yeah. Now it's off. Now it's on. Now
That's
it's
my
off.
move now. When people talk crap, I just automatically accuse them of poisoning the well. It's amazing.
Bacon got that bullshit. I don't know where you got that bullshit from, but C is the speed of light in a vacuum. Photons are light. I mean, there was so much wrong with what got said earlier. I don't even know where to start. It's mind-boggling.
Jeremy, am I back?
What's up?
You couldn't hear me before. Y'all were talking about my light.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like steady circle. Nothing was coming out though. I don't know if you were talking, Don.
Glitched the software.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, whoever said that, we hear you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Who's that?
My name's Jeremy.
My name's Killian.
My favorite
And your
color
name is?
clear.
I am Professor Silly Questions.
Is that your real voice, though?
Yeah, why wouldn't it? Do you think, do I sound fucked up or something?
I don't know. No, it's just
Can I get a
you have a
Mac
very,
motherfucking check?
you
Did
have
it
a
glitch me
very,
again?
Don, we hear you, Don. You just have a very, specific voice. I don't know if that's the right word.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the word is there. You got a voice.
This is just my voice. This is how I talk.
That's
No
smoothie.
doubt. Oh, it's Smooth Brain? No, it ain't. Is it?
Smooth brain? I mean, I am a quarter retarded, but I mean,
No, never mind. There was a guy named Smooth Brain.
Sounds like you're inhaling some sort of gas or on something digital, but I'm, constantly having technical issues.
Well, if you're a quarter retarded, I mean, Don is also a quarter retarded, and Killian's from Canada. I mean, you're gonna get along good here.
What the hell?
yeah, no, I've actually been in this Discord for like I don't know, like a few days now. Kind of been hanging out. It's a cool spot.
Yeah, I heard you talking yesterday. Yeah.
And what are you saying about this realm that we're in? What do you say it is?
I think we live in a stationary, flat, topographically flat plane. Yeah,
Nice.
I
And
think
what
we.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think the globe is a prison for your mind, body, and soul, buddy.
Well stated. Nice. With a statement like that, I was going to ask you for your base axioms that tells you it's a stationary, it's an STP. However, with an answer like that, bro, you don't need to answer any base axioms. That's a great answer. The globe is a prison for your mind, body, and soul. Dig it. You should print
Yes,
that.
but do you want to not ask him at least? Does he hang out in comedy clubs? So, can we get a baseline?
Go ahead,
I mean,
dude. Ask him.
How long have you been into the awakening, sir?
okay, yeah, I'll tell you guys my story. So, yeah, brother, yeah, when I was a young man, I went to military boarding school instead of high school, and like I had like a lot of time to read, and so at any rate, like I would just tell you, like when I was real young, like I learned about the USS Maine, the Lusitania, the Gulf of Tonkin, and all this. So I had like a very, like as a young teenager, I had an understanding of like false flags and oh, I also knew about the Federal Reserve too, and how that was all.
Is this Joby?
No, brother, this is not Joby.
Bro, this is just a fucking guy giving his normal fucking story, dude. Like, I was listening to that.
The story seems so familiar.
Wait, can I ask a personal request from the audience? Can you make a pit stop and talk to us about the Federal Reserve? I love hearing about stories about the Federal Reserve. I think
Yeah, like please,
important.
please. That's the main important one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the Federal Reserve really isn't that hard to understand. I mean, you could just listen to the government, like when they talk about the Fed. They'll literally just tell you that that yeah, the Fed's going to print X amount of money at X interest, right? And we've got to pay that interest for them printing the money. It's a fucking Ponzi scam. So, I mean, it's not, I don't know. To me, it's not complicated. It's fake.
Yeah, I mean the payback method is some form of Ponzi scam, as like you're gonna always be taken down and shifting back up. But the real scam is the fact that they're really not providing much goods or services to society in a lot of people's opinion. It doesn't need to be a private third party company controlling that. You know what I mean? It can just be created. There doesn't need to be interest on the created money. The government, we can do that ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a private bank printing money, right? And then so they print the money, and then they charge interest. So they don't create anything. They don't produce anything. They literally just. I mean, I don't.
They're doing some form of accounting work, right? But it's like we could just argue their value isn't what they're getting. Just period. We can do that. It's just period. They have way too much
There's no value
control.
whatsoever. There's no value whatsoever. They're just a tax collection. They're just a tax collection agency, essentially, for a conquering nation.
There's no need for that authority.
Not the U.S. But that's the thing. There is no need for it. It's a conquering fucking outside force, conquered America, and conquered America and installed the Federal Reserve as essentially like when Rome would conquer another fucking, like say you're Rome and you went to Greece and you conquered them. After you're done conquering them, you're going to set up a tax bureau. And essentially that bureau is just going to collect tax from people because now that's your territory. You get to collect shit from them. What the Federal Reserve
you can
is.
devalue their money forever and constantly.
All the gold was given to the Federal Reserve. And who knows where the Federal Reserve.
You can make them do whatever you want, create whatever you need to make them dance for you. And it doesn't matter if the money constantly gets devalued because you just print double the money next time and then 4 times the money next time and you just keep getting them to dance for you. You don't do anything but print fucking money. And there's some people that got to work for it and some people that don't. Or the work is what they're wanting to do. You know what I mean? Like they're choosing, They're choosing their freedoms, and you're dancing, and that's fine, man. Like I like dancing, singing and dancing is fun, but I want to do it up to the sky and to the heart. You know what I mean? I don't want to do it for like some other man who's trying to just doesn't care if I wants me dead. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
dude,
let's sing for the creator, man.
It's their essentially what they think is their right as a conqueror to essentially. They conquered you, bro. They own your labor. So essentially, they think that it's their right to essentially give you nothing for your labor, which they already own. FDR took all the gold and gave it to the Federal Reserve. So there's nothing.
Right, they want to squeeze you dry.
Money and substance. We gave them all our money.
Why not?
So they gave us. So it's like we gave them money. They gave us nothing in return, and they conquered us. Like it's a done deal, bro. America ended 100 years ago.
They're gonna squeeze your hours dry. They will squeeze you. And if they want your prayer energy too, they're gonna squeeze that dry from you too. Let's be strong, peoples. Let's be strong, brothers and sisters.
All right, so question for you guys. Given the timing, do you guys think that, and this is going to be maybe a crazy question to ask, but I'm still going to ask it. Do you guys think the fiasco from the Titanic and the funds involved in the Titanic fiasco ended up in the Federal Reserve?
What funds?
So the Titanic, wasn't there insurance money involved in the crashing of the Titanic?
Are we talking real money or promissory Federal Reserve notes?
Well, but the Federal Reserve never came about until 1930. The Titanic took place in 1911.
think they were. No, I think they were started in 1911.
Oh, for
Pretty
real?
sure.
Oh, my bad. I thought the reserve started in 1930.
It was 1913, but
Yeah,
the opposers
1913.
of the Federal
He's
Reserve
right.
were all dead on the Titanic. Yeah.
Sorry, say that last part again.
The only bankers that were like against him, that were supposed to be meeting with the Federal Reserve people, that ended up doing it to our country. The only people in opposition to us going to that system were on the Titanic, all three of them.
Right.
But then they all met either way. They were on their way to meet them, and yeah, that happened. So
I guess the question being, is the Titanic and the Federal Reserve linked?
oh yeah, no doubt. It's not a stupid question.
Appreciate that.
Once I read the Jekyll Island book, it kind of made sense, I guess.
So 1911, we had the Titanic, then we had the Federal Reserve, and then in 1920 you had the introduction of the Maternities Act, which is where they told you how you would care for your child, and if you didn't care for your child in this manner, then the state would
That
take
one,
away
huh?
your
Not
child.
voting.
Sorry, no, go ahead, dude.
I don't know how much vehicles they don't have.
Okay.
No, you're hot, Mike.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Noah. Hold on, how many people are hot micing right now? I'm just curious. We good? All right, go ahead. What's going on?
I apologize. Someone pulled up. A security guard pulled up to me on our golf.
Me to hammer it no as your apology. Thank you. What were you saying, Kelly?
Sorry, dude. I was just doing something here. Yeah, it's just weird because Noah said, right, he captured it really well in stating that America sold out 100 years ago. And this is where I was going with, like, you had the Titanic, which there was three boats, the Britannic, the Titanic, and the Olympic. And they ran the nameplate switch fiasco with the Olympic and the Titanic. The Britannic apparently is still around somewhere, but that's beside the point. Then in shortly after that, as we were just discussing with Sydney, you had the introduction of the Federal Reserve, right? And this banking system. And then interestingly, in 1920, you had the introduction of the Maternities Act, which is where they told you how you would care. The state told you how you would care for your child. And if you didn't care for your child in that manner, that the state had the authority to take your child away. It's it's interesting to observe the last 100 years with an open mind, open concept, just to be like, where did this whole thing come from, start up? Please go ahead. I missed who that was.
When was this Maternities Act?
1920. 1922, maybe even. I don't know. But if you just Google Maternities Act, see if I can find it. I'll throw it in chat. I think it's on Wikipedia too. Hold up.
You bring up how the Rothschilds own 60% of the printing presses in the Federal Reserve that print our money.
Now lie and talk about it, dude. Oh, sorry.
I just was going to say, I thought there was no, like, nobody knows who the private owners of the Federal Reserve are. Like, that's never been published, I thought.
Yeah, 60% belongs to Rothschilds. I don't know the other 40%. And I don't know the source either, but yeah. I read that a long time ago, man.
You don't
Pull it up now and be almost impossible.
I mean, when you read that, like, what did you do to verify it? Like, How do you know
If
what
you go
you read
into the
was
Jekyll Island, if you read the
Wait,
creature
let the
Jekyll
Glober
Island, it
speak.
talks about them by name, the people that were all on the train that were going to that to meet up there. And yeah, it is all mostly Rothschilds, and then a lot of them did name changes from Rothschild as well. So we can just assume it's more than 60%. But yeah, it's all of that Khazarian mafia type thing. But sorry.
Let the Glober speak. We need
where
to
did you
cherish
guys
this
read
guy.
this? Is
In
it
the
an official
well,
document?
you can go to the nonfiction book, The Creature at
Which
Jekyll Island.
nonfiction
It's
book?
really good, and I just listened to it on audiobook, but it goes through the names of everybody. There's like 5
All
families,
right,
I
but
think.
all right. So when you read this in this book, is this book the only source? Like, have you done something else to verify that this book is
Yeah,
telling the truth?
he does source inside everything.
And what are the
Wait, that is
sources
the
he
source.
gives in the book?
That is the source. Why wouldn't you just go to the source after hearing? Like if someone says
Yeah,
this is my source, why wouldn't you just go to that source now and see if it's legit or
it's
not?
all in like the first 3 chapters too. So I mean, I might re-listen to it just to get the names right again. But yeah,
Because you can't just write something in a book and be like, "That's the source." That's not how it works.
Yeah, that's definitely not how it
they go to
works.
the train
I'm a
records.
journalist.
They go to the train logs. They go to the junction points of all of the long train rides in this country and in Europe, and then they document it that way.
No. I'm not questioning whether or not they was on the train. I'm questioning what Lion said, that the Rothschilds have 60% or more private ownership over the Federal Reserve. Like, what is
Oh
the
yeah.
source for that? All documents
Isn't
I
the
see
Federal
say that no one
isn't the
owns the
Federal
Federal
Reserve
Reserve.
private? I thought
No,
it's
it's not.
I thought J.P. Morgan owns it or something.
It's
Owns
both the
it's
Rothschilds and J.P. Morgan.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
So
but
where are
like
you getting that
on
from?
their on the fucking goddamn on the fucking like
Federal Reserve's own documents today. I'm pretty sure you can go and they have this fucking thing where it's like stakeholders or whatever, and it shows like basically to be part of the Federal Reserve system, a private bank has to essentially like
buy into it or something like that. And I'm pretty sure like J.P. Morgan owns like a big chunk of like
Yep.
or some sort of you have to like get a stake of it or some shit like that. I'm not
You can
too
go.
sure about.
Yeah, you can also look it up in whenever our Constitution went. Well, whenever we went from a country to a corporation, when Congress did that, all of the banking details were in there too for the federal. Like all of those names were in there too. So that was
No,
like
but
a
I'm
Also,
precursor.
I want to
like
add real quick that when
Kyrali's trying to figure out sources. I'm pretty sure you can go to the Federal Reserve website like
I
today.
did. I
And
literally
I'm pretty,
did that. And it says the
yeah, and
Federal
then
Reserve is run by a board of governors. The board of
yeah,
governors report
that's
to
the word.
Congress. There's no one person that has, or bank, or any, juristic or natural person that has any control or ownership over the Federal Reserve. So I want to know, where are you guys getting your sources from?
Whoa, but buddy, you just literally just said there's a board of directors who reports to the like everything you just said. Like it doesn't say it doesn't indicate ownership of it. It's just you're just talking about like a power, like a hierarchy of how it operates. But the Federal Reserve
Yeah, but
is
I'm not.
a bank. Nobody disputes that.
Yeah, I mean,
But
just
that's not.
because
That's not
IBM
what I'm
and
questioning.
Microsoft,
Jesus. Oh, that was a gunshot.
IBM and Microsoft, they
Yo,
go
Jeremy,
ahead.
if I can respond, bro, like that wasn't like the chance for you to jump in. So,
What
silly
about
question.
IBM?
That
I never
was.
made the
I have a little bit of
silly
IBM.
question. No,
I
come
had
on,
it.
man.
I
No,
friend of mine
please.
sold
No,
it to
What
me.
the
please.
fuck? I was listening to something Kyrali was saying.
Yeah.
Guys, go ahead, Nate.
Calm down, guys. So, silly question. My claim was never that someone owns the Federal Reserve. Noah asked, if I'm not sure as to who owns it, why don't I just go and look at their website, which is what I've done already. And on their website, it says no one has ownership over the Federal Reserve. It's controlled by a board of governors who report to Congress. There's no person or bank or company or individual
Right,
with
but
control over the Federal Reserve.
I think you have to be part of another bank,
Hold
like
on,
a
but don't
private.
clip people though. Yo, don't clip people, bro. He was
No
almost
one's
done.
clipped.
I had it.
Virality just
You just
stopped.
clipped him. He stopped because maybe he was done. Maybe you clipped him. I couldn't tell.
Over modding. Like he was trying to listen
Let's
to
just
what
let
I'm
everyone
saying. Me and
finish
him
your
were having
sentence.
a discussion.
Yeah,
He
yes,
just
have
brought
a
up stuff.
discussion, but let everyone
Yeah,
finish
listen,
your
you could
sentence.
have just stopped, dude. It's over modding. I was about to respond
I'm
to
not over
Pyralis.
modding. I'm letting you know, don't clip people, bro. You do it all the fucking time. I'm not over modding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the board of governors has to be to some sort of stake or something. There's a way that the Federal Reserve interacts with the private banks, and there's some sort of way that they have to buy in. I don't quite understand it because it's been a while since I read up on it, but essentially those big banks you hear about, like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, have some sort of stake in the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve has some sort of stake in them or something.
Yeah, so how it works is those banks buy bonds from the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve, in exchange for bonds from those banks, it gives them money, actual physical money, so that those banks can pay you money. You know, that's how it works. That's where this whole idea comes from, that banks, quote unquote, print money out of thin air. What's happening is the bank buys debt from the Federal Reserve. In exchange for that debt, they get physical cash. That's the
Have you ever
interaction.
Do you know what quantitative easing is?
Yeah, quantitative easing, it's a type of, okay, don't quote me on this because economics isn't really my strong point, but I think it's a type of fiscal tool they use to help battle inflation or issues with the economy by making, they would, for example, reduce interest rates so that it's easier to borrow money, and then people have more money and they spend more. I might be wrong there. I might be wrong. I'm not sure.
It's not the best, one of the best plans.
Am I wrong?
You never
So
know.
the way, honestly, it's been a while since I've dug into this stuff, but really, like how money creation, even at like the banks, like your bank, works, is so it's all created off of debt. So like when you go in and take out a loan, right? Like let's say you go in, you get a $10,000 loan, and then gosh, it's been so long since I looked at all this. But essentially, they get to make they do print money out of thin air, and it's all based off of debt. And so if you borrow 10 grand, and then you put in your 9, or how does it work exactly? But basically,
Yeah,
it's
so
only they only have 10%, right? 90%. They literally get to make percent of it, or they literally make 90% of the money out of thin air, and it keeps going like that over and over. Like the money is so fake, bro. Like the banking system is a total fraud, like 100%. And so we literally go out into the world and they drain us of our life force, our labor, our creativity, our everything, our health, for shit that and we're all trading that for their fake fucking dollars, and they're like literally just vampires, like on every level, like from the top to the bottom. It's a scam. Like I mean,
right,
like
you didn't really say, anything, concise or decisive there. Like you just accused the banks of draining life force and being vampires. And it's weird you would ask me what quantitative easing is when it's clear you don't really know what it was. But I Googled it and it turns out I am right. It is a policy tool used to reduce interest rates, increase the supply of money, and drive more lending to customers and business. So it's a tool used so that there's more money circulating around and people can spend more. The whole thing about them printing money out of thin air, I explained that. I explained how banks buy debt from the Federal Reserve, and in exchange, the Federal Reserve gives them actual money. It's a misconception to just say
Well,
they print
yeah.
Hey,
money out of
hold on,
out
real
of
quick.
thin air.
Next. Hey, Chalarity, I just posted some interesting links if you want to look into it. And this is just scratching the surface, bro. But you asked me for
Oh,
evidence.
you
Now I'm
posted
at
Donald
work. I
Trump's
can't really
tweet.
provide all the evidence, but I'm sure if you go look at some of the sources with Jocko Island and then what I just posted, quotes from Nathan Rothschild's and even tweets from David Rothschild's telling Trump to shut the fuck up, because Trump is literally taking power away from the feds and giving it to the Treasury. And David Rothschild's all pissed off. Why would he be all pissed off unless he had it, investments?
Even quotes from like Alan Greenspan. He's like, I don't care who the president is. I am more powerful than him. Like, you're right, man. I did probably misstate quantitative easing. Like I said, it's been a long time since I looked at all this stuff. I don't have it all memorized. But I'm pretty sure, I forget what the term is, but I'll try to research it when I'm not at work. But it's basically how the loans systems work is exactly what I said. I promise you.
I mean, don't be sorry. You and I are on the same team here. I hate banks as well. It's just we got to be clear. If we want to accuse them of doing bad things, we got to be clear as to what it is. We're saying they're doing. Like that finger we point at them. It's got to be pretty clear. But I'm on your side on this. Fuck banks and fuck banksters.
So what do you think they're making the money out of? Like you said, not thin air, right? Because I mean, so everybody is sold this idea that everything's backed by gold, then oil, right? So every dollar has like an ounce of oil accounted for it or whatever, right? So then you shouldn't be able to print any more money, right? Like ever.
I just said what it is. They get in exchange for the money, debt. They buy debt they buy debt or bonds from the Federal Reserve. In exchange for that, they get money. So when I say they buy debt, the idea is they tell the Federal Reserve, give me money today and I'll pay it back to you tomorrow with interest.
We already noticed. That's what we opened with.
Oh, but you ain't got to interrupt me, Don. Please, I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah. So what physical thing are they backing it with? Like physical debt. Like that's what gives the dollar its value, is a negative.
No, so we've moved off of the dollar being backed by something physical, by some sort of resource. We work with fiat money. And the idea is every dollar is backed by a promise of repayment in the future.
What
if you give me $1 today, the idea is that dollar should be paid back with interest tomorrow to the Federal Reserve.
So what if I get all the dollars and I bring them to the Federal Reserve and I say, "Give me something for this"? What are they gonna give me? What if nobody else wants?
Don, please don't clip people, dude. Let everyone finish. It's
like
audio. It's like audio chaos, man. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I'm not wiggling, Don. I'm just trying to answer questions. But that is what's happening, and that's the issue. It's not that they're printing money out of thin air. It's that they're printing money through debt, through the promise that if you give me $1 today, I'm going to pay back that dollar with interest tomorrow. And that catches you in a trap, because if you only have $1, how are you going to pay that back with interest?
Right. So you're agreeing they're not backing it with anything. Right.
Backing it with debt.
They're not backing it with, you cannot redeem it to them for anything, right? So it's backed by nothing, like you said. It's not backed by anything physical. You're saying it's backed by a promise. It's not. We're the one promising them. They're not promising us anything. They're not backing it with anything.
Yes, there's nowhere that you can just bring your dollar to and they have to give you something. It's not worth anything. It's just a piece of paper.
You can take your dollar to a supermarket, Jeremy, and buy groceries.
No,
it's not.
No, that's not guaranteed.
Don, don't clip people, dude. Don, what are you doing, man? Why do you always do this? Just let him finish his sentence. I'll let you go next. Don. Just let him finish his sentence, please.
Our hypothetical is not about that, Nate. Or the challenge is.
What were you saying, Nate?
Yeah, so you could take your dollar to a grocery store and buy something with it, Jeremy, and then the idea is you are now passing that debt on. You've managed to escape the loop there because you've used that dollar to get something physical. There's no way you're ever going to return those groceries, right? so that's yours for life. But the
Well,
debt
I
you
want
had with that dollar, you've passed it on to the grocery store.
I want to rebut that, but I'm gonna unmute Don and let him go since he's in such a rush. But I do have a rebuttal for that. So
Yeah, it's funny that we're like all agreeing on the things that happen, but Nate keeps trying to position himself like the Federal Reserve is backing that somehow. You're sitting here pointing out how we're the ones back. You're passing it on. It's not backed by anything from them. Jeremy's going to say something this similar. Nate, we're all agreeing on how the system works. You just keep pretending like the Federal Reserve is like chill or something. They're cool. They're not. But then I don't get it. You wiggling to me on that position. I'm done, Jeremy. Sorry.
okay, the rebuttal for that is the store doesn't have to sell you anything. Like if I just have $1 and I don't want to sell you my thing and they don't want to sell you your thing, like no, I'm not selling you nothing. There's nowhere I can bring that dollar to guaranteed get something for it.
Amen. In triplicate. He's heard it a million times. Maybe he'll
I don't know,
actually
man. Like,
care
this
about
is
it.
my turn now. No, this is my turn to respond now. I let you and Jeremy go. Jeremy, I 100% agree with you. And it's a
All
good
right.
point you made. But I never once made the claim that if I bring $1 to the store has to accept it. A store can say no, your money isn't no good here. Like those words never left my mouth. That you always have to accept money in exchange for something else.
You
The
said you
store could
can.
say instead of me
Don,
taking your money, yeah, calm down, Don. The store
You're
could say
wiggling.
instead of me taking
You said you could always take it somewhere.
price.
Yeah, you said you can
guys,
take it to
please,
the store. Like you got
guys,
to be
what are we
called out
doing
here.
here? Don.
He's doing it on purpose.
All
So I've
right.
responded to you, Jeremy. In response to you, Don, I've made it very clear that I'm on your guys' side here. I don't like banks. I don't like the Federal Reserve. All I'm saying is, if we're going to accuse them of doing something, we got to be clear as to what the accusation is. It's not that they print money out of thin air. It's that they print money out of debt. They keep us in a debt trap.
We're saying the same
Because
thing. We just call that thin
the-
air. You should really stop bickering about this.
Nate, the thing is though, I thought you were implying that there was some place where I could always bring my dollar and get something for it. That's why I said they
most
don't
of
have
the
to take
time,
your dollar.
oh, yeah. I mean, most of the time, Jeremy, if you go to someone with money, they'll take it, right? Like, it's rare occasions where someone tells you, "No, I don't want money."
Can I get a chance to come in? Am I muffled?
And also, the thing is, they double the prices, Nate. They double the
not.
prices all of a
Don
sudden.
act like Don didn't even hear you, bro. We heard you, Nate. We heard you. Let's please have some social awareness. Please.
All right, how do you guys all
Yeah,
identify before we continue?
so essentially,
Who's mumbling?
Mic check. Am I coming through now?
Nate, you are coming through crisp. You've been coming through crisp. No one has social awareness. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Noah.
Noah.
Yeah.
No,
So
go
essentially,
ahead, Noah.
okay. So essentially, they took all the gold away, and there was no more money. Nobody could do commerce. Then they said, "We'll lend you $100 million at 10% interest. So here's $100 million. Go out and use it, but then you're gonna have to pay me $110 million back." Then people said, "Wait, there's $110 million owed, but there's only $100 million in existence. How are we gonna get that extra $10 million?" What they then said to that was, "Just borrow that too. Borrow that $10 million to pay back the one before, and you're gonna owe us $1 million on that $10 million, and then so like essentially." Whenever you make more money with this system, there's always going to be a larger debt. The debt is always before the money. So essentially, there's never going to be a point at which the debt is going to be zero.
Hold on. What were you saying, Noah? Finish it up. Go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it.
Because he was done.
Morality.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying Noah got it right on the head. You can never make enough money to pay the debt back because they're always charging interest. If all they gave you is $100, how are you going to pay back $150? You either steal money or you pass on the debt. If I got a loan
You
from Noah
can't-
for 150, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Jeremy, give him the 100, and charge him 200% interest. I'm going to pass on that debt. It's the only way.
All right, so you're saying this is some fucked up Ponzi scheme where we can never pay all the money back. So the national debt, the 920 trillion we owe, can never be paid back. It's not even physically possible.
Which is exactly where the mortgage system comes from, right? By the time people end up actually paying off their houses, if they could actually finish paying off their houses, they end up paying for their houses like 3 times over by the time you count in the interest and going back and forth.
Yeah, and I just want to add too, like, for anybody research, like, I remember when I researched all this, I think it started with like, well, yeah, obviously, like when the Fed was created, which was like 1913, but then you had like the Gold Seizure Act, Bretton Woods Agreement, and then even Nixon in the 70s took us off the gold standard. So just anybody wanting to research it, that's like some of the topics you should look into.
So why is it? My question is, why is it that the main method of our currency is a Ponzi scheme?
That's the problem.
Because they want to
That's the
Solution time.
issue.
Time for
If I could
solution.
answer, please.
The
If
issue
I could
is
just
that
answer
it is.
Jeremy's question.
You're
Create
correct,
a
Jeremy.
network of resource bartering, family and friends. Stop supporting people that aren't working and are collecting these interest things. Call these fuckers out.
So, Jeremy, the reason they keep us in this system is because it's a Ponzi scheme. They want to keep you continually trapped in debt. That's why most of these billionaires, most of their assets are not in liquid form. It's not in cash. They might just have like, 10 million in the bank, and the rest of their money, it's in assets, it's in properties, it's in real world things, But they fuck with you and make you think that money is where it's at, Fuck having a house and a car. You need to have money in your pocket. That's how they got us thinking. Cash
We need
rules
to own
everything around.
land, own infrastructure.
Well,
John's right.
owning
That
land
is very
sounds neat.
Yeah.
Owning land
That's how you
sounds like a neat. Go ahead, Nate.
Own robots.
All right, or Don, go again. What the hell? Do we have any kind of social awareness? Do we have any kind of social awareness, guys? Please. 2 people go to talk and a third person goes when they're trying to sort out who's going to go, man. Come on, Don.
Guys, please, one at a time.
But I do agree with what Don's saying, own land, find a way to get yourself out of the money trap, find you a way to deal with as little money as possible, It's not easy, it's difficult, deals take longer to conclude, that's the trick with money. It's so easy to work with it.
You can have a private money network, that's whatever, but it's more, it's fair. There's none of that corrupt bullshit going on with it.
Owning land is somewhat of a scheme in itself because what does it mean to own something? Like if I go buy an ounce of gold, I own that gold. Nobody can ever come take that away from me if I don't let them. You know what I mean? Now, land, on the other hand, I have to pay to keep that land every year. All right, you can't just go buy land and now that's your shit. You're basically renting from the government via taxes.
That's a great point.
I'm not saying land's a bad thing. No, I own. You're basically renting it.
Just the way the
That's
government collect.
That's where the problem comes in now. The government will only accept the payment of taxes and money. You can't tell the government that in order to pay off the debt on my land, I'm gonna do work, or I'm gonna give you some cattle, I'm gonna give you some crops. They only accept money. They only accept debt. And that's where you get caught up in it.
Let's change that shit, bro.
Of course, they only accept money. They got a Ponzi scheme going. You want everyone in the Ponzi scheme. That's what you do if you're running a Ponzi scheme. Like as many people in on it as you want, and then you say, "Well, you can only do this if you're in my Ponzi scheme." Perfect.
It is a Ponzi scheme, you know,
I
because
know.
most of the time the banks don't even put up their own money. If you go to a bank and you take out a loan, the bank isn't giving you the bank's money. The bank is taking Don's money and paying that loan out to you with Don's money, then charging you interest on Don's money.
Oh,
It's the craziest shit.
No, that's
make Don
incorrect.
so pissed.
That's incorrect. What
Why are you trying to get
you're
Don
not.
riled up?
It's semi-correct. They can borrow against their
Guys,
assets.
Is incorrect.
please.
And I'd like to respond to that.
Go
They
ahead,
can't.
Noah.
It is actually illegal for them to give your money to someone else. So what they actually do is they say you go into the bank and you ask for a loan, chirality, right? You say I need $10,000, and then say I have $10,000 in one of their accounts. They don't take my money and give it to you. What they do is they say we have $10,000, so we can create an additional $10,000 of credit based on the $10,000 we have in our bank, and they give you 10,000. They take that $10,000 of credit and give that to you, chirality. So
I heard it was 10x. I heard they could create 10x.
Yes, yeah, they can do it 9 times over. But what I'm saying is, when I give them $10,000, they essentially create $90,000 worth of credit, and with that $90,000 worth of credit, they loan the credit out to other people. And yeah, so it's not technically anyone else's money that you're getting. You're actually just getting money that they created on the spot right there. When you sign the contract with your signature, that $10,000 of credit is actually created right there and then. You give them that signature worth $10,000 of credit, and they give you $10,000 worth of Federal Reserve notes. It's very confusing, but essentially, no one's money is getting moved around. They're actually making it up out of thin air, and the way they can do it is that all the banks that use Federal Reserve notes have to sign some sort of shit where they become an agent. Essentially, when they're doing this credit deal, making credit out of thin air, they're acting as an agent for the Federal Reserve. The bank the local bank that you're at is acting as an agent. So yeah, that's kind of more how it works.
Yeah,
Of course, it's
that's
very
how
confusing because. Go ahead, Nate.
No, go ahead, because I'm going to respond to Noah at length. So like you should go now.
Well, I just want to say, of course, it's very confusing.
Jeremy, I was just going to
Well,
say.
I know that's time for a third person.
No, it's time for me to tell you that we're asking. Necros is asking for a verification, please.
Okay, all right, my bad. Nate, go ahead. I'll sort this out.
Okay, so Noah, if that's how it worked, and the banks were just able to print money out of thin air, there would be no such thing as a run on banks, because what causes a run on a bank is that a bank doesn't have enough money to redeem all of the deposits made at that bank. So if me, you, and Don went and deposited money at a bank, and then tomorrow we all said we want our money back, bank would just be able to print money out of thin air and pay us all back. But that isn't what happens. What happens is the bank will need to find a way to get other people's money to pay us back, because the bank never puts up or fronts its own money. It'll take money from me and from Don to give you a loan. And then on that loan, it's going to charge interest. That's how it makes its money. It never uses its own money, ever.
Yeah, you're in over your head, though, man. They can only do that to loan the money out.
They can't loan your money out. It's against the law.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not against the law. That's how banks work.
No,
Yeah.
it is. No, it is
No,
against the
dude.
law. In America, it's against the law. That's why they do this whole loophole where they create the credit when they. I mean, listen, I can go find some sources to you and give it to you later, not right
They
now.
can create
I'm about to start
credits to
working.
loan out, but not to pay off a fucking withdrawal run on the bank like Nate's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. The credit that they create is you, for you, the borrower, is creating the credit because you're like the trustee and the fucking the benefactor and the whatever at the same time. So when you give your signature, you're actually creating the credit that then they're giving back to you essentially, but they're giving it back to you with a payment of interest that you need to give. So you're giving them essentially, when you sign your signature on the loan, You gave them $10,000 of credit, then they take that $10,000 of credit and give you $10,000 worth of Federal Reserve notes back with a bond that you have to pay back essentially. But no, they're not loaning you other people's money. And the bank run is completely different because the bank run is the money that I actually put in. It's not a loan that they gave out. They didn't give out my money. They just took my money and fucking wasted it, and they can't pay it back.
So no, I just posted a link here for you to read when you find time. It explains how this all works. You know, it even talks about the crash that happened, the Silicon Valley bank collapse. It's because banks act as intermediaries between lenders and depositors. A bank will never have enough money to pay out all of the deposits that are made with it. If everybody, you know, that banked at a certain bank came to that bank and said, we all want our money back, that bank would have to close its doors. That's what you call a run on the bank, because the bank doesn't have enough money to pay you all back. Because what's happened is
They
that the
can have
bank
your
was
money
taking.
tied up. They cannot
What the
fucking give
fuck,
it
Don?
away as a
What the
fucking
fuck,
loan,
bro?
dude. You
Are
do
you
this
on
shit.
Wait until it's your
something?
turn, dude.
You're not fucking
Yeah,
magically
you
fucking
do
gonna
this
put a
on
spell on
purpose,
people.
bro. I swear to God, you do this on
Yeah, I
purpose.
do it on
No one
purpose.
interrupts you when
Yeah,
you
I
talk.
interrupt you on purpose. You're super long-winded and you're like
Jesus.
patronizing the dude when you're the one that has something to learn. Like, just let me butt in and listen up.
No, why not wait your turn,
Okay.
Don? I swear to God, if you spoke to people like this in real life, you'd get punched in the face, bro. All right?
I don't think
Just
so,
wait your
buddy.
turn.
I'd be like, no, hold on,
I think so. I think
and I'd
so,
wave
Don.
at
Alright,
you
You
and
guys,
know,
just
if
stop
you can
clipping. Stop clipping.
interrupt me like this, I'll do something about it. Just wait your fucking turn, bro. Now is your turn. Go
I
ahead and
would have
talk
put
now,
you in a
because I'm
headlock,
done with
Don.
whatever.
I got to admit.
oh crap. Listen, man, Nate, you gotta apply apples to apples of what the guy is telling you about, dude. He's telling you about how the money is, the loans are created. You're talking about people giving out other. They can have your money tied up. They can't give me your money. What are you talking about, bro? You know damn well what he's saying is absolutely true. That the rules and regulations support exactly what he's saying. That's all. Like, I don't understand this. You did the same thing with the last point. It's like you're agreeing with everything, but you're trying to like position it like there's some Nate says everything's okay button or something. It's very weird.
So you see how you spoke and no one interrupted you, Don? If you could just do the same, please, bro. That's all I'm asking for. So,
Yo, man.
I hear you, you know, because like I said, I agree with what most of you guys are saying. You know, we just need to be specific and careful as to what sort of accusations we're throwing around here. If we want to say, you know, the bank can't do this because of a law, cite the law. Provide a
Well,
source
you're the
for it,
one
you know?
actually accusing them of
Oh,
being
come
able to give
on,
out
dog.
other people's money.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like,
You were done. If they wanted to
what's
cite the law,
wrong
cite
with
the
you?
law. Cool. You're the one accusing.
What's
You make
wrong
a
with
point
you?
and stop. Make a point
What?
and stop, Nate.
Bro, you monologued for a good 2 minutes just now saying nothing and no
I
one
just say
interrupted you. So
data.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All right?
We all know you're a liar, Shirality. Go ahead.
Oh, now this guy. Yo, I'll be back later, guys. Let me know when Pete leaves, please.
Yeah.
Nah, hold on. What the fuck, Pete? Come on, man. Guys, please. You know you can't call people Nate. You just can't bust in and call people liars and overtalk. Can we act accordingly, guys? Come on. Okay, I'll talk. No one's gonna. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
There's a huge Ponzi scheme going on. We're all involved in it. I don't know if anyone would deny it's a Ponzi scheme. And Nate's a hardcore Glover. He's admitting it's a Ponzi scheme. So I mean, we gotta make people aware of this or something. I don't know. What do we do?
The solution, in my opinion, is you just become as self-sufficient as you possibly can. And if you do spend money, you research like the companies. Like you don't just give it over to, like you try to give it to mom and pop shops if you do have to spend. And then eventually you would just try to organize and produce your own goods and trade amongst yourselves. It would take generations. But in my opinion, that's how you would drop out.
Well, it wouldn't take generations. It would literally take like one generation to buy a homestead, build houses upon that. You might get hit with like a $25,000, $30,000 a year tax, bracket for property taxes, right? But I did the math with a friend of mine, and you could, if you have 5 families living on that homestead, right? Like, you, your sister, your brother, their kid, then you got 10 working people of working age. So like $30,000 pretty much comes to like $150 a month for 10 people, maybe $200 a month per. So you pretty much are, living completely self-sufficient for free for $200 a month. If you want to call it $200 a month, you could also just produce something on your land, say chickens and eggs, and sell $200 worth of eggs and be done.
All these points are good. Real quick, the mom and pop shop point is great, except like research. It's just about sharing with the people that are good people. Like they could be big companies and a big ass network, all that. It's just about, but are they good? Are the chair people good? Are the board members good? Are the policies of the company good? It's about only including the good people. Stop supporting the bad people. Period. Done.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, like, I think what I would say would take generations is like it would take people organizing and starting their own manufacturing, their own mining, their own, fill in, like, I mean, to really like take back what we made.
Yeah, you're saying to live with iPads, everybody having an iPad. Yeah, sure. Like until we make our own iPad. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, like I'm talking like manufacture like of vehicles or like plastics, like stuff. Like you could
Made a vehicle out of a piece of wood and like a lawnmower engine. So it's pretty easy. We're not going far though. You might get from like backyard to like a little further into the backyard. That's about it.
I do like the homesteading idea, but the first step does have to be we need to regain control of our food. That is absolutely crucial, I believe. And I mean, homesteading would do it for some people. Some people don't have that option. We can't have everyone homesteading because we need,
No, you can
we
have
need
everyone.
iPhones.
Yeah, no, yeah. If you want iPhones, so yeah, you can have pretty much everyone homestead. I mean, so all homesteading is literally you, your sister and her kids, your mom, everybody living on one piece of property. That's all it is. I don't want to make it sound more complicated.
Can I
Yeah,
explore
but we
another
can't have
theory?
everyone. Hold on, let me just explain. We can't have everyone homesteading because the guy that fixes the sewers, he can't be growing food. He needs to be fixing sewers. The guy that plows the roads, he can't be homesteading. He needs to plow roads. The guy that fixes the electrical lines, right? The guy that builds homes. Like, there's a lot of people that can't be homesteading at this point. We're in this hyper specialized society here.
I mean, I could rebut some of those, but go ahead, Don.
Go. My point can wait because I was gonna.
Yeah, I mean, it's that not everybody needs to grow, like not each homestead needs to grow crops, right? It's just you and your family are good at growing crops, and me and my family are good at digging you guys out a septic system, so you don't need plumbers, or whatever. And then the next families can, they run wire or whatever, so you don't all need to be self-sufficient. You do need to eventually start hooking up with other like-minded people, though.
Good point. So yeah, that's definitely like the rebuilding angle or the grassroots angle. Is there a possible other angle where we just kind of take we just say the government needs to change, and we say, look, the government needs to stop playing with that type of money, or they need to stop doing any programs at a loss or an inevitable loss or something? Like, there could be charity, right? But that has to be budgeted for. But like everything else, like, shouldn't we try to? Is it possible that there's an angle where the government like profits and stuff like maybe Trump was talking about or anything? Like, not that I know a lot about it, but is there another angle where we just kick out the bad element and what we have still can be like this capitalist society where people who do work harder do profit more, but we have more of a blockchain of currency or something where there's not this corrupt game that can be played with?
Yeah, I just want to jump back on like the homestead thing again, right? So I don't want it to be painted right. Yeah, no, I just like along the lines of what you're saying, right? Like, so I don't I don't want it to be painted as, oh look, we need to all become a bunch of fucking Quakers and shit, right? Because that's not what it is. All it is recognizing that you love your family, right? Like, that's who you want to be around, and that everybody that you like, your sister, your mom, like your whole family lives in your town. Like, why are you all buying $350,000 houses each and making it such a struggle when all you're really going to be doing is saying, I can't wait till Christmas, I can't wait till Thanksgiving to get back together with my family, I miss my family. So it's like, it's not like you're going against to create a whole new life. You're going back to what why are you buying a $300,000 house up the street from your mom who has a $300,000, and until you're all broken and broke? Yeah, it's just a ridiculous idea to not homestead.
Sorry, no, Tanks. I was like waiting for you to finish because I wanted to jump on just to say you make such a valid point, right? Why is there such a rush to leave home, get up, and go start your own when there's this idea of being able to stay with your family, grow the homestead, and actually make it bigger and more successful? Dude, let me finish my thought.
I just don't get along.
I just knew it was you
wasn't me. That
interrupting.
wasn't
I heard
me.
a voice. Oh, was
That
it?
wasn't-
Oh, damn. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry for
Not
the
the first
accusation.
person.
I apologize for the accusation. So in finishing, I'll wrap up my point. Apparently, this is what is done in Jewish culture. They do they add on to the back of the home, the family home, and then the sisters and the sons and the daughters and the brothers and stuff, they all stay together and grow the homestead together. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I saw a TikTok, and there was a Jewish guy. He's like, "You see this dollar?" He was talking to some other guy. He's like, "You see this dollar? You'll never get this dollar." He's like, "I'm gonna spend this with my own people." He's like, "You'll never see this dollar."
No, another thing is that you guys were talking about skills, and I don't see why you would only have one person learn one skill. Isn't that sort of what's kind of got us in this mess, which is compartmentalization? You want people to know all the skills needed to upkeep that community. You want to teach all the kids all of those
Negative.
skills.
It's impossible. We're at a point in society.
Dude, how you gonna negative him like that, Jeremy? That was a good point.
Or as many of them as you can.
Well, let me explain. Let
Okay,
me
go.
explain. It's not possible at the point we're in society.
So you're
That's not
saying
the point. Can
we've
you guys
gone
hear me?
too far past the point to return back to like learning multiple things.
Well, no, I'm not saying we
Have
can't learn.
you guys ever heard the term jack of all trades, master of none? I think Jeremy brings up a valid point in that some fields of investigation need a master, not a jack. You need a master
Yeah,
to
let me
do
just-
certain things, like surgery. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just explain. I'm not saying people can't learn multiple things. Obviously, we all know how to do multiple things. You need people hyper specialized in certain fields, like the guy that does heart surgery on you, right? Or the guy that fixes the cell phone tower or some shit. Like these are hyper specialized fields. You know what I'm saying? We need these people focused on doing just that. Like, I don't want the guy that does heart surgery on me also having to grow crops and clean out his own sewers and all that bullshit, right? We just want that dude doing heart surgery. That's all.
Yeah, I get that, but if they're teaching their own kids, you want them to teach their own kids how to grow crop and how to grow. So you don't want them to not know those things.
Jeremy, so would it be like so imagine the scenario I laid out earlier, right, with the numbers, which is pretty. You can verify that number if there's taxes for $30,000 a year. You know, you only need you can go work at 7-Eleven for what for 20, a couple hours a month. It'd be 6 hours a month, right? That's all you need to work, or you could just have something of value that you guys produce naturally and sell, and then so now it's 6 hours a month, right, or 7 hours, seven times or 8 hours a month. Right, so 8 times $25 an hour is $200 a month. Each person needs to, and that's just the grown adult. So now that's 8 hours a month. Do you think that that the people will be doing absolutely nothing for the remaining hours of the week? What is it, like 200 something hours in a week, or right? So something is going to be, like, whether it be knowledge or activity or something, is going to flourish, but it's going to flourish naturally rather than out of somebody else's desire for an iPhone, right? So now you're going to be learning or teaching or building skills according to what you really want.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That works for that family and that person and those individual people, but we have to think of society as a whole. Like, everyone can't do that. It's not even possible.
Well, it's
Yeah, but
100%.
I mean,
It's super possible. It's what's more. I'm just want to point out again. I just want to point out again. It's way. I don't know who's hot micing, but it's way more possible than affording a $400,000 a year mortgage on your own. Right, a piece of land you purchase for $150,000 of 25 acres of I can't remember what the term is, but of land that's just land, right? Until you got to plow it down, right? Whatever. Then you put a house on it. That only costs. There's an airplane going on. Always an airplane passes.
oh, Lion, come on, bro.
Lion, be more aware that you're not aware. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
I
I
just
mean,
want to clarify that it's more feasible, it's more reasonable, it's something you can easily attain, more so than a $400,000 a year mortgage, separating your mom's house with another $400,000. I mean, not a year, but $400,000 mortgage. Yeah.
We got new
yeah,
people in the chat. What's up, new people?
I just wanted
Or
to comment on the whole specialization thing, like what Jim and Jeremy was saying. I think it's best you meet in the middle, try teach people as many basic skills as possible, because I think a lot of us are lacking that. A lot of people don't know how to just provide for themselves at a basic level, but definitely not everybody can specialize in everything. You would need a few specialists doing this and a few specialists doing that. But as long as at a basic level, we can all account for our fundamental needs.
With AI network together, we can tell each other we can measure out exactly like how many specialists we need for what. You know what I mean? Like, join me in the project. And who's nude?
Yeah, you say new guys or new girls?
Like currently?
You said there's some nude people here.
It's Nate. Nate, are you new?
oh, there's where is he?
Brand new.
Welch
You got nude.
Schmers. Welch Schmers. I think.
Yes.
There you go. What's up, new guy? How are you?
Fine, thank you. I just joined today.
I know. Welcome to the community. Glad we got you verified. What's up? What's
Thank
up?
you so much. I'm just here to listen, actually, and get to know what you're talking about.
No worries. Didn't want to be rude and not say hello. Anybody else that's new? What's up? Hi.
Thank you, man.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I missed everything that got said in the last 2 minutes. I'm going into the Faraday cage soon, but yeah, it's just not in the cards for us all to be homesteaders. So yeah, that would work on a small individual or family size basis, but as a whole, like, we can't do that. It's just not in the cards. It'll work. It'll work for a family, yes, absolutely, but we all can't do that. you couldn't have a town where that's all they did, because then who's gonna fix the electricity? Who's gonna
Jeremy, if you can't do that,
do
yeah,
all
if you
the
can't,
other stuff?
Jeremy, who's going to fix your satellite?
well, if you can't do that, Jeremy, and I'm not even like
I
some hippie
know.
homesteader at all, like whatsoever, right? But if you can't do that, then you can't do what we're doing now, because it's the same damn thing. The only difference is the costs are less.
Well, could we
Well, we
be a
can do
little
what we're
less
doing now. We're doing it.
Could
Yeah,
we
they're
be
the
a little
same
less
thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
compartmentalized? Like the dude that does brain surgery could do heart surgery too? Or is that two separate guys? Has to be.
Listen, dude, the Indian doctors that
No,
I go
I
to,
don't
they'll
want the brain surgeon
yeah,
working on my heart. He only knows brains.
yeah, they'll stitch me up. They'll break. They'll be my dentist and my broken bone fixer. These Indian dudes are just what you're describing.
Kosho's mom's a brain surgeon. Just saying.
Brain surgery.
Watching heads.
Brain surgery, man. Doing anything but brain surgery.
Robot.
Roboting Jeremy. Yeah. So that was
Jeremy,
funny
you need
as
a new
fuck.
satellite. You really do.
Koshu's
You
mom is a
interrupted my
brain
disc,
surgeon.
bro.
I
No,
heard it
but
was
that was
Kosho's
funny.
mom. You should go
He's
ahead
a
with that
brain
one, Die
surgeon.
Slow.
It's fucking
Yeah, I was just trying to say. Go ahead, man. There's too many.
Dance floor is hot.
I think the joke went over everyone's head, Die Slow, but I definitely got it. That was funny.
I forgot to add the heart to my heart. But anyways, go ahead.
He said it went over their head.
Definitely didn't go over the back of Kosho's mom's head. That's for sure. All right, carry on, guys.
Oh, did you guys ban him or what?
No, he's over mourning the loss of his fellow members in Israel. I think that's what's going on. Didn't they have like a vigil or something the other night?
What if we say his name 3 times? Will he show up? Kosho, Kosho, Kosho.
Yeah, but he shows up as a beetle, so you got to be careful.
I said his name 3 times and somebody came on. I don't know who it was, but that was
Yeah, it
awesome.
wasn't him though. Yeah, that was awesome.
I don't care. That was awesome.
Chirality.
Yeah, it was the best
Coastal has a girlfriend now, so he doesn't have enough time for us.
Fucked up. I thought he had a girlfriend this whole time. Like he's always talking about being in his girlfriend's house, and I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that's the new girlfriend, bro. He has no time for us anymore.
Yeah, she's only pretend.
He's taking baths and shit now. What the hell?
Bubble bath. Let's be precise.
Mr. Bubble.
Definitely Mr. Bubble with the yellow ducky.
I wonder if it smells like bubble gum.
It's like a Roman boat toy.
Yeah, I just want to again like the idea of a homestead is not some like archaic idea, right? It's not archaic at all. It's literally what you're doing now. Only you're not lying to yourself, thinking that you want your own. You're not lying to yourself. You're not purchasing the sales pitch and the propaganda that for some strange reason you're supposed to separate yourself from the people you love, go out to bars, get fucked up, realize that's not what you want. You just wanted those people that you love originally until it comes full circle and you're 70 years old, you can't move, you can't work, but you can regret that you spent and wasted your whole life trying to prove to your family that you can afford a $400,000 house. It's not an archaic idea at all.
What's crazy is the amount of foreclosures and powers of sales that are starting to pop up in the Canadian market. Like here in Toronto is crazy. Like people are realizing they may have bought a couple of years ago and they bit off more than they can chew. Forget about being house broke. Your house is about to be house bankrupt.
Where are you guys finding $400,000 houses? That's cheap as fuck. I've lived in Hawaii and Vancouver, and no house goes for under $1 million.
I mean, my house is worth like $3 million change. I got a nice leased mansion, almost a half an acre. It's beautiful.
Y'all are fucking lucky. Well, I've never lived in a place where a house has cost less than $1 million. Like in my life.
Bro, in Hawaii, you get paid $40 an hour to like chop fish up. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was
When
gonna
I bought
ask
my house
you.
5 years ago.
All right, go ahead, Jer.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, dude. Seriously.
When I bought my house 5 years ago, it was under 200 grand. It was like $1.70 or something. But I'm in the cage. I'll talk to you later. I'll be
You're roboting, bro. Roboting.
He bought his house for 175. He's going in a Faraday cage. He's not sure where
I think the kids at the school got his number, bro, and they're like, they just got Wi-Fi jammer pocket shit. Fucking Jeremy.
Yeah, they're working on you too.
Yeah, Noah, what's you live on your
There's
own,
a
dude, or
genre.
you live with your family?
I live with my parents now. When I was in Vancouver, I lived by myself for like 6 years.
Yeah, no,
on
when you
both
were in
sides.
school in BC, I'm curious though, like, what's your grocery bill like? Do you know what your household grocery bill's like?
Not much, dude. We go to Costco. That's why, like 4 gallons of milk, $4 each. It's not too much. It would be less if I didn't go out to eat so much. But yeah, no, like
I
when it
think you
comes
got
to
it wrong. I
rent
think it would be
and light bill,
more. I think it would be more if you didn't go out to eat so much. Pretty sure that's how it works. You'd probably be buying more groceries if you weren't out eating.
yeah, my grocery bill would probably be more, but my overall amount I pay on food would be less, right? Because
Very wise.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we used to have a janitor at the school that we went to, and he was like blind in one eye. And they used to tell this story that no, they used to tell this story. Maybe they used to tell this story, right? That the sex ed class, they'd be like, oh, he went blind because he was masturbating so much, and the kids were like, oh no, that's not true, right? And I to this day still think that it was a lie, right? That was just they just wanted to give us an excuse and a reason on why he was always found masturbating,
Oh my gosh.
it's so ridiculous of a story.
Yeah, no good.
He
No
was
tape
blind in
is
one eye,
ruthless.
and he was the sex ed teacher, so they said he was masturbating all the time.
I thought he said he was the janitor.
He did say he was
That's
the
what someone.
janitor.
Yeah, someone said he was the janitor and the sex ed teacher, and he was blind in one eye from bad.
You
and he was
can't
caught
become a
masturbating
janitor
all the time.
unless you have one eye. It's like a rite of passage.
They're part of the Illuminati.
He's like a guild or
The
whatever.
one eye, huh? There's a guy who's like a boat mechanic. He has one eye, and they call him Dead Eye Dick over here in Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't want to bust Jeremy's balls too much, dude. So I'm just gonna hold off on this one. I think he left because he felt upset.
He's a hard worker. I mean, imagine he's over here modding, having deep thoughts, doing brain teaser experiments, all while whatever he's doing at this job.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to open up your third eye when you can't even work on your second. Just saying. All right, what do we got on the table today?
We were talking about the money system earlier.
Your mic sounds a little funky, Noah. Can hear you. It's just a little muffled. Just giving you a heads up.
Hey, Welch, the new guy, Welch. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right. Not that I want you to debate it, right? Because maybe there's somebody could just like kind of enlighten if it's the case. But do you think you live on a globe or?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
No, it's impossible that we're living in a globe.
Did you hear how his answer was like, no? That was a good answer. We've had some good responses to the globe today. Well done, boys.
Yeah, it was like a responsive disgust. No, of course not.
True.
Repulsive.
Can I
That's
ask
the
you
word
how
I was
you
looking
found?
for. Sorry, dude. Go ahead. No thanks. Or SE. Who was that?
Yeah. I was just gonna ask the new guy. I was wondering, how did you find this server?
Nikos invited me.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
I was on another server this morning, and there was a couple new people popping in as well. Seems like you know, things are kind of catching on.
Yeah, there's quite a few new people. That's why I'm curious. Yeah.
All right, let me do that. Let me do the battling, y'all. All right, so here's what they. Damn, I'm not here.
Vacation's over.
D-Mock, finish your bagel.
Okay. Is this better? Check this out. So there's this one dude, right? This one dude over at Gems, and he likes to run me back and to challenge Witsa. He won't fucking come over here and talk, right? He's mean and all this shit, whatever. He'll play nice sometime, then he's mean, all this. But anyway, I try to hold his feet to the fire on a position about the speed of light, basically. And it was me, him, and Waz going through. I was like, Waz, watch this demonstration of deviation, right? I was like, let's all see how long we can keep agreeing. And I'm like, so, you know, the speed of light is constant, and the speed of light doesn't, act like you can't throw light like a baseball. You know what I'm saying? These standard. I'm just shortcutting for the point, right? But it's like he's agreeing. We're all agreeing. Then he says no to something, right? He's trying to do this little slick, like, oh no, but it's like almost close enough. So we all teach the kids yes, but it's really a no. You know what I mean? And all this stuff. But we get to a point where he's telling me I'm wrong, right? He's like, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. And then yesterday this is a couple days ago, and then yesterday he goes back and he's like, no, I do agree with you. He's like, I was going to tell you why you were wrong the other day, this and this and this. And I'm like, the other day, me and Waz agreed and you said no. Me and Waz were like, yes, you said no. And now he's like, I didn't say no, I said yes. Or he's like gaslighting me, or you know what I mean? Either way, I'm telling you, man, they won't come over here. Dude, they will not. It's fucking what's his name? It's Cursed. He will not come over here and talk to Wits. He'll talk shit about Wits all day, every day. Put up these fake ass fucking challenges. Talk about we hand waving shit, but he's hand waving all the citations. But anyway, I don't know why it happens all the time, dude. It's like it can't be that hard to say yes or no to questions, and then remember if you said yes or no to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just weird that this shit happens all the time. So I'm out there fighting in the trenches, you know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, it's happening. The shit is still happening, and the fact that shit like that happens for the top over
right now. He's battling the zombies, man.
No, he said they come out with that same shit. They're like, oh yeah, what about every little point? And it's like, I don't really think like, you know what I mean? When people can't remember if they say yes or no, they should be pretending like because other people are open to maybe possibilities that are going to happen.
Sounds like you need a consensual agreement form or something.
We do need this. We do need it. There's fake ass globe representatives out there, and they don't stick to their own fucking script, man. They want to flip flop it on you whenever it's fucking convenient for them. And I just mean as far as like, let's say even this philosophy, science should be advanced. and then they'll turn around and go, no more cameras, or we should all get along and cooperate, and then they'll turn around and call someone stupid, or they'll be mad that someone's thinking about the possibility of the zombies. It's like, what's wrong with that? They're just maybe doing more science. You know what I mean? It's always
today's science is nothing more than mathematical consensus. That's all it is.
Bam. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's appalling to me that people who are very cocky and confident and want to talk down to the other side of people and act like they know it all, that they seem to, be inconsistent, that they seem to not be able to make these consensuses. It's shocking to me. It's just shocking. So I'm speaking up to facilitate this more. There needs to be more reconciling of the camps. Okay, if they're not going to come over here and go whatever, like you have a few representatives. You have people like me, Kosho, a few other people. They'll go back and forth between the shit, and it doesn't need to be. I guess it's time to get serious, is what I'm saying. Like, it's time to get serious, man. Like, for real. Like, there needs to be a scoreboard, points, and you know what I mean? Like, done. You need to put a check mark by whoever side wins. It needs to get fucking serious. Like, whatever point you want. The map, the refraction, the fucking gravity, the this, the that. Like, it's time to get serious.
All right, you sound like Howard Cosell, bro. If you guys don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Chirality.
Chirality versus SE. Round 1. Fight! Not really fight.
No, it's not like that. No, it's not like that.
I'm being dramatic, man. Come on. You just called somebody out. I'm trying to, add some sauce to the pizza. Go on.
What's up, Chiral?
It's good, SE.
Good stuff. So you saw the video. I'm talking about the new James Webb discovery, guys. They found the galaxy, so we can be up to speed here. They found the galaxy at about 1.5 billion years after the Big Bang, which is as big as our galaxy. But the thing is, it already stopped making stars. So it's like extremely aged. And it's much denser than our galaxy. So I was wondering what Chirality had to say on that.
Yeah, I would say all of these discoveries are pointing to the fact that clearly our understanding of galaxy formation is wrong. It seems galaxies can form and create stars faster than we think they can. We also don't know why this galaxy has stopped making stars. It's not clear. It's not understood. It just seems to not be making stars anymore. It's way older than our galaxy. It has the mass of our galaxy, but it's way smaller in size or surface area. It's very dense. It just poses a lot more questions, Essie, that we don't have the answers for.
Okay, that's a very honest answer. Yeah. So you agree that they got it all wrong, this part, like extremely wrong, right?
When it comes to galaxy formations, definitely we are 100% wrong on that. So we need to relook at it. But it's okay to be wrong, right?
Yeah, as long as you admit it.
Is there any similarities between galaxy formation and potentially the formation of the universe?
Well, of course, it's all tied.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I wanted to hear what Chirality said.
Galaxies aren't really formed from like a Big Bang type situation, Galaxies, it's more when you have a lot of gases that coalesce and condense and come together, and then as they come together, it gets very hot. And from that, stars are formed. The stars grow and they become bigger, and there's two forces trying to balance each other out from that star. You have internal pressure trying to blow the star up, but you have gravity trying to pull it back together. But you reach a point where the internal pressure becomes too strong, and that star blows the fuck up. It releases, life ingredients. It releases.
Is that a supernova?
Yeah, it can be a nova. It can be a supernova, definitely. So it releases all of these elements that make other stars or planets or galaxies. But it seems
so
that might not be 100% accurate. It seems we might actually be wrong about that.
So did they come up with the Big Bang Theory in observance to novas, or was it the other way around?
No. They were both. The theories came about independently. So they didn't look at a supernova to come up with the Big Bang Theory, and they didn't need the Big Bang Theory to come up with how stars form. We've never actually seen a star form. We've just seen remnants of supernovas, and then we try to wind the clock back and create a model. Say that if you went back a billion years, this is what we think we would see. But because this process takes so long, we can't ever actually see it. We've only been looking at the stars in this sort of detail for the last 100 years, so we haven't really seen much, in live action.
I mean, none of it would be live action, being that the light takes light years to reach the terrestrial observation. So, I mean, we're never going to be like on top of the timeline, so to speak.
I get you. Yeah, like everything we see, the further out it is, the more into the past it's happening. Yeah, but I just mean we'll never see this happen within its entirety. We'll never see the whole process play out from start to finish. It takes too long.
Couldn't we potentially the conditions to a degree and simulate the possibilities, like within a vacuum?
That is what we've done. We see the remnants of a supernova, and then we simulate that. We run the clock backwards in a simulation. And then we get back to what we think star would have looked like before the supernova happened. And, based on that, we come to the idea that, for a star to form and go through a supernova, and then, for galaxies to form, it should take X amount of time based on our simulations. Now with the James Webb Telescope, we're seeing stars that formed, not stars, but galaxies that formed way too early and way too quickly. So that's sort of telling us that our simulations must be off.
Is there any correlation between the Casimir effect and the simulations or the theory?
Correlation how? Obviously they are, the Casimir effect is present everywhere. You have quantum fluctuations everywhere, but I don't think they play a very important part within galaxy or stellar formation. Stellar nucleosynthesis. I just think it's a fundamental thing that there are quantum fields everywhere in fluctuation. And we see these quantum particles and this quantum foam type thing, having an effect everywhere. But I wouldn't say that is the underlying cause for the formation of galaxies, if that's what you mean by correlation.
Is the Casimir effect when they demo that it falling through the copper pipe or whatever?
Yeah. It's when they have those two very thin conductive plates together, and they're so close together. You couldn't fit anything between them that's not on the quantum scale, right? So these plates are so close together, but they're not touching. Somehow you see some sort of internal pressure in between the plates forming, and you see the plates moving away from each other. This is due to quantum particles coming in and out of existence, causing the plates to move away from each other.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you know, I tried to mention that to Jason as that. So it just seems interesting that you guys follow suit when it comes to the narrative, but then pick and choose what you're willing to subscribe to and point fingers at, which is fine. But let's just be logical here, you know. I got to get to my next stop. It's been fun. Thank you, Trality, for entertaining my question.
No problem, man. But I think it's good that globalists don't always agree on stuff, you know? Like this whole mantra you guys sing that we need to follow the script, and if someone disagrees the quote unquote script, it's an issue. I don't see it that way. It's the same way you guys don't always agree on everything. I've seen you guys attack each other over stuff, you know, and for me, that's a good thing. You know, you guys should challenge each other's views and perspectives.
You're absolutely right about that, and I'm glad you're so forthcoming with what this means. You know, with what this means as related to cosmology. I think you're the only one that has realized, because the rest of the guys they're fighting back. They're telling me, "Well, I don't know what I'm talking about," and the initial findings, and then they revised them, but you seem to have accepted the fact that those galaxies are indeed too old and too far back where they should be according to the model. So kudos to you for that. So where to now? What now?
We do more research, we take more observations, and we find the model. We try to make it more accurate, taking on board the new information that's been brought up. It's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight because, you know, some people's lives depend, well, let me not say lives, but their livelihoods, you know, depend on how the model works right now. They make a living off of how the model works right now. And if someone comes out and says, you know, no, that's wrong, that theory you have that's named after you is all of a sudden wrong, you know, like, you know, I mean, you're gonna, just as a human being, you're gonna fight back against that, you know. So it will take a while.
Exactly. Yeah. If indeed they do admit it, there's a lot of them coming around and saying, like the bigwigs saying, we have a problem here, we got to fix this. But honestly, bro, I can't think, and obviously it's beyond my pay grade, right? But I can't think of a solution to how you're going to speed up time. Can you? Because essentially, what we're talking about here is speeding up time.
What do you mean speeding up time? I don't get it.
Well, if you have a galaxy that is evolved the size of, 13 billion years of time worth of evolution, and it did it in 300 million years, there's a discrepancy here of over 13 billion years of time. So how are you, I mean, you get what I'm saying? You're going to have to make up for that time.
You say that again? So you were saying if our galaxy is 14 billion years old, sorry, if our universe is 14 billion years old, but there's galaxies that have formed in a fraction of that time. And
correct.
Our age of the universe is wrong?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, no, well, one of two things is wrong. Either the age of the universe is wrong, right? Or this is a super duper special galaxy. So either your galaxy formation assumptions are wrong, or your time frame. Like, there's a lot of problems here. It's not just one problem.
Yeah, but I go with that more. With our time frames around galaxy formation, I think that's more wrong than the age of the universe because we're a lot more sure about how old the universe is in comparison to how galaxies form. You know, this whole idea we had on galaxy formation, it wasn't one of the surest things we had within the model. You know, it was pretty flimsy. It wasn't agreed upon by everybody. And because it's such a specialized topic, there were only a few experts that could really speak on it. We just had to kind of go along with what they said. You know, so I think it's more that we were wrong on how galaxies form, you know?
Yeah, but that it's not only that, right? Here, I'll give you another example to make it more clear. Black holes, right? A black hole, needs stuff to grow, right? It needs matter. It has to consume matter. Stars are all matter around it. You know how that works, right? In order to grow. You understand that? We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So now they found black holes the same like this galaxy situation. They found black holes back in early time, like I believe it was 500 million years. Don't quote me on that number. I'm not sure, but way further back than they should have been, and they're huge, right? So this is not just a time issue; it's also a matter issue. There wasn't enough stuff back then in the early universe in order for that star to consume and grow. Does it make sense?
I hear you. I hear you.
So we're not only talking about time and galaxy formation, we're also talking about matter and black hole formation.
Yeah, but that's not really how it is, Essie. You know, there's no such thing as new matter or new energy being created. The energy content of the universe has been the same from its beginning up until now. You know, we don't. The universe doesn't create new matter or create
I
new
didn't
energy.
say
It
that.
just converts. Yeah, but you are saying that at the beginning of the universe there should have not been enough matter. The amount of matter we have now is the same as the amount of matter we had back then.
Yeah,
It
but
just changes
matter,
form.
yeah,
Matter from
exactly.
energy.
Yeah, matter in the form of stars and solid, like something that the black hole could consume. I'm not saying this. I'm reading scientific journals, or I saw it on a documentary or something. I'll find you the information. I mean, it's readily available. I forgot the name of the black hole, but yeah, it's not what you're thinking.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is black holes don't just consume matter, they also consume energy. And if we've had the same amount of energy and matter in the universe from its start up until now, I don't see what the issue
I
is.
think
You know, there was always something there for the black hole to consume.
I think
Well,
you're
then you
missing
gotta
one
read.
important point, and that's in the current understanding of physics, matter and energy are the same thing. They are just different parts, different states, if you will. And after the theory is that after the Big Bang, about 400,000 years, there was no matter; it was all energy, because it was too hot for atoms to for protons and electrons to form atoms.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Then the dark ages and all that. Yeah. Then first light. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what the scientists say in that early stage of the universe. The black holes did not have enough stars and consumable matter, not energy that you think, not that matter, stars and stuff for them to grow. Now, this is not what I'm saying. This is what the scientists are saying.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, have a look at your model.
So, was there any black holes to start with at that time? What would
Yeah,
have
they are
formed them?
finding
If
black
there was
holes.
no If there was no
But
atoms,
they are finding them. I mean, I think you just joined the convo. What SC is saying is that the James Webb Telescope is finding black holes way sooner than we thought they could have existed. And he's backing
oh,
that up by saying that scientists are saying way back then there wasn't enough matter for these black holes to reach the
to exist.
sizes we are finding them at.
Okay,
My
yeah,
retort to
I
that
saw that.
is black holes don't just need matter, they also consume energy.
Yeah,
But maybe Essie has a point, I'll
yeah,
I'll,
yeah.
I'll
No,
leave
no.
you.
Sorry. Yeah, I joined a bit. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. And I saw the. Yeah, you're right. We don't know exactly why that is. I think the prevailing theory at the moment is that the universe is probably older than we thought.
Yeah, there's a scientist that doubled the age of the universe, but
Yeah.
that still won't fix the problem.
Well, that's one possible explanation.
No, it isn't. It's just some professor here in Ottawa, in Canada, where I'm at, that just came up with a theory like that, doubling the age of the universe. That
Yeah.
doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, how could you double the age? In order to get the age, you obviously dated something. So, like, how'd you get the age in the first place?
Yeah, and you have to admit you were wrong to begin with all these years. So yeah, there's a big problem in cosmology. I'm not sure everybody's aware of the implications, but it's tremendous. It's like a tsunami coming in, right?
Well, if you just shrink the size of the galaxy, then you can double the age of the universe, right? That's easy.
Yeah,
No,
click
it's
your
not that
heels.
easy.
Yeah.
I mean, Essie's right. Something is gonna have to change in our model, But for me, it's a good thing. It's exciting. It's not doom and gloom, and globers need to worry and cry now. It's good that things need to change and need to be updated.
Yeah, that's the way to think. Exactly. It's
Spoiler
wrong,
alert.
and we gotta fix. We gotta come up with something new. This is wrong. That's the exact attitude that has to be taken, but they won't do it.
Spoiler alert.
I'm pretty
The shape
sold
of
on
the Earth is
the
not the thing that's going to change.
yeah, I'm pretty sold on like the CMB's cosmic microwave background having this like axis of evil 23.4 degrees. It shows the heat signatures of the creation of the universe, all pointing to the Earth at the center on a flat plane. I'm pretty good with the research they've done in cosmology. I'm sold.
Whoa, not change like that. I think
Well,
Axis
that's
of
old
Evil
stuff.
is.
What he just said right now is old stuff. The axis of evil. That's years ago. This is new and exciting destruction of cosmology.
Called new discovery, not destruction.
Yeah,
Well, it
not
looks pretty bad.
Those are
No,
fighting
it looks
words.
really
It's
good
fun, man.
because we're learning
Yeah,
more
it's a
about
good.
something we didn't know that much about.
Don't make me 5 Sigma, you guys, huh? Because I will.
What do you know about
You what?
5 Sigma?
Well, you know
Yeah,
that.
you don't want SC to 5 Sigma units to be an issue.
But what does 5 Sigma mean to you, SC?
5 Sigma, not to me, it means that there's 1 in 3.5 million probability chance that it's wrong. That's how they explain it. 5 Sigma certainty.
The most certain you can possibly
Oh,
be
really?
in science, because everything's like 99.9%. They never want to admit 100% certainty.
Yeah, but that's not what someone means when they use the term 5 Sigma. What they are trying to say is, let's say SC and I go and do an experiment, and we do that experiment 1 billion times, right? Not all of our results are going to be 100% the same, but we're going to have like an average, like a,
They're gonna be around the same number, close to the same
Exactly.
number. That's like
Exactly. So
shooting arrows at a target. You're not gonna hit the bullseye all the time, but you're gonna be close.
So there'll be a confidence interval in which we will allow results. And any result that falls within that interval, we'll agree to say that is the phenomena being observed. With 5 Sigma, you are now saying that if we observe a result that's 5 orders of magnitude outside of this, right? Like let's say Essie and I perform a test and we agree that fire or heat makes water boil. We have a confidence interval for how much heat is needed to make the water boil. And then Parmesan comes out of the blue and says, no, pressure makes water boil. We're only going to accept Parmesan's result if he can provide an experiment or an observation that's 5 orders of magnitude away from ours, 5 sigma away. If it's 5 sigma away, then we'll say, okay, his result is so different from ours that there's something going on. It must be a real phenomena. But if it's within 5 orders of magnitude, if it's within 5 sigma, then we'll say his result is too close to ours, and it must
Well-
just be a statistical anomaly or a fluke.
It's within the
That's
error
how
of
5
margin of error.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I just posted for anybody that's interested. I posted what it means, 5 sigma. I could read it. Particle physics conventionally uses a standard of 5 sigma for the declaration of a discovery. A 5 sigma level translates to 1 chance in 3.5 million that a random fluctuation would yield the result.
Yeah. Do you understand what that means?
No, I just read it out like that. And absolutely, I have no clue what that means. Maybe you'd like to enlighten me and tell me, what does that mean, sir?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Step in the ring with that C boy.
Please tell us. I mean, did I get anything wrong? Did I read it wrong? Did I not punctuate? What's wrong with what I said?
Nothing. You read it. Accurate.
So basically, you're pointing out like just the arrogance of their system, right? Like that's what you're pointing to. Like they
Sort
think
of,
that.
like,
Okay. I mean, yeah, because I mean that sounds kind of thing sounds kind of ridiculous to me. You know, they just throw out these like huge numbers that are like uncomprehendable. Like who the hell decided like and at 13 whatever number they stop? Like it sounds like a bunch of, to me it sounds like arrogant, just trash. You know, personally.
well, it's more of they're the ones that it's their discovery, it's their scientists that are coming up with this, right? So it's more of, it is kind of arrogant, right? Throw numbers like that, but at the same time, it's them that's saying that this is how certain they are that cold dark matter is non-existent. Non-existent, cold dark matter, 5 sigma certainty that it doesn't exist.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
All right. I get what you're talking about. You talking about that astrophysicist dude? You keep posting the video of him saying CDM. We are within a 5 sigma confidence level of CDM not existing, right, Essie?
Cold dark matter, yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting he says that. You know, he's a very well-respected cosmologist, you know, so when he says something like that, you know, I find it very interesting. But he's not the only well-respected cosmologist, you know, and there are people out there that do disagree with him. But even if he is right, cold dark matter is just one type of dark matter. You know, we have warm dark matter, potential particle candidates, hot dark matter, potential candidates. You know, he's just ruling out one type of hypothetical dark matter.
Yeah, but let me just say this because it kills me, right? This is like describing different unicorns now, right? I just want to make that clear to everybody. This dark matter, you can't see it, touch it, smell it, or otherwise measure it. So it's just an assumption. So now they're saying There's a unicorn with a white horn, there's a unicorn with a green horn, and there might be a unicorn with a red horn. I just want to make that like absolute certain. This cold
Mine has
dark
the
matter,
rainbow horn.
yeah, it's just an assumption. Yeah.
Are you trying to say that unicorns are real?
Yeah.
That was good, SC. That was good. That that was good. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
Gotta
dark
admit.
matter is a hypothetical thing. You know, we just see the effects of something. We don't know what it is causing those effects, and we just decide to call it a unicorn. We could be wrong. It could just be something that's already known to us. We just haven't figured it out yet. You know, we're still trying to figure that out.
Well, at least you're honest. Are you okay, bro? Are you feeling okay today? Like, I'm
I think
really
most people are
with you.
honest about that, aren't they?
I'm really impressed. If it was anybody else but you, like I had this conversation 2 days ago, and it went like all kinds of ways: south, north, east, west. People were freaking out.
What did they
So,
say to you when you brought this up to the other Globers? What did they say?
well, they got the measurements wrong, and they revised the measurements, and I don't understand, and I have no clue, and you know the regular baller stuff. And they spoke to a rocket scientist. Yeah.
Regular baller stuff. All right. I would like to think you just brought up something they weren't aware of, something that was brand new to them, and maybe their ego got in the way and they didn't want to admit it. You know, it happens.
No, bro. Talk to Jace and rocket scientist, and you'll see. Just what was it? Yesterday or the day before? Jace was telling me I got it all wrong, and you know, in that laughing tone that he has, you got it all wrong. They remeasured it, and it's not off, and it's good now, and yeah, and rocket scientist told you so, and yeah.
All right, I'll talk to Jace about it. But like I did say, Essie, you know, this guy is just one well-respected cosmologist with this view. There are other cosmologists that don't agree with him. And maybe those are the people Jace and rocket science were referring to. I don't know.
No. They were referring to an initial test that was done, not spectroscopy. And I told them, yeah, that test was revised with a spectroscopic test, and they revised the numbers, but the numbers are still this, and that, and they've done other tests, but they won't yield. They think that the tests that they did were wrong, then they were revised, and now everything is square, everything is where it should be.
All right, I'll talk to them about it next time I see him.
Look, let me ask you a question real quick. How much does light weigh?
What do you mean how much? Like, how much light are we weighing? Are we just weighing
I don't know.
like
Pick an
one
amount.
photon?
Sure.
No.
I think
Yeah,
one
how much does it
photon
weigh?
has. Well, we would weigh it through its energy, right? We would try and figure out its mass energy ratio. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. I think it's 10 to the negative something kgs.
And you're like measuring it all through like pixels in a camera or something?
Oh, like I said, we're measuring its energy. So we would figure out its mass to energy ratio, you know, because a photon doesn't have mass, we measure it through its energy. But the idea is mass and energy are, you know, the same thing, equals mc squared and all that. But I know there is a figure for the quote unquote mass of a photon, but it's really just energy that's being measured there.
Isn't it massless? Isn't a photon massless?
If it's massless, is it material at that point?
Yeah, it's massless.
You know why it's massless?
Because it has no rest mass.
No, but if it wasn't massless, it wouldn't be able to travel at the speed of itself.
Yeah. If it had mass, it wouldn't be able to travel at the speed of light. So it's massless, but we can
has to
weigh
be.
its energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can weigh its energy content. You know, so whenever you weigh yourself, Jeremy, you are weighing your energy content. But we describe that energy as mass. Mass is
Yo,
just
I'm
a
gonna tell
type of
my
energy.
wife that. She's gonna be thrilled.
Yeah, she should be. I mean, that's all you weighing energy. You know.
So fat people should be saying that they're just full of energy.
Yeah, exactly. Full of something else, but
Yeah.
we'll call it energy. Yeah.
Potential energy. Potential energy.
Let's get the definition of energy.
Yeah, or if your wife wants to lose some weight, she needs to just go burn some energy off with you.
So Nate,
Exactly.
real quick, I missed what you said. You're agreeing though light has weight.
I was saying light doesn't have mass, but you can weigh light. And you weigh it, you're weighing its energy.
So light does have weight.
Yes.
Dude, listen to me. Listen to me. It's a
Energy
yes or no
has
question. Does light have weight?
Light has weight because energy has weight.
But does it have
Can I just get a
mass?
straight answer? Yes or no? Just yes or
I
no. Does
literally
light
said
have weight?
yes. I said yes. I agree with you. You can weigh light because energy has
We got to
weight.
get Kosho. Me and you. All right, it's me and you versus Kosho when he comes in. We're gonna body bag him.
Wait,
but
so
did you
if
hear
hold
what
on,
I
hold
said,
on.
Jared?
If
Did you hear what I
energy
said?
has weight, hold on. If energy has weight, how much does electricity weigh?
Depends how much energy there is. It's causing this electricity. You just got to weigh the energy. Energy has weight, guys. Like, this is not something brand new. I mean, this is a known thing.
Yeah, but it's an oxymoron because if light is massless, and we agreed if it had mass, it cannot travel at the speed of itself, which is the speed of light, then how could it have weight?
Because weight and mass are not the same thing. For example, if you stand
Okay. Hold on.
at sea level,
Let's
no,
not
hang
use-
on. Listen. No, Essie, just let me finish. If we are standing at sea level, I measure your mass and I measure your weight. Then I put you on top of a mountain. The mass is going to be the same, but your weight has changed. Weight and mass are not the same thing.
A mass applies to a balance.
saying zero mass.
Real quick, go back to your point, Nate. You said you're weighing mass and you're weighing weight. How are you doing those two things?
Well, weight is mass times the force of gravity being applied to it. A mass, you weigh mass by using a counter scale, by using a known mass. And then you compare your mass to that known mass.
Well, you're just
And
saying
what's
weight.
that mass that you're comparing, please? What is that mass?
It could be anything. We would just need to find something, get its mass,
Is
and
it,
then
could it
use
be
that.
like a kilogram, a weight, a kilogram, maybe?
Yeah, you could use a kilogram of something and use that as a balance to then measure your mass.
How would you
But
measure
that
the mass?
kilogram would not be considered weight, right?
The kilogram? No, you don't measure weight using
See,
kilograms.
this is where
Weight
this
is a force. You measure it using newtons.
You should, Nate. You should go back to where you started.
This is where the duality comes.
Yeah. For example, you can go to sea level and then go ahead. Go ahead. What were you saying? Because I think you should get a second chance at that.
Well, I think that like one guy should go at it, and then like he just said that the kilogram is not weight. So this is the duality that they have to believe in, right? Mass, weight, but then wait a minute. They measure it with a weight, but the weight is with a mass, but the weight is not mass, and they like contradict themselves. Nothing against you, Chirel. You're just saying the story, right?
That's why I think he should get another chance. Maybe he messed up because he was pretty sure. I mean, you called him out on that, so maybe he just messed up. He seemed really confident. He said, for example,
What did I mess up?
and then I just want to hear you do it again.
All right, but what should I repeat? What do you want me to
Showing
say?
that mass and weight weren't the same. You said, for example, you can go down to sea level and do something.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you can be at sea level and you can measure your mass and measure your weight. All right. So you have two values. The mass will be in kilograms. Your weight will be in newtons. And I put you on top of a mountain. If you measure your mass you have on top of the mountain will be the same as the mass you had at sea level. If you measure your weight, it'll be different. Your weight on top of the mountain will not be the same as what you weighed at sea level. That's
Oh, that's
because mass
bullshit.
and weight
Nah,
are
dude.
not the same thing.
Nah, dude. I'm sorry, but you're gonna tell me that a basketball player in Boston weighs different than he does in Denver, playing at Denver Mile High Stadium? All that
Yes,
is
they
noted
do.
when they're in Mile High in Denver is that it's more difficult to breathe. They weigh the exact same.
No, they don't. That's why even when it comes to boxing or mixed martial arts, MMA, you need to agree where you are going to be weighed and when you will be weighed. Even when it comes to gold
When you'll be
weighed
weighed, I
in
can
North
agree
America.
with.
Oh, Will, please don't interrupt me. Gold weighed in North America doesn't weigh the same as gold weighed in Israel. Weight changes based on where you are.
Wouldn't that be barometric pressure, though?
How
Well,
so?
they say gravity. Now they're saying something else.
No, I'm saying it is gravity. It's because the force of gravity being applied on you is different because weight is a force. We measure weight in newtons.
So you're telling me it's
That's why
harder for a basketball
energy.
player to dunk in Boston than it is for him to dunk in Denver? Because like these are the things that I'm literally you're talking about it, and I'm literally thinking about the NBA basketball players who are out there. Do they complain about dunking in Denver being more difficult than it is to dunk in Boston? Because your call is the gravitational pull is greater in Denver than it is in Boston.
Yeah, it's a very small difference. So it's not harder for them to dunk in Denver as compared to Boston. The difference is very small, but it is measurable.
So it's an idea, but when it comes to practicality, you don't even have to take this idea into consideration.
I just told you we do take it into consideration, not when it comes to dunking a basketball, but when it comes to measuring weight.
I just have an issue. I just have an issue with where you earlier said
Come on,
that.
man! Don't interrupt me, guys.
I need this one, please, guys. I need this one.
I'll leave. You know,
No,
'cause this was nice.
Shirality, you're the one
Now
being
it's turning
So
into
you're not
hate
going to
against
leave. I'm going to
Logan.
mute
Guys,
everybody.
dude.
Everybody quiet.
please.
Finish off chirality, please.
Yeah. So I've given examples where weight matters. Not when it comes to dunking a basketball, but when it comes to measuring gold or when fighters weigh in before a fight.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the
okay.
difference between Denver and Boston is great enough for them to complain about breathing, but it's not great enough for them to complain about noticing a force that they have to exert in order to jump. Right? Because they complain about the air density in Denver, the fact that it's harder to breathe at altitude up there than it is at sea level. Right? So the force is great enough to be realized at that observation, but it's not great enough to be realized when they're dunking, as an example. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying, because the force of gravity has nothing to do with the thickness of air or whether or not you can breathe or not. You know, like they're not relatable in that situation.
I disagree. I just want to go. You can go ahead with that, but you gave the difference of measuring weight in newtons versus kilograms. They're the same thing. Do you have a different example?
What do you mean they're the same thing?
Newtons is a measurement of kilograms.
No, it's not. Newton is a measurement of a force. All forces are measured in newtons. Even nuclear forces, even electromagnetic forces are measured in newtons. Mass
So you're saying
is
it's
measured
equal to? It was
in
equal to
kilograms.
1 kilogram. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I'll say it again. If you and I are at sea level and we measure our mass,
How do we
say
do
our
that?
mass comes.
I was gonna say, how do we do that? That's the part I'm
Let him
asking.
finish, bro. Come
But he
on,
keeps
guys.
saying I'm not interrupting him. I'm saying that's the part that I'm interested in.
Oh, that's the part. Well, as I said, you would need to use a balance. You would need to take a known mass, right? So let's say we know my mass is, how much do I weigh? Kilogram. I think I'm about 73, 72 kilograms, right? So let's say we knew that's how much I weighed. I would use that on a balance scale to figure out how much you weigh. Now, if I weighed you on Earth's surface, then I take you to the ISS and I weigh you again, your weight's going to change, but your mass will stay the same.
Okay, but just so we're clear, and just so we can tag team Kosha later, light does have weight, right? We're clear on that. Light has weight, right?
Yes, light has weight, Jeremy.
All right. When Kosho comes through, we're gonna elbow drops off the top rope. Me and you, Nate.
Someone in here named Kosher Chocolate. Kosher Chocolate. Is that him?
He's probably scrambling trying to figure it out because the other day he was telling me it doesn't have weight and all this rigmarole. So we're gonna corner him.
I think he's in VC right now, Jeremy.
He's scared.
But yeah, mass. I mean, light has weight. That's a known thing. It doesn't
Obviously.
have mass, though. It doesn't have rest mass. Obviously, yeah, obviously. It's not a controversial statement.
Well, it was controversial when me and Kosho were debating about it the other day.
Well, what were Kosho's reasons? Why did he say light doesn't have weight?
Dude, I don't know. I can't see the hamster wheels spinning inside Kosho's head. I have no idea what's going on in there.
He must have given reasons, Jeremy, as to why.
I don't know. I don't know, bro.
Did he just say nah?
I don't think he said nuh-uh. Nobody says nuh-uh. Like, that almost never gets said.
Nuh-uh.
He must have given you reasons why light doesn't have weight. But okay.
But his reasons,
maybe you forgot.
I did forget, but whatever his reasoning was, it was wrong.
Mr. Nate.
I mean, I'd like to hear you guys battle it out.
Yeah,
You're gonna be battling with Wikipedia, man. All you got to do is go to Google and type in "does light have weight," and then go to the parts that say no, and then that's what Kosho parrots. Omit all the parts that say that it does or this and that, and that's not a rest. Just say the
hold on.
talking from Google.
Hold on a
Yeah,
second,
you
man.
are a parrot. All you ever
I just
say is what
pre-ordered.
the main.
I just pre-ordered 2 body bags. I got to call them back, and I got to order another one.
Oh shit!
That's all good. Actually, no. You can fit. You can 69 with Jeremy in his body bag. That'll be fine.
Dirty. He's
Hey,
already talking shit.
Listen, I'm gonna make a science fiction prediction right now. Okay?
What? And he's rhyming.
My prediction is that because Nate's a friend of mine, I fuck around with him. But at the end of all of our fucking setups that Jeremy tries to do, I say my piece, and Nate says, "Oh yeah, I see the way you're saying. That's true too." We come to an agreement. That's what's gonna happen. Okay?
Yeah,
because,
but with this though, it's like a dichotomy. Light either
Yo,
does
what's up,
or
Coach?
doesn't have weight.
A mass. It will have mass, right?
Let me tell you what I told Jeremy 2 days ago. Okay? And tell me if you agree.
You don't even know how to say my name right.
Okay, fuck you, kid. Listen to me. Listen to this.
Wait.
Let me try to remember what my argument was. Right. So here's the deal. First of all, I'm not going to talk about the difference. We talked about the difference between gravitational mass and relativistic mass. We're not going to go into the difference between that. But instead, we can describe how let's do a simple example of a hydrogen atom, okay, with a 1 proton and 1 electron, and you shine light onto it, light such that it absorbs all of the light, and now the electron has more energy. that atom now has more mass. And if you were to weigh that atom, it would have had X amount of weight, and then it would have had more weight when you hit it with a light. Okay, but what happens?
Hold on. I have a question. I have a question about what you just said. The electron, the atom has mass, and then the light hits it, and then the atom has more mass now.
That's right.
So
yes.
the mass from the light got added onto the mass to the atom.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second, dude. Let's break that down. So what happened was the light existed, and when it existed, I'm claiming it didn't have weight. I'm claiming that it got converted into energy. It was destroyed. It doesn't exist anymore when it's absorbed by the atom. It's converted to energy in the electron. It's not a photon anymore, by the way. And that atom has more mass now. I mean, has more mass and has weight now. That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's it. And also, if you were to put like a laser in a box, the laser going around and stuff, it would add weight to the box, inside of the box, sure. But it does it by this mechanism I'm describing. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, it breaks down to the difference between relativistic and gravitational mass.
Why you want to be a cake boy, Coach? Come on.
Saying.
So photons act like they have mass. Is that what you're saying? They act like they have mass?
I have no rest mass. They have no rest mass. They are energy.
But they act like they have mass while they're moving, which they're always doing. So they act like they have mass, right?
They are energy, and energy and mass can be converted. And in Einstein's equations, for general relativity, you're actually what bends space time is actually the mass energy. It's actually there's no distinction between them. Mass energy.
Right, but then you give it. So you say right here you want to have your cake and say there's no distinction between them, but then later, when we're talking about like conserving momentum and stuff, you'll give it a special distinction, right?
What are you talking about? I'm not.
Yeah. Cake boy on display.
All I'm saying is that light itself doesn't have weight. That's what I'm saying. Light itself doesn't have weight. Okay, that's all I said.
No name calling.
We
actually like Kosho.
Got a quick question then, Kosho, or Chirality. How do you actually weigh energy then?
Oh, what a question.
What do you mean? How do you weigh energy?
Yeah, measure. How do you weigh it though? How do you weigh energy?
I don't know how. It's your question. I mean, how does that make sense? Weighing energy.
That's for chirality more, if he's still here.
I'm here, but I'm just trying to find something for Zanuck, so I'm not paying attention. Sorry, guys.
No worries, but the question was, how do you weigh energy? By LEB.
Its mass energy ratio. So you're really just weighing the energy content within it?
Light photons don't have mass though, right?
Oh, they don't have.
But they have weight, so it has weight with no mass.
Yes, because weight and mass are not the same thing. And
it has mass. It has mass.
How do you weigh a photon then? If it doesn't have mass,
it's more of a calculation. It's not like you put the photon on a scale and get a reading, Ali. It's more of a calculation being done based on the momentum within that photon. You can directly measure you can directly measure the momentum or the energy content, and then you use that within a mass to energy ratio to get the mass.
Can't you only measure anything?
Because it has mass.
No.
Isn't the only way to measure and interact with a photon is with an electron? You can't detect, measure, do anything with a photon without an electron present. To do that with the photon.
You're a bit muffled. But remember, guys, mass and weight are not the same thing, but mass and energy are the same thing. If you have energy, you can figure out mass. Something can have weight and not have mass.
All right, so is Kosho on the same page? That's now that light does in fact have weight.
I already explained it, dude. In
Mass
Einstein's
and
equations,
energy are the same thing, but yet they conserve momentum in different ways, but they're the same thing.
they're not the same thing. They can be one can be converted to the other.
Y'all need to get y'all story straight, bro. You say it's not the same. Nate says it is the same. You say it has mass. They say it doesn't. Then he said it is. You can calculate the mass, but it doesn't have the mass. Y'all need to get y'all shit straight.
No, we don't, Don. There's nothing wrong with me and Kosho not agreeing. You know, that's the beauty of
Address.
everything. We don't need
Oh,
to
there's
agree.
nothing wrong with y'all not agreeing? One of you is a poser, then. That's what's wrong.
What? So if we
You're
don't agree,
posing the
there's a
standard
problem?
model. You're representing the standard model, and if y'all aren't agreeing, one of you is posing it improperly.
Don's being antagonist.
Yeah,
Why
if
are we
one of
representing?
if we don't agree, one of us is wrong. It's up to you to figure out who's wrong, Don. That's the beauty
What if
of it.
both?
Now
The
you
beauty
have
of
two
it is you
opposing.
guys are idiots that
If
you
you could
sit
let me
there and
finish.
think there's
If you
no
could
problem.
please let me
Y'all
finish.
need to talk it out and
Please
be
let
like,
me
no,
finish.
you're wrong.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Right? So me and Kosho can sit here and not agree. We could have different sources, right? That lead us to different conclusions. It's up to you now to decide who's right. It's up to you to go and do the research, Don.
No. It's up to us to communicate to you one of your dumbasses is wrong, and let's all 5 of us agree. And then do that. Wake up and let's do science.
I don't know where the cover for the battery. Yeah, I placed it. Yellow cover.
It's like, oh well, I guess we just disagree. Day's over. No, it's not up to some audience member to decide. It's up to the posers and the know-it-alls and the
Don,
representatives of the
can you
standard model
can
to
you
get a
not talk for a
consensus.
second?
Y'all need to stop representing
Jeez
a model
Louise.
that y'all don't agree on.
Scream it into a pillow, dude. Hold on a second, man. I'm trying to
One of
say
y'all
something.
Yeah,
doesn't
let's
even
go one at a time.
understand it.
Don, please,
Jesus
bro. Don,
Christ.
please.
Yeah, that's fucking
Jesus
ridiculous.
Christ. I opened up by saying that there's a difference between relativistic mass and gravitational mass. Okay? I thought that we wouldn't have to get into that, but that's what makes it. That's what defines the difference between what's
Right.
What's the difference here,
You're going
Kosho?
into fantasy Narnia land again.
Yeah, what's the
now
difference,
don't.
Kosho, between the two?
Man, we have to at least let the guy fucking talk. And Kosho was about to explain himself.
Yeah, like
They at
Red's
least
mass.
need the opportunity to explain themselves, or else it's just
Thank
us
you.
yelling at them.
Okay, let Kosho go and then Ali B. Come on, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, relativistic mass and gravitational mass. Uh. So yeah, the momentum. I mean, I guess I don't disagree with what Nate's saying. Because when they measure, what do you call it? The mass energy ratio. What's it called? Is this what it's called? Energy mass ratio. Oh, charge to mass ratio. Anyways, this is another way of defining the momentum of a particle, of a small particle. Okay, so like light, for example, uh, it indeed has momentum, which means that there's, there's in some ways you can describe a mass to it. It's obviously not the same kind of mass that we're used to, which is like rest mass, right? But it does have relativistic mass. Okay, so this is how you can. I mean, I guess you can describe that as weighing it or something, but it's really just describing the momentum of the photon.
It's describing an amount of stuff.
Okay, it's Ali's turn now. Please. Then you can go down.
Cheers, Essie. Right, Kosho, what's the difference between the two then? You said relativistic mass and the other one. What actually is the difference between the two?
Well, like relativistic mass, you can describe, like I said, as a product of the momentum. Because if you look at the, what equation is that? The E equals mc squared. If you look at like the extended version of it, you can see that the reason why it's expressed that way is because the momentum is increasing when the energy is increased, which means that so the mass that's being described there is actually relativistic mass. Yeah, whereas gravitational mass and rest mass and that kind of stuff, that's like it's just regular mass. I don't know how to describe it differently.
Special man. I don't know. Good job. It's the amount of stuff in either model, man. It's the amount of stuff. Either way.
That's not true.
Gravitational mass, relativistic mass. It's describing how much stuff you have. Period.
That's not true. Actually, no.
You're just a dunce. It's fine.
As Kiwi pointed out, it is relative to the medium that you're measuring it within. Yeah.
Okay. It's describing the amount of stuff. Either way.
Relative to the medium.
No, relative. No. Just relative to the container that you're talking about. You can put it in any medium. That's what I'm saying. You can. If he's going to equate this to an energy amount, right? If they're going to spread it all the way to potential energies or whatever, it's still a barrier. It's like it doesn't matter what else you put it around. It still is the same amount of stuff.
No, that's not true.
You have different amount of stuff if you put other stuff around it.
Well, is energy stuff? You call it energy stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
How so?
Einstein said so.
He didn't say so.
Yeah, well, okay. You're just
that
weird.
energy is stuff?
Absolutely.
What does that mean? Energy is stuff.
It means it's quantifiable.
Okay.
That's what stuff means, isn't it? A thing? Something that you can note, count, quantize. See, don't get lost in words. Look at physics. Physics, the nature doesn't have words. It has phenomenon.
Well, if it's not physical, then it's not physics. So I guess we shouldn't.
Everything is physical. Everything.
There you go.
These boys try to pretend a thought isn't physical, and they know that it is. They'll try to pretend that a concept is not physical, while yet it is. The concept.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I might have been wrong about gravitational mass. It definitely has relativistic mass. It might also have gravitational mass. It doesn't have rest mass.
Yeah, because it's an amount of stuff.
No, it doesn't have rest mass.
Yeah.
But what? I'm just
the word yes works just as easy as the word no, Kosha.
I said what? Because you're talking during when I'm talking. So
It's the same. Obviously, they're the same, or they have to be. They're going to be linked. They're talking about an amount of stuff.
Okay, just real quick. I missed the last couple minutes because I might have been roboting. Kosho, you're still trying to justify light not having weight.
No, not quite. Not quite. As I said with you the other day, dude.
So you agree light does have weight?
So there's ways you could describe it as having weight. I might have been wrong about it not having gravitational mass. So let me see.
Yeah, you're welcome. The browbeating seems to have made progress.
Okay, let me ask this. If I and I hit something like, and now it wouldn't work, it's hotter, like you're out of nowhere, out of thin air, like magical, right? I mean, science to scientists. It's happening. I don't get to write it, but be some spot that was so big that you could actually get a reading on a scale with it.
How come no one's telling Jeremy he's roboting? You guys are fucked up.
Makes it worse sometimes.
Why don't you tell him he's roboting, Purality? Because I was away from the button.
Hey, I wasn't by my phone. I just came in and I heard, Jeremy.
Actually, I'll go ahead and I'll concede to Nate. Nate, I concede to you. Okay.
I mean, it's nothing to concede to, Kosher. Who needs
no,
to
but the thing
concede,
is,
though?
Nate.
I still had 2 body bags, man. You
Nate,
don't,
isn't
need
it
one,
like
you don't need one, Nate. But Don and Jeremy definitely need one.
Nate, you gotta find something to
my concession
contend.
is to make them shut up. So
Yeah, but it's still on. It's the right position. Hallelujah, happy day. They've got their
isn't it
talking point together.
to Jeremy that you have to concede, Kosho? Or did I not get it straight? Is that Jeremy trying to get in and roboting, or I thought I heard one word, like not even a word.
But actually, you know what? I'm going to stick with my original answer because, as I said the other day, it's nuanced because it's true. If you were to add light into a box, it would indeed weigh more, right? And if you add it to an apple, it would weigh more. You add it to an atom, it would weigh more. But this is because it's converting its energy, the photon, into into the atom, and then it's not existing anymore. So I mean, by itself, does it weigh anything? Like I said the other day, no, I don't think it does. That's still my final.
That's illogical. That's illogical.
It's not illogical, Don, because
Yes,
the
it is.
photon doesn't. When the photon adds mass to the object, when it adds mass to the system, it no longer exists. It doesn't exist anymore.
Oh my God! Well, it had to have mass. It had to have mass to add mass. It cannot add something that it doesn't have.
I never said it didn't. I never said it didn't have mass. It doesn't have rest mass, and it itself doesn't have
It
weight.
added mass.
Added mass. That's right. When it converted itself from
Right.
existing to
Right.
energy
So it
in
has
the
to
system.
have the thing. It has to have it to add it. Now you could say, oh well, it's converted to rest mass when it goes into this material over here, but it still has mass even when it's not at rest, Kosho, because it can't give something that it doesn't have. The same way you sit here and go, look, helium doesn't look like it has weight when you look at it this way, but we can do this other thing to it, and we could say that helium has weight.
Okay, so a trophy doesn't have pride, but if you give a trophy to someone, that person now has pride.
These
Okay?
are false analogies. False
It's not
analogy.
a false analogy, dude. I'm telling you that
False analogy.
it gives weight. It adds mass to the system
False
by
analogy.
virtue of it converting itself to the energy of the system. And so, in a way, there's no reason for. It's not something I would disagree with if somebody said that it had weight, because of the fact that it is technically adding weight to it. I'm just saying personally that photons on their own don't have weight. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're really saying is photons don't have rest mass. That's all you're saying. Which means you get to say that they have mass, which means Jeremy could play around and say on some situations it does have weight. Like what the hell? You're like it's nuanced, but I don't want to agree.
I have a curious question.
The kisses and the
Nate's still here.
trophies.
Hold on a second, Don. Hold on a second, sir. Is Nate still? Nate, are you still here? I have a question. I wonder what you think of this. What you think?
What's up?
If you had okay, if you had a perfectly reflective material, like a perfectly reflective material that reflected 100% of the light that was shown onto it, and you shone light onto it so that it reflected all the material, would you add momentum to that body?
So if you ever like, let's say you are covered in glass that, or some substance that
Yeah, something.
reflects light
100%.
100%, and I shine light on you. You are now asking if you would retain some of the momentum from that light.
Yeah, like let's say it's a solar cell that reflects 100% of the light. Will that solar
Of
cell
course, you would.
move when you shine light?
Yeah, it would move. You would retain some of the moment. You would warm up a little bit. If I like measured your temperature, it would have
How would
gone
you
up a
warm up?
little.
How would you warm up a little bit?
So what would happen to the photons?
Hold on. And how would it warm up? Because this is the question I'm asking. If it reflects 100% of the light, it's not absorbing any of it. Do you see what I'm saying? This is why I'm asking, because it's a curious question. Because if it doesn't absorb any of the light, then how would it heat up? How would it actually transfer momentum onto it?
Because you haven't taken in any of the photons, so all the light's going back, but you've taken some of the energy.
How so?
Yeah, would
See,
they change their wavelength or something?
How is energy conserved in that way? If you're basically
wavelength.
So let's say this. You have two of these planes.
Kosho, give me 10 minutes. Please, someone's calling me.
Okay. Take the phone call. I'm gonna say the scenario though to the rest of the room and see if because this is hurting it's a contradiction in my head, but I could be wrong. But if you had two plates that were perfectly reflective material, two plates that reflected light perfectly, and you shined a light from one side to the other, and so it would bounce back. It would bounce back to both sides. Technically, and let's say also it was contained, so it was like a cube or something. Okay, technically all the energy would just bounce back and forth, none of it being absorbed by the material. It seems like if it was also giving energy to the material, it seems like a perpetual energy
I think you run into like a stream problem, and we got to think about like the 360-degree radiation and then inverse square, and like if it's shifting wavelength, like you know what I mean, it would just fade into some very very dim thing eventually, right, or something like. I like your little setup there. It's cute. Jesus, Jeremy, bless you.
Robot, bro. Robot.
Oh. But Kosho, don't they do stuff like this, man, already?
I don't think that type of material exists, though.
Yeah, they don't do the perfect reflection, but they try to whatever, trap the light, right? Like as much as they can. So couldn't you just kind of maybe extend that a little? I don't know. I guess yeah. If you're distinctifying having like no absorption period, like we won't have any real world example, maybe. But what does it matter if it's never something that's possible?
Well, the point of the question, Don, was uh, something that I think something you were saying about
You're isolating. I
I'm telling you
understand.
that the energy that is obtained by the material, the energy that is turned into extra mass for material is energy that got converted from the photon to the energy, in the electrons in the material. That's my claim. So I'm curious what would happen if that happened to none of the material, none of the light energy, and none of it got converted. Would it still impart momentum onto the object? I'm not sure of the answer. I think the answer might be no.
Might be. Yeah,
Well,
that's
in
I
physics,
see.
can you guys hear me?
You're better. You're way better.
Okay, so in physics, if you push something, if something with momentum hits another thing with momentum, what happens in physics? I don't know.
Momentum's conserved.
Energy's transferred. Second law.
It's the third law.
Oh, the third law.
It's kind of an interesting question, but who knows? I don't know the answer. This reminds me of a question that when I was in physics, the physics teacher asked a question, and he made everyone get on either side of the room, depending on what your answer was. And I remember I got the answer wrong. It's a similar question though. He asked like if there was a door, and you had like a putty that you threw at the door, a swinging door, and there was a case where the putty was able to bounce off the door, or there's a case where the putty stuck perfectly to the door when you threw it at it. The question was, which one would make the door swing faster? I forget what my answer was, but I remember it was wrong. I'm gonna go away for a second and wait for Nate to come back. I gotta get some work done. All right, Jeremy, you win, dude.
Wouldn't the putty that stuck to the door make the door swing faster than the putty that bounced off the door?
I think that's what I answered, or I can't remember. I just remember I got it wrong back then. I'll probably get it wrong again now, so I don't remember what the correct answer was. I think it might be the one that bounced off, but I can't remember.
Yeah, the one that bounce off makes it go faster.
Okay. So then what about that question I asked Nathan Stanek about the perfectly reflective material? If you shine light onto it, are you imparting momentum onto that material? It's perfectly reflective. It's above my pay grade.
So here we go, hot off the presses. Did you guys know that Mercury is shrinking?
Probably.
We have shrinking planets? What?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
hot
like,
off the presses, Sabine.
isn't it like 20 million miles from the sun or something like that?
I don't
Fairly
know the
close to the
exact
sun.
distance, but it's shrinking up according to Sabine and the astrophysicists. Now, I don't know how they measured it to begin with, but yeah, apparently it's shrinking.
Hey, but yeah, I mean, how's that I mean, it's interesting, but is it that shocking?
No, I just thought it funny. I just saw it right now, so I go, let me bring this out so we can laugh a bit.
You know that Venus is, even though it's further from the sun, it's actually hotter than Mercury, right?
Explain
hottest
how does
planet.
I'm sorry. How does that happen? How does a planet get smaller?
Probably its proximity to the sun, I would assume. Which is why I'm not surprised
I
that
think
it's claimed.
I would guess
No
it's
way.
from thermal contraction, like if the core is cooling off. Just a
That would
guess.
Of course,
assuming it
cooling
has a
off
core.
gets closer to the sun.
Oh no, he's saying no. He's saying it's like solidifying, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if the core is getting cooler, then it stands to reason it would contract some.
That's how
Does it have a core though?
Is that a guess?
That's how expansion contraction works.
Yeah, but
Heat it
does
up to
Mercury have
expand
a
it.
core? So sorry, Killian. I thought you were
Right.
done.
I mean, core or not, if the whole
Okay.
planet as a whole is cooling off, the same logic applies.
Yeah, if it was hot to begin with, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't actually know much about that observation, but that would be my first guess. But yeah, could be wrong.
Well, one of the theories they have is that it's spinning slower.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what kind of metrics? How would you go about measuring Mercury shrinking?
That was my first question.
It's angular size.
So you think it's visually? It shrank so much that they can do it visually?
That's what I'm saying. How could you visually observe something like that empirically?
And how do you measure angular size on something that's in the sky?
I mean, that's fairly easy. I mean, you can do the angular size of the moon, the angular size of the sun, the angular size of all the other planets. So it'd be a function of the angular size and the distance. So you take, you look
Yes,
at
but
the ratio.
how do they go about that?
I mean, what are you talking about? Like you're just looking at it. You look at it and you measure what it looks like the angular size that it looks like. So it's like you look at it. Isn't Dan's in here? Isn't he an astronomer? But yeah, you just would look at it and just measure the angular size and compare that to the distance that it's at. I would think.
But you don't see the problems with that.
No, I personally don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do that with the moon. You just look at how far away the moon is and what the angular size is from the distance that it is, and you get a pretty good idea of the actual diameter of it.
Yeah, I'm just bewildered because, like, all right, the moon's a lot closer than Mercury, and to be able to discern a difference in the size of a luminary, right? And when they say it shrunk, I'm sure it ain't like extreme amounts. It's probably like a negligible amount, and I'm just wondering how they're able to even, empirically observe it shrinking. You can't just look at it, man. Like, that makes no sense. You'd be
Well,
prone to so many errors.
they use telescopes though. They don't just like look at it and make a guess. I mean, they'll use a telescope. They'll get a close look at it. They'll look at what the zoom is on their current telescope that they're using. They'll look at what the field of view is, and look at the size that it appears to be in the current scope. And you just measure what angular size it is. That part's trivial. I think the part, and then you compare that to the distance. I think you get a pretty good. You can constantly compare its size. Yeah. It's not like a star. Like the stuff in our solar system, the planets. I mean, they're not like points. You can look at them.
It's similar.
For all you
But
know,
how
it
do you
just got
measure
further
stars?
away.
Yeah, but you would
Yeah,
compare. That's what I said. You would compare its distance. You
But
compare
how
its
do you get the
distance to
distance?
its. Yeah.
Sorry, how do you get the distance?
I mean,
Exactly.
I mean,
Even the
bunch of ways, I guess.
distances are debatable. You know what I mean? Like, how you find distances is kind of like, there's so many variables, bro.
There's a couple variables, yeah. I wonder if stellarium has the angular size of Mercury.
Dude, that's not even the real. That's not even the real. Is that the real? Would you consider that the real angular size if it's being contracted with the Lorentz contraction? Were you guys talking about Lorentz contraction?
No. I think Coffee had his mine was also just a random guess. I almost like his guess better. I don't know what the answer is, but he was saying that his assumption was that it could be contracting just based on its structure. Like if it's solidifying, then it's part of its mass is condensing. Basically, it's gonna
You're
change
saying because
size.
it's getting hot and cold, it's condensing and contracting and expanding.
Well, he's saying that it's contracting. Like the core might be contracting. The core might be solidifying.
I thought his mom was contracting. Kosho. Your mom contracting. Oh shit.
Could be. I'll call her.
I feel like you should bring her on the show at some point. Be like, hey, there's some random strangers that want to say hi to you on Discord. What the hell is Discord, Kosho?
Apparently, they look at Mercury, they can see that it's got stretch marks.
Were you with my dad?
Like, when a woman gives birth and then they have a baby and then they have stretch marks. That's what it is.
Well, if Mercury's orbit is not elliptical, if Mercury's orbit is not circle, then it should be contracting and and
Jeremy, you're breaking up. I'm saying it so
expanding,
chirality doesn't get mad at me.
as should Earth and everything that has an eccentric orbit, right?
You missed the part.
Elliptical orbit.
I already said that though. I said you would compare its angular size to its distance. In that way, yeah. So of course its distance changes. I'm looking at Solarium, and yeah,
Okay.
the angular size changes all the time. But yeah, because the
I just
distance is
told you
changing
the
all the
answer.
time.
The answer is
What?
they look at the stretch marks on Mercury, and that's how they can tell if it's changing size.
There you go.
They're called I put it in Livestream text. It's called grabins.
Grabins, huh?
Did you ever think maybe it's not tangible? I know that never
No.
occurred to you, but
It's occurred to me, but it's not. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's got phases. There's phases of Mercury, and the phases correlate to its position with relationship to the Earth and the Sun. So,
so if I showed you a Tupac hologram from Coachella and gave that phases, you would say, well, there's a correlation between the phases of this, and that's tangible then, right?
yeah, I would. I mean, honestly, if you were to take a hologram of Tupac, and if you were to make it such that when it changes position and with respect to some light, that it actually looked like there were shadows on him, you would convince people that it was probably really Tupac, and it would be great technology. So either this is really a thing that's happening, and there's a relationship between us and the light source and that planet, or someone's playing, a very very skilled trick on us. Yeah, one of the two. But I'm gonna go with the first one because it's got a lot less variables, like Occam's razor. But yeah, it could be the other. Could be what you said. Could be somebody playing a huge trick on us with a hologram.
Hey, is he serious about the stretch marks on Mercury or contractions? Is he joking?
That's what the answer was when I googled it. It says that they can look at the stretch marks on Mercury, and they're
I
changing
thought you were
size.
joking.
There you go.
That's pretty interesting. I'd never heard of grabins or grabins.
Sorry, what's a grabbing? I was roboting just now. Say it again.
Apparently, it's these sort of stretch marks or maybe compression marks on the surface of Mercury. At least that's what they think they are.
So they say Mercury's the angular size is always ever changing, and it's contracting and expanding because of how far it is from the sun, and that's why it's contracting and expanding. Is there a correlation with its distance from the sun on where it is in its orbit?
But you were right though. Coffee. What you said about the core. They said that is the reason though.
Yeah,
all kinds of different people are saying all kinds of different things. Scientists, that is. Some of them are saying it's the spin. They think it's spinning slower. Look at this other tidbit I found. More scientists are admitting, holy moly, we gotta rethink this galaxy stuff. It's all wrong.
Would you find a six sigma?
Well, he did say greater than 5 sigma, so yeah, that's pretty damning, man. No, but this is just other scientists, saying that, hey, we got to rethink this. This is Christopher Consalis, I think his name is, astronomy professor at the University of Manchester in the UK. Just published. So it's not looking too good for the model daily.
Well, there's obviously no telescope on Earth that can look at the stretch marks on Mercury, so their claim has to be from a probe that's way out into the depths of our solar system to be able to get that close. It's
Well, it just so happens. Oh, sorry.
it's not. How can we verify that?
Yeah,
It's
well,
unfalsifiable.
it just so happens that they're sending a probe next year, or they've sent one just in the same article thing that I posted. I'm sure they got funding for that, huh? So say it's shrinking and then say, well, look, we have to verify it, right? And obviously we need money to build a probe to send there to verify it. What a scam.
Well, obviously it has to be another probe because they must have done it already to be able to say that there are stretch marks on Mercury.
Right. You're probably right, yeah. But maybe that one wasn't powerful enough, you see? Didn't have just the right amount of juice. Just they need a little one just a little bit better to just verify the verification.
Yeah, it's like a peer review telescope.
Yeah. I mean, it's sheer comedy at this point.
In Alaska, they spent like, I forget how much money, like some amount of millions, to do a study to see if porpoises would run into pylons of a bridge. It was just ridiculous.
Speaking of telescopes, I'm thinking about live streaming my telescope on the partial eclipse I'll get here on Saturday.
Yeah, bro, for sure.
Just
Where
wish
is
I
it?
was in the path.
Where is it? Do you know the path?
Yeah, it goes from the path of like maximum. It goes from like Oregon down to the southeast, like through Texas, I think, maybe, or maybe New Mexico and Mexico. I think that's where it goes for totality. Well, not totality, but maximum path.
I wonder if we're getting any
need
up
the full
here.
call pendulums.
Yeah, I don't know. Here in Montreal, you might be on the edge of it, or like a slight partial eclipse. I'm not sure. I'm in Chicago, and I get like a partial eclipse where the moon's diameter roughly covers half of the sun's diameter, so not a whole lot.
Okay, thanks for the info. Yeah, usually I'm up on speed on these things, but lately I've been busy. So Saturday, right?
Yeah, Saturday, at least in Chicago, it starts around, I don't know, 11 a.m. or something like that, maybe maximum around noon or so. But if you're in Montreal, definitely April, you've got, I think, a total eclipse coming right through there.
Nice. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one I can't wait for. But even this one I'm gonna try, but it's probably gonna be cloudy, but we'll see. Yeah, excited.
What are you talking about? The one Saturday?
Yeah.
The eclipse on Saturday?
You got to
So
get the
that's
full call pendulums out for
that
you
one.
for this.
Hold on a sec, Jeremy. That one
Especially in
occurs
the path of
at
totality. Like we need to
as
be
a
all over the
micron
place.
through.
Side by side is a good time to do SE side by side thing. We could do demox above and below, all types of stuff, whatever we got.
I hear you, bro, but I think you're not hearing. Who was that spoke?
Cillian. What's
Was
up?
that Killian? Yeah, that was
Yeah, what's up?
Killian. Can you hear
No,
Killian, Jeremy?
I was just gonna throw in. Yeah, Jeremy, you got me turned down to 10%, don't you, punk? See, he's got me turned down. He's on a I hate Killian kick.
Jeremy, can you hear Killian?
Nope.
It's
He's got
probably
me
robot. He's
blanco
busy.
blanco. So I was just gonna tell you, SC, that eclipse is happening at 11:15 a.m. for us here on the East Coast.
Nice, nice. I'll be ready. I hope there's no clouds. Gonna have my solar filter out and ready to go.
So complete sidebar for a second, if you wouldn't mind. Does anybody in here have a robot vacuum and mop? Has anybody jumped down this lazy hole yet? All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Don't tell me you bought one of those robo vacuums.
Dude, somebody just asked me or told me that they're on sale on Amazon. So I jumped in to see, and I'm like, damn. Because I legitimately need to get a new vacuum. So I'm thinking, well, shoot, like, if it does the deed.
Don't do it. You'll get lazy and fat.
As my oven dings saying, put food in me.
I was listening to some programmer that was saying that those vacuums have like software directly linked to China servers or something along those lines.
Is anybody in San Antonio here? Well, if you are, you're getting a full eclipse.
Hey, real quick, mic check.
Yo,
Yeah, I hear
Coach.
you.
No good.
All right, finally, my shit was getting all fucked up.
Yeah. Well, what was that question you asked me about mirrors?
Yeah, about if a mirror had a perfect reflective, like if it reflected light perfectly, uh, and you shine a light onto it, it's not absorbing any of the energy. I guess it still would impart momentum onto it, but would it lose momentum at the same time? I don't think so. All right, so I don't know. Kind of confusing.
Yeah, it would impart and gain momentum. The light would, there would be a push and pull. I mean, not a push and pull, but the light's push would be counteracted by, not counteracted, but cause and effect. The light pushing the mirror would cause the mirror to push the light. They would push each other. So the mirror would move backwards, the light would move away from it. Momentum would
Oh
be.
But he's saying it's
yeah,
perfectly reflective.
yeah.
Perfectly reflective, so no energy is going to be transferred.
Right now.
I think it has to have, or for that rest, the zero rest mass photon to be able to impart or to change momentum, there has to be some type of energy change.
Yeah, at least with if it were like an object, because like if you like have like two cue balls in vacuum of space or something, if one's stationary and you bounce it off of it, whatever energy is gained from the other one is going to be lost in the original one. So you would think that if it didn't absorb any of the energy, then and it reflected back perfectly, then where's the extra energy coming from? You know what I mean?
And then put it in a gravitational field in that box and see if it can register its weight in a perfectly reflective box. That might answer the question too.
It sounded interesting. Yeah. What do you think the answer is, Zach? Because that's confusing me a little bit.
I think if it's perfectly reflective. Well, that's a good question. Maybe Nate's right on this because the solar sails.
Right.
What is that solar sail made of? We gotta look at that. That might give us the answer we're looking for. We might back into.
Yeah, isn't it some reflective like mylar or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But think about what I'm asking though, Coffee, because it's. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm confused. I don't know where I'm getting it wrong, but if it's perfectly reflective, and so the light when it reflects off of it, it hasn't changed its wavelength or anything like that because it hasn't absorbed anything. So the same amount of energy is still in the photon. But the thing, if the thing gains momentum and moves, then where's the extra momentum coming from?
I think it's. I would guess it's because the photon's momentum does change because it changes direction, and momentum is a vector. So, yeah.
I mean, there's an interaction happening here. The photon is touching the mirror, so I mean they are interacting. So there will be some sort of momentum exchange, but energy will still be conserved, though.
It doesn't say won't be conserved. It just says that if they're changing momentum, there has to be a force because that's what a force is defined. And so if it has.
Well, there is a force at play here.
Right, so that would have
there's
to
a
be.
Force at play. There's an interaction. As long as you have an interaction,
I'm not arguing. I'm just kind of restating it in just a different way.
So hold on, but
photon with with momentum, no rest mass, reflecting off of an object, changing its momentum, and it has to have a force that would change whatever that momentum is. It's no mass, but no rest mass times its velocity, and its velocity is made up of has a vector. And the vector has a direction. The direction is 180, completely changed. So what would the force be based on the velocity change?
Yeah,
but are you using P equals mv for light?
Well, it's a variant of that, not exactly that, actually.
It sounded like you were specifically using P equals mv.
We're staying very general because that's how Nate was responding to it as well. He was saying we have something hitting something, interacting with it, and changing direction. So there has to be a force associated. But in relativity, there's a specific equation that's related to light, even with no rest mass, changing directions and what that force becomes in a gravitational field and not.
It's an extended form for the momentum equation or momentum formula, and if you use the extended form, you can actually change the mass to 0, and it's not going to change momentum to 0.
It's not going to change momentum to 0?
Yeah, I forget exactly what that extended form is, but yeah, you can change that's how light can have momentum and not have a rest mass, basically. I just forget exactly what that form is. Let me see. But regardless, though, so what you guys are saying is that just because light changes its direction and its momentum is changing by the fact that it's changing its direction, that can give a momentum to the mirror or the whatever, even though it's not just changing its direction.
The gravitational redshift kind of describes that. I mean, that goes back to I wasn't really arguing with Nate. Originally, to kind of clarify the gravitational effects to give something weight. And so we have the light in a box going up and down, and the gravitational redshift is what we're seeing. So that means there's a force acting greater on the way down, which is the weight of the photon. That goes back to ties our old discussion to this discussion. So how is that interaction dependent upon it reflecting or being absorbed?
I don't know.
it's a little mind bending, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that a reflected one would transfer like double the momentum as one that got completely absorbed, right?
well, it's the other end of the spectrum. So what happens if it's completely absorbed into and nothing reflects off of it? Does that make, is there more of a force?
Yeah, but I mean,
because
this photon touches the mirror, right? You know, there's an interaction there. There's an action and a reaction. There's an absorption of the photon, and then and then it gets emitted after that. You know, so maybe look at that as two separate interactions. In the first action, like let's say the photon is moving towards the glass mirror, and the mirror is moving towards the photon. When the mirror absorbs the photon, it's gonna be slowed down a little bit. You know,
I
this
thought
is
that if
the
it reflects, there's no absorption.
Yeah.
If it was a perfect reflection,
Yes.
then wouldn't there be no absorption?
reflection just means it's absorbed and re-emitted at an angle. You know, there is an interaction that goes on. It has to be absorbed. Otherwise,
So you're
if you're saying there's
light.
no absorption, then you're saying they don't touch each other.
Are you saying the light when it bounces off the mirror, it's now going slower?
I'm saying that the mirror, if the mirror was moving towards the light and then it absorbed it, it would move slower in the direction towards the light. Or if the mirror was standing still and the light hit it, the mirror would move backwards a little bit, and then the light that's emitted would be a bit redshifted.
Would it be moving at the same speed?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said it slowed down earlier. I was gonna say
Would
you
what
are
be moving at?
wilding with that, but okay.
Wait, but what are you asking? Is what moving at the same speed, the mirror or the light?
The light that bounces off the
Yeah.
mirror.
Yes, it always moves at one speed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. I got
I think
my eye on you.
Yeah, even if the mirror is perfectly reflective, it will still, in order to interact with the light, it needs to absorb it. I don't know any other way light interacts with anything.
So you're saying the gravitational
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
giving light weight is an additional more gravitational redshift, which wouldn't ordinarily be there if there wasn't a gravitational field that it was in. That's also saying that if it reflects back and forth indefinitely, it'll eventually slow down and stop. Not stop, but eventually it'll slow down forever. Because every time it bounces off, it's losing energy.
It gets
It's
redshifted
losing
more and
energy
more.
in the form of redshift. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it would do that.
I think it would do that. Even with a perfectly 100% reflecting mirror, I think that would happen. Because it's interacting with the mirror. Like, otherwise, how does it reflect it then? It needs to touch the mirror surface to be reflected, right?
Right.
So in that touching, the mirror needs to absorb it and then emit it. Unless you know another way, that could happen.
Yeah, and if the reflected photon transfers some of its momentum to the mirror to conserve momentum, then if energy is also conserved, then it has to be redshifted to keep that part of it, to keep that conservation.
Well, I think that has to be an energy transfer for the momentum to be transferred to the mirror. That's how the solar cells work. I don't think it would be. It's perfectly reflective. I don't know if that
Yeah,
would happen.
there is.
Well, I mean, explain to me how.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an
Well, I mean,
oxymoron to say.
I was just going to say, like, the momentum is definitely transferred, just in the fact that the photon's momentum has changed 180 degrees. So some of it had to be transferred to the
Well, then there'd
to
be a
the
force
perfectly
associated with it.
reflective mirror.
That means there's a force
Right.
associated. What would that force be? Calculation for the force is pretty specific, and that's how they end up doing this weight calculation for the photon too. Maybe there's something in the clues of
So you're saying the light loses energy, but its speed stays the same. In Nate's scenario, the
funny.
light
All I heard was
it hits
wait,
the mirror, it
light
loses some energy.
phases number phases.
Yeah,
That's all I heard from you.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
your audio is red shifting really bad.
Why don't you guys like tell him? You guys just listening to him roll, but
It sounded kind of funny. All I heard was a bunch of nouns with nothing in time all together. It was like a word game.
I think this leads you to the question, Kosho. Is there such a thing as a 100% reflective mirror? Like,
No.
even in a hypothetical, like, how would that work?
There's no such thing. That's why I was saying hypothetically.
Even in a hypothetical, how would a perfectly reflecting mirror reflect light?
What do you mean?
You're saying this mirror reflects light 100%, whatever that means.
It doesn't
I'm
absorb.
assuming
It doesn't absorb. Whatever the material is doesn't absorb any of the photons for whatever reason. Whatever this made of material
now,
is.
then how does it reflect it? Because in order to reflect it, it needs to interact with it. So you're saying if it doesn't absorb any of it, how is it interacting with it?
But it's not. But you're right. Yeah,
So
I mean, you're right. I guess it does. It
yeah,
absorbs it. It's just got to absorb it and
it's got to
re-emit it,
absorb it
basically. So, yeah.
to reflect it. So that's what I mean. Even in the hypothetical, like, just wouldn't make sense to me.
Well, then it re-emits. It re-emits 100% of the light. Then that's what it does. But even that doesn't exist. So.
Right, but let's say hypothetically that happened. It 100% absorbed the entire photon, and then it 100% just re-emitted it as if nothing happened.
Yeah.
How? It's going to lose energy
Yeah.
when it can't. It's
sounds like-
impossible.
Well, it gained the energy when it absorbed it, and then it lost all of it when it re-emitted it. Yeah. But it doesn't exist, so it doesn't matter. It's not a real thing.
Look at it from a complete absorption.
What do you mean it gained?
So
What
look
do you
at
mean
it
it
from
gained
a
energy?
absorption.
When an atom absorbs a photon, it gains its energy, converts it to
What
energy.
Can you hear me? Hello? Kosho.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So let's look at what happens when we have a complete absorption of that photon. What would then happen? It's
You have a black body. Yeah.
to absorb completely into the right, and that mirror that would not really a mirror anymore, it's an absorber would equal the momentum of the original photon. So with a mirror, you get 2 times the momentum boost compared to a perfect absorber.
What? What are you guys rambling on about, man?
That's how physics works. If you have a change in momentum, there has to be a force. And because photons have momentum, when it stops, is not re-emitted, then all that momentum went into the mirror.
First of all, when that light hits, when it hits the mirror, it's going to lose something. There ain't no
wait a
question
minute.
about it. In the form of heat or some other. What?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just
They
saying
can't lose
you
anything.
can't have 100%
Momentum's
reflection.
always conserved.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Momentum's
It's
always
100%.
conserved.
But yeah, Zen, actually it makes sense now, right? Because it gains double, so it's double if it's reflective. So a black body compared to a perfectly reflective material, yeah, the momentum would be double. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, okay. Because in
So
one case, you're adding the momentum. It would almost be double, or be a little bit more than
yeah,
double.
it gains the momentum.
But it's also adding
Gains the
mass in
momentum
the
of
case.
equal.
Yeah.
It gains momentum equal to the momentum of the original photon, and then with the mirror, you get 2 times the momentum boost
Right.
compared to a perfect absorber.
Because it adds it, and then it also emits it in the other direction. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Right. And that follows suit with Nate's saying too.
Yeah, I think Coffee said it earlier as well.
It has to be a re-emission.
Double. Yeah,
I
okay,
think
that makes
Nate
sense.
is quiet for a reason. He doesn't want to
No.
get involved with you
So
guys.
does it mean? So does it mean we created
Tell me I'm
momentum where there
wrong.
wasn't
Tell me
any?
I'm wrong, Nate.
How do we have double momentum when there's only a single? Well, actually, yeah. Think about that for a second.
No, I mean they like thinking about it, Essie. So I'm just giving them space to breathe, man.
Okay.
Give him
I call it
space.
roast, but okay.
Let's
Let him
break it down.
breathe.
So would you agree?
Let him
Nate,
breathe,
would you
Nate.
agree that Nate, would you agree that a perfect absorber would that momentum change would be exactly whatever the momentum of the photon was when it was
Like a
absorbed?
fine wine of physics.
Hey, can you please not do that, heckle boy? You're just heckling us. Stop it.
Squishing grapes here.
So, Nate, would you agree that if the photon just was absorbed and not re-emitted, that the momentum transferred to the sail or whatever the surface was, the mirror that wasn't really a mirror, didn't reflect anything, that momentum would be transferred to the mirror exactly?
Yeah, I agree.
See that I heard yes. So when it's
Makes sense.
reflected, do you not agree that you get 2 times momentum compared to the perfect absorber?
Yes.
Okay.
We're all in agreement.
All in agreement, yeah.
And I think
So
this is
you're
how
saying,
Okay, so the light bounces off the mirror. Hold on, Don. The light bounces off the mirror. You guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can? You can? Awesome. The light bounces off the mirror, then it loses energy or something.
I didn't say shit.
I wasn't talking to you, Don.
Don thinks everyone's talking to him.
Is that true, Xanax? Does it bounce off the mirror and lose energy?
I think it has to lose a little bit of energy. It might be the reason for it changing wavelength. But if it doesn't, let's say if it's perfectly reflective, which I don't believe exists, maybe in theory, then it wouldn't lose any. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if it loses energy, E equals h bar times 1 over the wavelength. So if it loses energy, then the wavelength changes.
Right.
So, Chase, what do you think would happen if you had a 100% perfectly reflecting mirror, right? How would it go? And this is all hypothetical. How would it reflect a photon without absorbing it and re-emitting it? Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, that's a good question. Right.
I have no idea.
Well, usually this is explained using like path integrals and like the Lagrangian of a photon and its probability density of going in certain directions, which is just really complicated. So the more easier explanation is, like you said, the absorbing and being re-emitted.
And is that actually what's happening?
I think this is where we get into the best guess. Like it's complicated. Yeah, I agree with that, but maybe the unknown. So we come up with our best guess in science. Now I do agree with science coming up with their best guess with this type of stuff. Like I think that's why you have to say it's very complicated because it's a lot of unknowns. Even for the people who study it all their life, they kind of waffle around, right, a little bit when it comes to light. I'm not even sure it's reflected anymore. I think it just exists. Information might be everywhere. It's how you can send a picture to Hong Kong in a split second. I think it's traveling through, space and time or anything, but it's just already there.
Hello. How are you guys?
Well, with the mirror thing, right? Nate is correct. There are some in the reflection process. There are some photons that are absorbed and then re-emitted by the atoms of the mirror. But the problem with saying that's the sole explanation is that that process is random. The direction that the photons are re-emitted is random. So in reality, what people have done is the probability density experiments where you have mirrors at these really bizarre angles from where the emitter is, and you see that you have to actually consider all paths of the photon because you'll get these reflections from a mirror that's like even behind an emitter source. And so the real, if you want the full accurate explanation, you have to consider the Lagrangian and the action of a photon and a path integral. And that's what brings the whole thing together.
Does some go through the mirror? Some gets absorbed, some goes through, and some gets reflected? Or does it?
Depending on the mirrors, some mirrors won't absorb and reflect every single photon.
Sounds like a kind of a similar idea to like integrating over all the Feynman diagrams in a particular study or whatever. You got to consider all the probabilities to come to the most likely outcome.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, really. Usually it's just the first and second order diagrams that you have to consider.
All right, let me know when you guys are done with this light thing. I got this other thing that's gonna probably tickle your fancy.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jeremy, you hearing me?
I hear you.
All right, cool. Just checking in, bro.
All right. I don't know if we are done with the light thing. I wish I could talk more, but I can't. So I wasn't satisfied with that whole conclusion. But anyway, riddle me this: can you find via time dilation a place where we are completely static within the universe?
What do you mean by that completely static? What does that mean?
Doesn't mean you'd be moving through time at the speed of light. Which doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, you'd have to have a zero velocity, but a zero velocity relative to what though?
Was that somebody trying to talk there?
I think so.
Broke up.
Actually, I got a question, Jace. It's kind of similar to his question, but not really. But you know how like at those labs where you can make the coldest material, and you make it by slowing the particle down, you know, by hitting it at all angles with the light. You know what I'm talking about? You just slow it down as much as possible. It's like the coldest place in the universe or something like that.
Yeah, like laser cooling or whatever they call it.
Yeah, is its temperature, even though so that it's coldest place on as relative to the Earth, but if you were you know referencing it from somewhere else that's not on the Earth, it'd be moving, right? So it actually wouldn't be the same temperature, right? It'd be hotter. Is that wrong?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think right when you're talking about the ones on the Earth, right, you're referencing it to the Earth just being like zero, like the 0 point, or the
Yeah.
stationary point for its kinetic energy component. But yeah, it would change the temperature, right? Because it would change the energy if you had a different velocity reference for the kinetic energy.
It's interesting.
That's why I
Wow,
think
did you
when
really just say that?
When they do these laser cooling things, they're kind of referencing like the temperature in reference to like the temperature of the CMB, which is like 2.7 Kelvin or something like that.
Okay, just to be clear, you're saying that if we view this from a different reference frame, it's gonna be a different temperature. You actually said that?
Yes, technically, because kinetic energy
Ah!
is part of what makes up the temperature of a particle.
No doubt. So
So
you're
really,
saying
when you're talking about
it's gonna.
individual
Oh, my bad.
particles, they don't have a temperature. Yeah, it wasn't done. When you're talking about individual particles, they don't even have a temperature. Now I'm done, Jeremy.
I didn't hear anything you said because I had to move to a spot where I broke up. But yeah, we'll have to get into this another time because I can't talk a lot right now.
That is a good question, Kosho. Right, and even off the top of my head, right, I feel like we just for temperatures, like when we're talking about the temperature of an object here on the Earth, like we're just setting the scale like in reference to like the Earth's motion being 0, I guess.
Yeah, no, because then the question comes up about like states of matter. You know what I mean? Because I guess that would mean that because if you were to describe if you were to describe the ice on Neptune, for example, I guess you'd have to define its energy. Like you'd have to just define the state of matter as sort of being relative, or as the the energy as being relative, because if you describe its energy, from the reference of like outside the galaxy or something, it technically has a lot of energy, and so you think that it wouldn't be ice, but I don't know. So I guess the energy has to kind of sort of be in reference to, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, you have to consider the Kelvin scale is an absolute scale.
Next.
Like the 0 point of the Kelvin scale is defined as absolutely no motion, right? So the energy measurements can change based off the reference, but where it still lands on the Kelvin scale is still absolute. So that will be the same no matter what. It's just the kinetic energy measurements can change, but the temperature scale is absolute.
Okay, good. So knowing that, things will be hotter or colder depending on how they appear to us to be moving. If we were to stop ourselves in the universe relative to the motion of Earth, you know, on a galactic scale, so that it's moving 1.5 million miles an hour faster, you're telling me Earth will simultaneously be 2 different temperatures at the same time.
You may have to say that again, but just no. Well, you take a measurement from one individual reference point, so it only have one temperature. Like you can have 2 different observers in different parts of the universe observing the Earth moving and taking temperature measurements, and yes, they may come up with different temperatures, but each one will only come up with one temperature because they're taking from their reference.
Yeah, and then they can compare notes and find out that Earth was 2 different temperatures at the same time.
Potentially. I feel like that would be more of a Doppler shift kind of thing that it would show up rather than temperature, but I could be wrong about that.
That's what I was
You
thinking
said it had
too.
more kinetic. You said it had more kinetic energy.
Interesting thing about the Doppler is its kinetic energy.
Oh, hold on, Kosho.
Okay.
You said Jace. You said it had more energy, more kinetic energy.
Yes, but you would have to measure its kinetic energy using some form of a light. And so I feel like your measurement would be Doppler shifted, and that's what would account for the change in energy.
Yeah, but if something has more kinetic energy, is it not going to be hotter?
Yes.
Okay,
like
so
I
in one
said-
situation we have Earth. Oh, my bad. I have a follow-up question if you would allow me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So in one situation we have Earth with one amount of kinetic energy. Then we have another situation with another amount of kinetic energy, and you're telling me it's not going to be a different temperature?
I'm saying it may be. I haven't personally done this experiment, so I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to do out the calculations, right? It would depend on how you're taking the measurements. I can see 2 potential scenarios. Either the change will show up in the Doppler shift through the measurement method you're using, or it will show up in the kinetic energy itself, right?
To be honest,
Yeah. If something
but
has more, maybe I'm confused. If something has more, does it have more? Will it be hotter or colder?
Yes, but that is typically when you're talking about taking measurements from the same reference point, right? Like if I'm in the lab measuring the energy of 2 different objects and they have 2 different energies, then they'll have 2 different temperatures, etc. But that's from the same reference. When you start changing the reference rather than just the object itself, there's more. I feel like there's more to consider there.
Yeah. So you're telling us that Earth is going to physically have more kinetic energy depending on where you're looking. This is physics,
The
right?
energy,
Just to be,
the
just
energy
I'm
is
not
a
sure.
reference
This is
dependent
physics.
measurement. So kinetic
The
energy is
amount
a
of physical energy. My bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
the energy is a reference dependent measurement or frame dependent measurement.
Yeah, the amount of physical energy something has. Just to be clear, is this is physics? Are we talking about physics right now, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Kinetic
so in
energy
physics,
is frame dependent, though.
yeah, just so in
It's not
physics,
a Lorentz.
kinetic.
It's not a Lorentz invariant.
So it's not truth.
What do you mean by truth? It's just a measurement that's dependent on your reference frame.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is kind of a question. That's why it actually is an interesting question because I feel like it's like probably real nuance. It's probably like something astronomers, because you have to imagine that if you use the Doppler, um, it can be red shifted or blue shifted and technically have the same kinetic energy, right? Because I guess if you knew what material it was, like if you knew it was like a hydrogen, or whatever, it was a ball of hydrogen. Uh, if it could be red shifted or blue shifted by the same amount, and it would have the same amount of kinetic energy in reference to us, right? Because it'd be moving away from us or towards us.
Yeah.
Okay, just so we're clear, hold on. Before we get into that, just so we're clear, you're telling me. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, so just to be clear, things can be two different temperatures at the same exact moment, right? That's what you guys are saying.
Depending on what reference frame you like, what view you're getting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like you can be in one reference frame, and then they can go compare notes, and they'll be like, "Wow, it was two different temperatures at the same time. That's amazing."
I guess that's why you would have to measure it in a way that happened. Which is what I'm saying. So astronomers would probably have an exact way of doing that because there's multiple ways to measure things like stars.
Cake boy, cake.
Astronomers have a way to measure something at two different temperatures depending on what reference frame they're viewing it from,
No,
or
they
what
probably
angle.
make the measurement so that wouldn't they in a way that wouldn't come up with a multiple.
That's not what Chase said. Chase or whatever Chase.
Yeah, if we measure them in a certain way, then you get two temperatures. But what I'm saying is the way that they probably consider measurements or consider temperatures for astronomy, they probably do it in a way that where you wouldn't end up with, a conflicting answer. But
First
he's
of
right
all,
though. The temperature would be different depending on if you're moving with it or if it's moving in reference to you.
measuring temperature because of the way you're looking at something seems pretty. I don't know if you would call that a measurement or not. Now, calculating the temperature based on what you think you know about how you're looking at something, red shifting and blue shifting, okay, I'll give science that because that's what they do all the time. But actually calling that a measurement, it's a tough one. And then saying that it can be two different measurements depending on. Now you're saying how you measure it, but he was saying how you view it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I agree with Kosho, right? I think there's two ways, right? You can transform to the rest frame of the object, right? So that would just zero out your measurement for any kind of velocity. So that would bring you to the absolute temperature scale in that way because you wouldn't have any shift for the velocity in your measurement because you're just in the rest frame of the object. And that's done in particle physics a lot of the time. But a second way is with the method of measuring itself, right? If you're using light, then it's going to be red or blue shifted, as Kosho said. And so from different frames, I feel like I haven't done the calculations, but I feel like the red or blue shift would just take care of that. The difference in the energy from the different frames would just be taken care of by the shift in each frame. And so you still could come up with the same answer.
And then from there, all they do is
Well, hold
measure
on.
what color it is.
Hold on a second. Okay, but hold on, man. If something has more kinetic energy is a form of thermal mass, right? Like if something has thermal energy, it now has more thermal energy, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So knowing that, if this thing has more kinetic energy because we're viewing it from a different frame, it's going to be a different temperature, right? It has to be. Like it physically has to be a different temperature.
Depending on how you're making that measurement. If you're making the measurement
I
by
think
check it out, dude. If you're making the measurement by observing its color and not making any corrections or anything, they're gonna have two different colors. So they're gonna you're gonna measure two different energies. But what Jay said is you make those corrections. If you were to make those corrections, the red shift or blue shifted. So it's like if you knew it was hydrogen, you can tell how much is being shifted or blue shifted. You correct for that, and then you make the the measurement. That makes sense to me. That would be a way of sort of canceling out the kinetic energy, like the difference in kinetic energy.
Dude, listen to me. If something has more kinetic energy, it has more heat. So if you're seeing this thing and it has more kinetic energy than it did before, or whatever, you're gonna have a different temperature. And you're saying physics is telling us that things can be two different temperatures at the same exact time.
Yeah, but
Are you guys sure about this?
You're talking about when you're taking the measurement from the same frame, and then you're trying to then go to the situation where you're taking measurement from a different frame. And it's just a different situation where the red shift and the blue shift is going to have to be accounted for.
No, we got two guys. They're in different frames. Then they're going to meet up after and compare their temperature notes.
Yeah, but one of them may get a value of 10 for the red shift, while the other gets a value of 5 for a blue shift. And that can bring their values back into being even because they're in two different frames.
Yeah, we went through this. They're in two different frames. In one frame, the one thing has more kinetic energy. If you have more kinetic energy, you have a different temperature. We don't have to worry about what they're seeing. We don't have to know what they're seeing. We know that more kinetic energy equals a higher temperature, right?
Yes, it's one
Right, Jay?
component. It's not just
Okay, yes,
kinetic
yes.
energy equals temperature. There's more to consider. Well, what I'm saying is that difference in kinetic energy would likely show up.
Well, we're
in
talking
the
about the same. We're talking about the same body. We're talking about the same body, not a different object. My bad. I thought you were done.
You have a lag, Jeremy.
But the problem is you're talking about the scenario where you're taking two different energy measurements from the same reference frame. In that scenario, yes, they would have a different temperature. But the scenario changes when
You're
it's
gonna go
two
again
different
tonight.
reference frames, rather when you're taking the measurement of the same object from two different reference frames. That's a different situation. I think you're just lagging, Jeremy.
We must have a huge lag because you wait for him to start talking. Anyway, but yeah, what you're saying is a little. I mean, you definitely said you get two different temperatures depending on the reference frame, different angles because of red shift and blue shift. It's the same object, you know, with two different temperatures at the same time. It's strange.
That's not, because that isn't what I said. I said the red shift and blue shift may account for the difference in energy, and thus you'll still arrive at the same temperature. I haven't done the calculations to check that, but that would be either you just go to the rest frame of the object itself, which would be the most plausible thing to do. But if you can't do that, then your measurement method may just end you up in that spot where the shift accounts for the difference between the frames.
I got you, because that's not what you said earlier. You definitely said two different temperatures due to the red shift and blue shift, right? From two different
I
views.
said that, but if I did, then I misspoke.
Yeah, gotcha. So same temperature now. Two different measurements of red shift and blue shift, but the object has the same temperature once you calculate it out, I guess.
Yeah, you would have to convert the red shift and blue shift into the energy value to check. That's where I haven't done those calculations yet. So I'm just giving possibilities, right? I'm just being honest rather than trying to say I have the absolute truth and everyone else is wrong.
Yeah, but you're double speaking, Jason. You're not addressing the.
Well, he said he might have misspoke because earlier he definitely said two different temperatures because we even clarified it. And now he's saying it could come out to be the same temperature, which that makes more sense.
Right, they always play this game, and I've always seen the same trump card that Jeremy sees is they can come back together. It's that simple. You guys,
Go ahead, Coach. I'll be back in a minute. But there is a third. It just seems less plausible to me. A third scenario where you could have different energy values and different temperature values. I feel like you'd have to be doing different forms of measurement method for that. But
that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. By doing a different, by measuring it differently, by looking at different things. Like let's say you're not correcting for the red shift or blue shift, and you're just observing the color without ignoring red shift or blue shift. You're gonna come to the conclusion that they're two different energies because that's what you're observing. But you are trying to correct for that because you're actually trying to measure its energy in a in a way that makes sense. So it's like if you measure it, like if you're measuring like Neptune or something like that, like it's moving towards you or away from you. If you're measuring just its color and not considering the fact that it's moving away or towards you, then you might get the wrong idea for what the temperature actually is. You see, so it's like you either have to correct for that or you have to do a different method of measuring it. That's what I would think.
Temperature of what? The ice on Neptune or the land on Neptune or the gases surrounding Neptune? Like, what's the temperature of?
Just Neptune, like the energy that Neptune has. So yeah, if you want to know what the temperature is of the sun, Neptune, what was the thing that we were talking about? How do we get? Oh, I guess anything. I was describing originally a particle that was brought to absolute zero on the Earth, and I was asking whether or not, obviously when it's moving, when the Earth's moving, and you're looking at it from a frame that's not on the Earth, technically that temperature is no longer absolute zero because it's actually has a kinetic energy now. So it just depends on what frame you're viewing it from, and if you ignore that, then yeah, I would assume you would measure different temperatures. But I think the idea is to not ignore that. But there's probably something that you might want to ask an astronomer because they probably deal with these problems all the time.
Well, the most ideal thing to do for particles is to go to the rest frame of the particle, because that's Lorentz invariant. You can take you get the energy, temperature, all that stuff in the rest frame, and that is the same in your frame, right? But if you're talking about measuring like a practical measurement of the temperature of the ice on Neptune, that would be done with some form of electromagnetic radiation. So you'd be getting the temperature, it would be a conversion from like the wavelengths and the shift of the light.
What do you mean, like absorption spectra, or what do you call it? Absorption lines or something?
Yeah, it would be like an infrared, right? If you actually wanted to take the temperature of the ice on Neptune, right, probably the most practical way to do it would be to send some kind of rocket there with an infrared camera and measure the temperature using the mechanism, just like a thermal thermometer here on Earth, using that mechanism.
Right. But you'd want that probe to be moving with Neptune at that point. You wouldn't want to do it from here, right? Because I guess you'd get a different reading if you tried it from, like, if you weren't moving with Neptune, it'd probably reach something differently.
Well, no, because right, you're measuring in that case, you're measuring the thermal energy in the ice. So whether you're moving, or whether you're here on Earth or you're moving with Neptune, the ice you don't have to transform to the frame where the ice is moving. You can stay in the same kind of Earth or satellite frame, and they'll still have the thermal energy inside the ice isn't going to change in those frames.
Okay, but you're still be looking at like absorption lines.
Yeah, it would be the mechanism of an infrared camera where it sends out the radiation, looks at what's reflected, like you said, absorbed and emitted back and stuff.
Oh, okay. Is that the same way the thermometers work? Like I have a thermometer gun. I guess it does the same thing, like infrared.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, an infrared thermometer.
Okay.
I'll be back in a second.
I have one of those guns. It doesn't work very well. Not anymore because I left out in the sun too long. But so let me go check it. Let me see if it works.
It should work by the infrared radiation that's given off by the actual substance, right? Whatever like if you're aiming it at the pavement, it's just taking a measurement of the infrared radiation coming off the pavement. So that would keep things constant with this ice on Neptune thing, because it's still going to be the same amount of radiation coming off the ice, whether you're here on Earth or you're orbiting Neptune.
Okay, I have it right now. Let me see if it works. Is that you, Peter?
Hello.
Cake boy, check.
Yeah, it is me. I was just strumming away. How you doing? I'm typing away. Hello, Go Show.
What's up, Pete? Just trying to figure shit out.
Again.
Pete, I'm sorry for
thanks for being on,
earlier.
dude.
I know you spoke up to support me earlier, Pete, and you caught backlash for it. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, man. That's fine. I know I broke the rules, but in my own defense, I would just say it's not as if myself and Coach or Surality haven't spoken many times. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I was a bit rash there, and I apologize.
Yeah.
Only because I know the rules, and yeah. Anyway, that's in the past. All there is the now. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks for the unmute. Having some good chats in text here, which is where I'm going. That's why I'm sort of mostly, you know me, Kosho. That's why you see this. I can't speak about these sort of things to many people, you know, because it's so flat earth and beyond. So you either don't speak about it or you get involved in sort of back and forth, and both are fine, you know. So forgive me for being overbearing, I guess.
You're forgiven.
I think let me throw this by you, Kosho, and I genuinely hold this. If we think about you representing the everyman, the mind of man, right, putting their thoughts to the greater conundrum, they say that the ball can't develop unless you go away from, well, this intuitive sort of experience which is on a stationary surface. So it's only when you decide that the surface is in motion can the ball develop, by now referencing what's going on in the sky, which is separate from our experience, but yet is sort of embroidered within it. You know what I'm saying? But yes, the official story says that, well, no, the ball was developed first. It was only later on that motion was decided upon with Einstein and Richardson Morley and all that sort of stuff. So, what do you think? Well, what do you think? Yeah, well, do you think that my logic is sound? That I represent the logic of every man, or what should we believe? The historic tale that it was the case and this was the order of development? Do you know what I'm saying? What should we think? Or what's your evaluation of my argument, if you want?
It's a good question.
I think it's a fundamental question, actually. The one thing we can swear on by our experience is, well, a stationary Earth. It's then that the ball develops, right? When we look at the sky, when you decide that the Earth is not stationary, I look at the sky, and you make sort of associations between, well, Earth and the sky. And as, of course, as we are mostly visual creatures, we seem to have vertical circles, if you want, vertical circles going around. And as we decide then that the Earth and the skylights are of similar nature, well, then we have, okay, you have a furthering developing theory, of course. That's the point. But this is the point, that when you decide against your own experience and your own ability to relate to something to be true, well, then you'll never know the truth because you can't experience it. It's all a mental game. Anyway, I know I talk a lot, but the question remains. Let's get into the core of matters as well. Which came first, Earth's
Try
motion
not to
or Earth's
monologue, Pete,
rotundity?
please.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
No,
think it's a
not me.
question for John.
Anybody. I'm just saying, short and sweet.
Yeah, well, that's it. SC, that's the short and sweet question. Which came first, Earth's rotundity or Earth's motion? And you can answer that in both ways, from a ball earther and a flat earther point of view, if you're willing.
All right. From a globe Earth point of view, it would be the motion.
No. From a globe Earth point of view, is the Earth a ball first? The rotundity of the Earth.
Negative.
No, that's a positive. That's just definitely an established positive.
No balls, Pete. No balls.
Yeah, but you had the ball. Go back to the heliocentric story. You had the ball in place before you had the ball in motion in place. Now, I could be wrong, and they moved away from that early thinking. Okay, go
That is
ahead.
wrong. That's wrong.
Oh, you were saying we
Well,
moved away from that early thinking, and Ptolemy
that's
then
not,
had the
that's not
stationary
the early
ball in
thinking.
place, and they rejected the motion. Okay.
Take the sun, for instance. The sun, before it was even a sun, was just a glob of gas. It's not until the gravity pulls it together. It's already moving. It's just moving more, and it forms a ball. Once it's all formed together, but it forming together will cause it to move. It like the fact that it all the like when the Earth was just Matt was just all dust and rocks and whatever else, and it
Well,
all came together. All that stuff was moving as it came together, and it caused it to rotate as it came together. And so, yeah, it was moving and rotating before it was a ball.
What
oh no, hang on,
causes
guys.
the gases to collide together in the
1 second, Dave. He's getting the wrong end of the stick here. According to the official story, just to remind you briefly, sorry, Dave, let me just get this in, which is, well, the idea for the ball developed from Pythagoras, right? Aristotle then took up the reins, if you want, and developed it further, Ptolemy, but they all had the ball developed, stationary mode and a celestial sphere, or some other explanation beyond that. If I'm incorrect, I'd love to know, but go ahead. Thank you, Dave. Go ahead.
I think he's talking about the modern day model, though, of planetary accretion, not what the ancient Greeks thought, Pete.
Oh, but that wasn't the question or the consideration. Which came first, the ball or the Earth's motion? The answer is the ball in your model. But remember, I said for a flat earther, then you have to have a different answer because you're considering an opposing idea and development upon a structural foundational argument. That's all.
But that'd be wrong, Pete. In our model, the Earth was the stuff that composes the Earth was already moving before it was actually in the form of the physical Earth.
Yeah, but right now it is. That's what I'm saying about Einstein and
No,
beyond. This was already established. I'm talking
when
about the origins of the model. Yeah.
when it was a planetary accretion disk, that material was already in motion before it had concreted into the actual Earth.
This is a different matter you're dealing with. You're talking as if
I
you
might
have the
have.
truth right now. 1 second, can I respond? You're talking as if you have the truth right now. And Essie Montreal already we'll talk to you about how your timelines don't add up and how you have to change the distance. Actually, funny enough, you had to lessen the distance of Polaris and you had to increase the distance to the universe's beginning. Isn't that funny? That's funny. But you
It
know what
could
I'm
just
saying?
be the
I just
initial
I forgot.
could just be the initial mass value estimation is wrong. Right? That's all it could be. It could be more severe. A whole new galactic accretion model needs to be developed, but it could just potentially be that the initial mass value is wrong.
What do we do? Rely on equations or imagination? How close are you to now a picture, J. Ace, of the greater universe? I still should think you're farther away than ever. You don't know where to believe or when to consider.
I forgot what's happening here. Pete, I think Pete. I wasn't listening. The problem is my fault. It's my fault because I was
No, it's
listening.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Question. I only heard the end of the question, but I'm assuming now that what you asked and what you're asking is not what came first in our model, but which model came first. Like in the evolution of the
Exactly. What
model,
were the
evolution of us
origins of your model?
discovering.
Which came
I
first?
see,
And
Pete. Yeah, and I understand that, and in the evolution of us discovering the model, and I think it might have been the roundness first, yeah.
Yeah,
In discovering, yeah.
he's talking historically, I guess, like what idea was posited first, whether the Earth's a ball or that it's rotating or whatever, moving.
How about you only got to where you are, J. Ace, by standing on the shoulders of the giants of science. So don't, yeah, you know.
Speaking
Of
of the
course.
shoulders of the giants, have they ever had to rewrite their hypotheses of orbital decay equations? Jace, they always have they been intuitive from that correctly from the beginning? Like what's the standard of the eccentricity as it decays?
You're talking about something like the moon or satellite orbiting the Earth and like how its orbit would decay, like in that sense.
I guess, yeah, but anything from like when we talk about moon, we're not seeing it from. I guess we're in the middle. We're in the middle ground right now, right? Like there's other. it seems like there's
So, Don,
other types of
yeah,
phenomenon where like where something come where they when you guys were talking about like the stuff could have already been moving before it formed together and stuff like this. So there's hypotheses of when stuff was further away from each other and then it came together, right, Jason? And um, now we like assume
hypothesize.
we're in this. Yeah, like when the moon was captured or whatever. You know how they talk about that, but like it really doesn't matter if it was like
Yeah,
captured from totally not being influenced by Earth at all, or if it was just influenced in in a different way, and then something happened and it ended up like this. Like it doesn't matter what happened before. But do you know if they've ever rewrite their hypotheses of orbital decay? Always been intuitive. Has it always been intuitive to them? You're
Um,
not going to have these dark matter problems or stuff like this with those
hypothesize.
experiments.
yeah, I mean, orbital mechanics has been developed over time, so I'm sure they have updated, their equations and their models for how that works. The way that the moon formed and was captured has also been updated over time as well.
Okay. So, like for example, like we could just machine gun somewhere, but like if we had a perfectly circular orbit and it started to decay, would it remain perfectly circular and get closer, or would it start to become eccentric?
I don't know, Kushad, what do you think? I think it would probably start to become eccentric if it was decaying. It would have to be decaying into some other object, but yeah, I think it would become
Right.
Yeah.
eccentric.
Let me connect this down.
Yeah.
Let me
Okay. And
connect
then
this to what
what
you
if
were
we
talking about
go
earlier
ahead? Go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, let me just
Hold on,
briefly, because
Q.
please get involved yourself, because it goes back to what we were talking about earlier on. So it's a greater encompassment. There's the great minds here, and JAs and Kocho as well. But the thing is, now if they've changed the age of the universe from 13 to 26 billion years, and they've already, I mentioned this earlier, but they've already reduced the distance to Polaris. Will they now have to re-examine again the distance to Polaris in the light of this greater light, inverted commas, of this greater awareness, coming to awareness? That's my question. Great one. Imagine they
Well,
said it was actually twice as big as opposed to half as far away.
yeah, Pete, you're semi correct. If they right, they haven't changed the age of the universe to 26 or double what it was. Right, that's a hypothesis that's been put out. But it still needs much
Yeah.
more support before it's going to actually be accepted by
Yeah,
the
but it's to
scientific
explain
community.
what SC was talking about, Jays.
If
Yeah.
it is accepted, then yes, those kind of measurements, like the distance to Polaris, supernova, like the galactic distance ladder, all that stuff would have to be updated. Which is why the idea that the universe is double in age needs much more support before it will be accepted.
It just makes us lesser and lesser in terms of significance, though, in a sense. Should I think so little, to 26 billion? What is it, 26 billion? I can't even imagine a billion. I actually don't think it's possible to travel in a straight line more than a few thousand miles, to be honest with you. I think all the skylights are reflections, and all this stuff is just to make us feel small, only to come back to being big again. But, I mean, what should I do from there, then? What should I do from there? Just live my life, I guess. Not worry about these things. Because if the truth
Oh,
tellers don't know
you
the
can
truth, and
worry
their
about
knowledge is built on the giants of science, and it's crumbling down, where does that land be, Jace?
Pete, you can worry about them, and it's fun to ponder about these things and wonder, but you have to be able to give yourself your own life meaning. You shouldn't, I don't know, I don't agree with the idea of looking externally to give your life and yourself meaning. I feel like those are internal things. You should be looking internally for that.
How about life, I was an atheist, man. I mean, it goes back to, I guess we just have to relate to individuals and relate our particular stories for someone to be able to comment on it. But I was an atheist. I studied engineering in university, had an active interest in science, and I came sort of full circle, if you want, which was to realize that, okay, there's a greater story. And this is what I'm trying to say to you here. You're in this arena, flat earth. There's no flat earther worth his salt who's an atheist. You can't be. You can't do it logically. Not to mind sort of heartfelt, you just can't do it. So my point is, I'm coming from a totally opposing view, which I accepted completely. And now I land myself in the realm of where I ask the question, what's the point of this? And in spite of all the hardship, am I just in a greater unknown territory, desert? And I ever found myself within the surety and certainty of, well, the spinning ball Earth heliocentric galactic Big Bang model, where I relied on the great brains and the giants of science to deliver my truth for me.
Yeah, but I mean, right, there's tons of religious scientists, right? There's Islamic, there's Muslim, Hindu, Christian, Catholic, all sorts of different denominations of scientists along with atheists, right? So it's not necessarily like what being a scientist means you're an atheist. Right, you can separate the two things. Well, that's what most religious scientists do. They separate their religion from science, and they,
Yeah, but
find
okay,
meaning.
that's true. That's fair enough. And science more so separates itself from religion. It doesn't negate it. I'm aware of all of these sort of separations. Science is ultimately about cause and effect establishment. You see a phenomena, you try to explain, offer up certain potential explanations, and you whittle it down as best you can. This is why science can't prove anything, as you know well, is because you understand the limitations. There could be causes outside. Rumpus often mentioned that we could all be brains in a jar. It could be green pixie fairy dust. It could be Bigfoot farts or something like that. You know what I mean? Or we couldn't come to a specific determination on truth or proof because we're not aware of all the potential causes, no matter how silly they sound. So yeah, we're on the same page. But when it comes, this is where the logical necessity comes in, JAs. Once you become a flat earther, right? Now you have to come up with some sort of causal mechanism for this enclosed realm. And in your own brain, there has to be some sort of higher authority. I would say that, and I've come to the conclusion, even if it means that you are a part of it,
You're starting
but there
again,
has
Pete.
to be
You're
something
starting again.
greater. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. There's no way around it, is what I'm trying to say. No way around it. Even if it's part of you yourself, you're not just the material. And there's a greater immaterial mind at play here. You know what I'm saying? It's an inescapable, logical, rational, yeah, imperative. That's what I would say. It's an imperative. And can I just say as well, it's not that a model is wrong and a model is right. It's about we all gauge reality based on certain foundational sort of principles. So it's not about comparing models with models, which is what you're all about, Jays, or whatever. But yeah, it's about comparing all models with reality. This is where a hollow earth, this is where infinite plane, this
Okay,
is where the
Pete, how
concave earth
many
comes into
times
it. Go ahead.
does somebody
Go
have
ahead.
to tell you, man?
It's true what I'm
I
saying,
mean,
though, and I was just finished,
Let somebody
ST. It's true what I'm
respond.
saying.
comparing models with models and comparing models with reality should be the same thing. Otherwise, it's just wrong. I mean, if you're not comparing the models with reality, then you're not really talking about models, or at least not useful models. So, all of the models you're comparing with each other to see which one matches reality. That's of course what that's the idea, right?
Yeah, you should be building your model off of reality, off of past observations you've done, or someone else has done, whatever. You build your model off of that. Then you have a new observation you want to make, and before you make that observation, you develop different models, or hypotheses is really what they are. And then you do your observation of reality, and you eliminate the models, the potential models you made. You eliminate the ones that don't match the observation of reality that you made.
So which one wins, the reality or the other one?
What do you mean? You should have a model that is reflective of reality after your observation. The model and reality should be one and the same, basically.
And what if the model and reality do not coincide?
Then you discard the model, or you revise it to make it coincide with reality.
Okay, so did I hear before that you acquiesce to now you're admitting that those galaxies shouldn't be where they are at the time frame and all that? Are you admitting to that now? Are you accepting it?
No, I
Let's
still
put it
have
that
the
way.
same.
Less confrontational. What?
It's still the same stance. I agree with you that there's a large potential that the model for galactic formation or galactic accretion models needs to be updated, and there's people that are working on that right now. But there's also the possibility that the initial mass value, which is estimated from our galaxy at the current state that it's in, the current age, right, that could be wrong. And that's a big factor, a big variable in the measurements that JWST is doing. They're based off of that initial mass value being correct.
I saw something the other day too that said another issue with those measurements, or with the conclusion from those measurements, is like using the brightness, like using the the brightness of the galaxies, assuming that was all mass, when in fact they're now claiming that a lot of the energy was probably in the actual creation, in the fact that some of there's actually creation of stars happening at that time, right? So it's like there's huge energy bursts that they weren't accounting for originally, that aren't actually just extra mass, but are almost like seeing like a supernova or something like that. You know what I mean? Although they wouldn't be supernova, but the actual creation of the stars, or the creation of a lot of the stars in the galaxies, actually would have created these energy bursts that they weren't accounting for before.
How do you know that?
What?
That's what they're claiming.
No,
How
yeah,
do I know that?
okay.
Because that's what it says. That's
No,
what it says in
no.
the writing that they.
Do you believe that to be the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
How do you
But
know
it didn't
Makes
even
that?
sense.
make sense what you said there, Coach. So what did you think you said exactly? The stars that were there, that could have been there, but shouldn't have been, but wasn't, but was.
No,
Like, you
what
want to
I'm
be more
saying is
clear?
the size was miscalculated, because what was being assumed was luminosity due to the mass was actually a burst of light, which is going to exaggerate the actual mass. It's the same thing as if you were looking at a supernova in a galaxy. The supernova is going to outshine the galaxy. It doesn't mean that there's more mass in that supernova. It just means that there's actually a burst of energy. And because there's a lot of creation of galaxy happening in those galaxy creations, obviously, there's going to be a lot of bursts of light.
Well, it's
I've read
because
this
Yeah,
somewhere.
the
how do you know
population one
that?
stars. Because the population one stars,
No,
their
I'm asking
lives are
Kosho,
much
bro.
shorter. Well, this is how he knows. Because
Yeah, but I'm asking
astronomers know
Kosho.
that population one stars are much shorter lived than the stars of the current age.
Okay. What is population 1 stars?
Those
And
are
how can
the
you
first stars that
how do
formed.
you
The first stars that would have formed in
yeah,
these galaxies. They
how
were
do you
much shorter
separate
lived
them?
than stars nowadays, so they would be, and they were containing a lot of more hydrogen and helium, so they would go supernova more
How do
often,
you
quicker than modern day stars.
how do you separate them?
By their composition and their age.
How do you look at the composition?
Through spectroscopy.
Okay. How is spectroscopy making you understand what the composition is?
Because the materials, the elements that the stars are made of have a unique spectral signature.
Okay. And how was the signature being identified as the unique materials?
By the detector. The detector measures the wavelengths of light.
What is the reference? Is there like each individual star as a clone on Earth as the reference frequency? So how do you know
You gotta
that
let him respond, bro. You gotta let him respond.
You go in the lab and you measure the spectrum of hydrogen. You can do it in the UV and the visible in X-rays, in radio waves, microwaves. And so you'll see it has lines at 20, 25, 50, 80, 220 nanometers. So then you measure the spectrum of these stars. And when you see those same lines, you know that that's hydrogen, because only hydrogen can give off those unique pattern of lines here on Earth.
Okay. How do you get the frequency from the star?
The detector measures the wavelength of the light.
Okay, but how does the detector get them? That's the question.
Same way your eyes get them.
There's different mechanisms, right? You can use a film plate where it's just, forming images. You could use the red, green, blue system like your phone uses. You could use charge coupled devices. There's those are called phosphor couplers. There's photomultiplier tubes. It's different things that will measure the light for you.
I need that photo multiplier, man. I got to charge this phone with offline, man.
What's up?
So, was he hot micing?
Well, he said something about photomultipliers. Photomultipliers just turn light into an electric signal, and it's directly correspondent to the wavelength or the frequency or the energy or the momentum. They're all the same. They're not the same value, but they all have direct conversions with each other, and they will lead to a wavelength of 200 nanometers will lead to a specific electrical signal in the photomultiplier, whereas 225 will lead to a different signal, and that's what the photomultiplier is.
Okay.
By the way, just
that
real
sounds
quick.
a lot like science fiction.
What? Anyway, do you want to respond to that, Jace? Go ahead.
No, it's just silliness.
Just very, very quickly, then I was going to say I posted the article I was reading. I was reading this early in the morning last night, or this morning, late last night. But yeah, this is the article, and my words aren't very clear. Their words say, though a galaxy's brightness usually corresponds to mass, small, less developed galaxies could burn just as bright from a regular burst of star formation. Does that make sense?
No.
In the same way, in the same way a supernova can outshine an entire galaxy that it's in, it'd be the same idea. So you can confuse one for the other if you're looking at these starbursts instead of assuming that it was mass. So a lot of the issues in the measurements that, the baby universe fucking thing that SE always talks about, a lot of it has to do with assumptions that were made about the measurements. But yeah.
What is a baby universe?
Baby galaxy.
Yeah.
Ask SE. Ask SE, man.
The
Sounds
safe
Baby
very
bet is
science
Galaxy.
that
fiction.
That's their.
this.
You see what they're saying now. I just gotta say one sentence, and I gotta go and eat. I can talk about this after. What they're trying to do now is cover up the biggest problem that has ever happened. Right? They're discovering galaxies that are too super formed to be where they are at the time frame. They're discovering black holes where they shouldn't be, super massive black holes. So there's a huge problem now. These guys are trying to say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong," but the actual scientists are in a big panic right now. They're going nuts. So yeah.
They aren't. And the safe bet is that these are new measurements where more measurements and observations need to be made before any concrete conclusions can be drawn. Because it could just be, as Chronic, who is an astrophysicist, has brought up, that the initial mass value is incorrect. And that just totally invalidates all these jumping of logic that they're too young for the time period, etc. So you're really jumping to conclusions where more observation needs to be made.
Absolutely incorrect. This is over a year and a half ago. They've done multiple observations. They found multiple, besides these 6, they found another 7. Then they found 718 candidate galaxies that that are either too big or shouldn't be where they are or not. They found supermassive black holes. He is not telling you exactly what is. I'm telling you, don't believe either one of us. Research it. You're going to see they're in absolute panic right now.
It's not just Chronic who's told me this. Dr. Becky Smethurst, she's an astronomer. She said the same thing. Ed Copeland is another physicist at the University of Edinburgh in England. He said the same thing. Right, like all those numbers you brought up, they're all done using the same method. So of course they're going to, if it has a flaw, they're all going to have the same flaw. So like you're still just jumping to conclusions. We need to do more observations using different parameters and different methods before we can jump to these kind of conclusions.
Well, you can say that all you like, but there's been multiple famous astronomers. Some of them saying they can't sleep at night. They give multiple examples. In other words, they were looking for a baby and they found a teenager. That's a big discrepancy, huge discrepancy.
I wish you'd look at some of the stuff I posted, SE.
I know. And those are that's not astronomy.
Hey, I see. Look at the different methods and how different they can come up with taking the same observations with a different method, and then trust them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're telling you right now. We need to use a different method because this one's obviously coming up with something that doesn't fit our model. And when we find that method that does fit our model, that's the one we're going to push. I mean, I'm not being obnoxious about it.
No, you should always use different methods to make observations and only draw conclusions when you have multiple methods converging on the same conclusion.
Well, I don't think he's drawing a conclusion. He's just stating what the scientists he's read about are saying, right? That might be their conclusion. But based on that method, they're totally wrong. They're finding baby galaxies where they should be adults. So that's an issue, right? So you're saying we need to use a different method until we come up with a method that comes up with an adult galaxy from that observation, which is strange, right?
No,
I mean, because
you
no
should
matter
come
what,
up
it's
with
not.
multiple methods that
And then
should
which one are you going to
converge.
choose? Just take the average.
If you have 10 methods that all converge on one conclusion, and then one method that converges on, or that shows a totally different conclusion, it's a safe bet that the 10 different methods converging on the same conclusion are actually more accurate to the truth than the one method that's showing a different conclusion.
If you've been using one method, right, to determine how old something is, and then all of a sudden you use that method and it says something is much, much younger, then what does that tell you again? Maybe your method is flawed?
But they haven't. The JWST is using a totally new method for making these measurements. So it's really jumping the gun to say this brand new method that hasn't been used before to try to draw concrete conclusions from that. It is really jumping the gun.
Fair enough. So you're saying this method that's being used now hasn't been tested on the old, how they've dated other galaxies? Like they didn't test it out first? It doesn't, what you're
Yeah,
saying
it
doesn't make,
uses
you're saying, yeah, that's what
infrared.
they did?
Yes, the
Are you saying they haven't used
JWST,
spectroscopy before? Is that what you're trying to explain here,
the
Jason?
JWST is an infrared sensor, and that the Hubble is not the type of. It has a small region of infrared, but not the region that the JWST has. So we've been drawing these conclusions with X-rays, radio, microwave, UV vis, and a small region that the Hubble could do in the infrared. This JWST is a totally new region of the spectrum. And so it would be wise to first obtain multiple different methods that would converge on the same conclusion and not draw your conclusions from just one preliminary measurement set.
It's important to state that there's a lot of assumptions that, like the initial mass, what's it called, the initial mass formula, whatever it's called. They derive that value by looking at our galaxy and their local galaxies, which is obviously going to be an incorrect assumption. So there's a lot of assumptions that went into the initial conclusions, which obviously are going to be more the things that need to be corrected more likely than reassess the entire model of the Big Bang or whatever. It's probably more of the assumptions that went into making the conclusion.
First of all, let's make one thing clear here. These guys are trying to muddy the waters, guys. You're very good at it, but what they're trying to compare is they did an initial test, right, which was not spectroscopy. Now,
No, I'm
after that,
talking about the spectroscopy.
they did another test, right, with spectroscopy, and they confirmed they shifted
I'm
the numbers
talking
a
about.
little bit. And he's going to interrupt me while I speak. They shifted the numbers a
Well, I
little
was
bit, right?
talking about the spectroscopy. Don't misrepresent me. I'm talking about the spectroscopy that they did. That's what.
Okay, and you're saying that's not that's something new. It's not sufficient. Is that what you're saying? This is some sort of experimental method.
These measurements have not been done in the infrared region that the JWST is using before. The Hubble didn't take measurements in that band. It was
I know that.
primarily
Yeah, so what?
visible UV in the small region of infrared. The JWST is primarily just infrared, the whole band of infrared. And that's a new method for astronomers. They haven't been able to do that before. So drawing these crazy conclusions on this 1 year of measurements, all using the same method. So if it's flawed, all of the results will have the same flaw. Drawing conclusions off that is risky. You're taking a risk.
Oh, so what method do you suggest that they use? What other method are you suggesting that they use?
Yeah, they're going to have to correlate it with multiple methods. They're going to need to do radio, microwave, visible, or they can develop a different procedure for taking the infrared measurements. Right, there's
You think?
different things they can do to adjust it, but
Okay, so you think that they haven't thought of this? You're the only one? Like all these scientists that said they're going to lose
of
sleep,
course they have.
Michikaku and all. You think? So what's going on? When are they going to do these other tests?
I haven't heard any of them say they're going to lose sleep, and I've talked to many astronomers. They all tell me the same thing, like Kosho said, that I've said before. There's multiple factors you have to consider, like Kosho said, with the initial mass value and the assumptions going into the galactic formation models, right? And then you also need more experimental evidence converging on the same conclusion, more methods converging on the same conclusion.
Why don't we just kind of skip to the chase here and just assume that you guys are always going to defend the more founded, archaic consensus until the consensus changes? I mean, well, I don't know why we got to play this game like it's some, malleable, flexible, individual assessment. If the consensus is something, and it's been the consensus for a while, then people will defend that consensus until the consensus changes. There, we've summarized the
I'm
convo.
just talking
There's
about
nothing that he could say to you.
me and Kosho are just talking about making sure that the science is good, the procedures, the methodology is good. I mean, we can jump to the conclusions. They don't help you, by the way, because the proposals are that the universe is even older, right? You guys say that it's young and that the Earth is flat. The conclusions these astronomers want to put forward is that it's even older. So it's moving in the opposite direction that you want. So that doesn't help you at all. What I'm saying is that we need to make sure that the science is correct first before we should be jumping even to those conclusions that don't help your argument.
All right, okay. So that's a cool dichotomy that we must assumptively accept your model and all the assumptions in it, and then therefore it's going in the wrong direction. Well, the evidence shows is that your cosmological model is wrong, just like with Hubble tension. But Hubble tension is the perfect example, right? Where you guys are like, no, that doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different. And it's not even that different, even though it's an insane number. We can break it down into a number that seems smaller. And we just need better instruments. But we
What
know
is
our
the
model
Hubble
can't be wrong.
tension?
It's the difference in the Hubble constant and the cosmological constant.
Yeah, but
Well,
that's
more
already,
specifically,
they
more
already have
specific,
multiple methods converging on a value for
and they
that.
don't work. No, they don't. No.
No,
The
they
two
have
primary
multiple
methods don't match.
methods. No, that was like years ago, dude.
No,
They have
it's not.
different methods now that are converging on the same value.
Kosha, will you just correct him for me so we can save time? Because I have to get on a plane. So Hubble tension
Go
is
ahead,
that they
correct me, bro.
The two values are within the same range. That went over. We had this conversation like the 69.
You couldn't do it.
69 kilometers. Well, no. Okay, so hold on.
It's not
ask this
two,
wrong.
man.
He just couldn't do it. He couldn't. You couldn't just say what you were supposed to say, which is Hubble tension is still a problem. There wasn't something that happened in the last couple of years that changed it. That he just made that up.
69 kilometers per megaparsec versus, or 69 kilometers per second per megaparsec versus like 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec is still converging on the same answer.
Hey, is that discrepancy still? Is that discrepancy still a thing called Hubble tension that hasn't been resolved?
Those aren't the only two methods anymore, though. Like time has gone on.
Okay, what's another one? Name another one.
Other methods.
Like what?
They're using supernovas and the modeling of the CMB with the lambda CDM. One of the primary models uses CMB, dude.
That's what one of the values comes from is the CMB. So hey, what are these new models? What are their values?
They're also updating the cosmic distance ladder. That was the one that gave the 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec.
Okay, and what gave 69?
They're taking more refined measurements of that. They're
what gave?
updating they're using the power spectrum of the CMB now rather than what they were using before, to refine the 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec.
You see how you're kind of
And
making my
then
point,
there's
right?
like a hypernova or some kind of supernova thing that they're doing as well. So like it's just not accurate to represent it the way you want to. But
Oh, you see. What's funny is I brought this up because I knew you guys. It was like 100% that you guys would do the very point I was making with this subject. That's the only reason I brought. All you have done is just make my point. So I'll just reiterate my point because I have to get on the plane. But the point is that there are these archaic beliefs and assumptions within the current model of cosmology that you believe, right? The universe is this old, it's ever expanding in all directions, blah, blah, blah. The inflaton, inflation theory, all these things they piece together over the course of decades because their observations keep on countering what they believe, right? You guys are going to hold on to the archaic consensus until consensus changes. That is it. And if you see some evidence that goes against, if you see some evidence that goes directly against the prediction of your cosmological model, it isn't evidence against your model. It's just a cop out. All you have to say is, well, we just have to learn more about it. That's how science works. We're just learning more about it. So you have an
yeah,
unfalsifiable belief
exactly.
system. Yeah, it's called a religion.
No, it's not my fault that when we do updated observations and measurements, they lend even further away from the conclusion you want to be true. Don't project onto us, man. We're just doing good science. When you make
What can
new
we do to falsify
observations
it?
and measurements, you update your conclusions, your models. That's what you should do. You
Okay.
shouldn't have a
Okay.
desired conclusion beforehand and search for any little thing that may support that. That's not how you
That's
do
my
science.
point. That's my point, though, because I'm not
That's
even
what
making
you
a
do.
cosmological model claim. I'm not even making a cosmological model claim. That's you. You're the one that has the religion. You just projected on me so hard that you need to like change shirts or something, dude. It's just ridiculous. This is what I want
Now
anyone
you're
in here to
just
answer me, bro.
denying what you did.
Hey, see, no. You believe your model must be true. There are basic tenets that are not
You know what
questionable
the
for you.
2 quo qui
Everything
is?
else, therefore
That's what this is.
everything else must fit within that assumption, right? The fact that the universe is an ever expanding universe
Nope.
of nothingness. Yeah, no, dude,
Nope. Could be
you would
totally
literally
wrong.
you would literally
Measurements
die
can
before you.
show
All right, I
tomorrow that
can't do
it's
this.
totally wrong.
Oh man, this is why I
Don't
took a break from here.
project onto me, man.
That's why I took a break,
Jay,
right? And then watch,
seriously.
Still City's saying that I'm monologuing. Like, no, he just monologued and then interrupted me. I told him I had to be on a plane. Then this
Because
other
you're
guy, I mean, just
geo.
immediate toxicity. That's just like your guys' default. I'm just trying to make a simple point. It's just a fact. You guys believe in a model. When the evidence shows the model's not true, it's not on the table to discard the model or to even entertain that maybe that model's wrong. You guys are just going to say, well, we'll figure it out eventually. That's how science works. And that is called being unfalsifiable. Karl Popper was, of course, famous for the fact that he pointed out that the staple of science is falsifiability. If it's not falsifiable or testable, it's just a religion. You might as well tell
You're
me that faith in
grandstanding.
Jesus. All right, man. All right,
It
man.
is falsifiable. It's not my problem. The measurements are moving in the opposite direction of the way you want to falsify it. That's not my fault, dude. Sorry, your idea of the universe is wrong. You need to accept that. The measurements are moving further and further away from that. Yeah, our current ideas may not be 100% correct, but the new observations that show them to be wrong, slightly wrong occasionally, are moving further away from what you want to be true.
Which is what?
Hey, can you name one
That
thing?
the
Wait,
universe is
yeah,
young and the earth is flat and all of that.
see what I'm saying? Yeah, see, I don't make like specific definitive cosmological claims. That's your guys' religion. But this is what I want you to answer, and you won't, by the way. Hey, can you name something with specificity that we could look out and observe that would falsify your model?
Yeah, so you don't
Falsify your
even have a
cosmological.
leg to stand on.
See, he can't do it. He's avoiding it. He's avoiding it.
Conclusions out there that are falsifiable. You don't even have a
You're
leg
so
to stand
scared,
on.
dude. You're so scared.
But
Name
all
one
the
thing.
measurements, what do you mean? The CMB, the power spectrum of the CMB, you could take a measurement tomorrow and falsify our whole model of it. The problem for you is not that it's unfalsifiable, it's that the measurements don't falsify. That's the problem for you.
Yeah, so this is what's so funny, right? So whenever you ask them this question, all they can bring themselves to say is something that's already been done. So it's like something like, well, yeah, if you could look out and show that redshift wasn't a thing, right? Because we already know that redshift's a thing. Like they can't actually offer you a legitimately testable falsifiability. They cannot do it. It is religion. No, you didn't. You brought up the
You
CMB
could
measurements
show
that
that the
already exist.
cosmic
Please
distance
stop interrupting
ladder.
me, Jason. I have to get on a plane. I'm trying to make my point, buddy. Okay. So I sat
You're
here and listened
just
to you talk
ranting, dude.
buddy. I sat here and listened to you talk for 20 straight minutes. Okay. This is the point, dude. I'm trying to sum up the whole combo. You guys can pretend that they're like individually and honestly assessing, oh, maybe our model's wrong. That's not on the table for them. It is a religion. And that's why I asked you, can you give me a specific observation that we can make? And then you brought up something that we've already observed, because the CMB actually went against the predictions because it had
falsifies your ideas.
it had anisotropic distribution. It was inhomogeneous anisotropic distribution, specifically against the predictions, the model's predictions. Did we consider the model was wrong? Hell no. We said that must be wrong. Then we did it again. It showed the same thing. Oh, that must still be wrong. Then we did it again. Same thing. Oh, we must still be wrong. Still must not be good instruments, because it is not even on the table for you to say that the model could be wrong. It is a religion, and if you don't want to accept it, I don't care. I'm just stating the obvious as I sat here and listened to the conversation painfully for half an hour. Thank you.
Just to proclaim the whole way that I'm not going to accept your projection. It's not my fault, man, that these measurements have been made and been refined, and your definition of falsify, which is really just you're hoping that they would show that the universe is younger and that the earth is flat and that science is actually on your side. It's not my fault that all the observations go in the opposite direction of that conclusion. That's not a religion. That's not unfalsifiable. We update the model all the time when new observations are made. I've even told SC that the galactic formation models may have to be totally changed based off the JWST measurements. But guess what? They're not going to be changed because the observations don't show that the universe is actually young and that the Earth is flat. Sorry, man. You're just going to have to accept that.
It's so funny. Like, you have to keep saying that the Earth is flat when that has nothing to do with this conversation, because that's all you have. Is basically to poison the well, right? That's all you have, and I get it. You're in a religion, but what I'm trying to point out is a very simple concept, and it's just a fact, which is that actually the evidence has consistently shown that the Earth's in a central position, like throughout all cosmological history for thousands of years. The current model says, yeah, of course, every observation is gonna. Dude, the current model says, yes, of course, every observation is gonna look like we're in the center, but it's just an illusion. And then you have the audacity to say that the evidence is actually going in the opposite direction of that, and you keep on throwing flat Earth in there, which is literally has nothing. How am I going to look at the sky and figure out if the Earth is flat? That's the dumbest thing I've ever.
A flat earther anymore.
It's
You
completely
don't think
irrelevant.
The universe is young.
Dude?
Just
what is
have
time?
Earth, man.
What is first of all, dude? How am I going to look at something in the sky and determine if the Earth is flat? Please enlighten me. Am I going to look out into the universe and be like, oh wow, look at that galaxy? The Earth must be flat. It's just
you can look at objects in the sky, and that gives you an idea of the geometry that you're viewing those objects from.
All right, yeah. So this is the facts, right? It is that the evidence has shown the Earth's in the center. You guys don't like that. You guys have a model that everything's expanding in all directions. It's effectively empty. You have an idea that relativity is true. The evidence consistently is showing that's not the case. Okay, so the real intellectuals the real intellectuals that don't cower to consensus know this. They'll look into alternatives. They'll freely think. I don't claim to have the answers to all the questions. What I do know is this illusion, this facade, that your guys' thing is legit and unquestionable and somehow absolutely true, is such a joke, because the evidence has already shown inhomogeneous anisotropic distribution. And you're saying the CMB is going in the opposite direction? No, it showed anisotropic distribution specific to the Earth's position. It hasn't been rebutted yet. It's been 30 years, buddy. So they said, oh, it must be a wrong measurement.
Hilarious.
Do you have an answer for the anisotropic distribution?
Yeah,
Do you have
I've talked the people on the Planck team, some of them that make those measurements, They work at my university, and I've spoken to them about this, and they say the big misconception people are making when they talk about this as the Earth having some central position is that they're not understanding that they have purposely, in those data that these people like you are referencing, the researchers have purposely made the shift so that the Earth is in that central position. They filtered it purposely that way. But when you remove the filtering they did, you see that the data is actually red and blue shifted. And thus the Earth is not in a central position. This is straight from their mouth. 3 of the people that made those measurements with the Planck team, they're on the Planck team. So when you try to point to these things as if they're somehow supporting your central position thing, it's just absurdity, man. None of the data supports the conclusions you want to be true. I'm sorry.
That's so funny. He didn't actually address it, right? So the official answer is actually that that it must have been an instrumental error. It must be instrumental error. That's the official explanation from everywhere.
Well, I believe the people who did the measurements, from what I've personally spoken to them about, over what you're telling me the official story, because I've never heard that it's
Let's go with that.
instrument error.
Let me ask you a
That's
question.
ridiculous.
So if they don't all agree, and some of them say that we don't have a current satisfactory answer, and the evidence does go against our assumption of isotropic distribution, since they're on the team, which I have the actual quotes from those people, since they're on the team, are they just as equally valid as the people you just invoked, or is it whoever supports you in this conversation? We have to keep the same standard. So if they're directly on the team, we're going to give them more weight. So anyone on the team that says that there isn't a current satisfactory answer and that it goes directly against our assumption of isotropic distribution, then that would mean that your point is nullified, right? And we're at a standstill.
What do you mean? There hasn't been an assumption of isotropic distribution since like the 40s. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about the central position of the Earth's thing. Yeah, they were wrong about the isotropic thing like way back in the day. They didn't know much about this yet. We're talking about the Earth's central position. And
What
I
are you
sat there
talking?
with them. We literally went through the data, right? We went through the data and they showed me the maps, how they were filtering the maps from Planck satellite of the CMB measurements, and how the filtering, when you do it a specific way, it'll remove the red and blue shift and put the Earth at a central position. But when you take the red and blue shift and put it back in as the actual measurements reflect, then you don't get a central position.
Okay, so funny. So let's just cover this. 'Cause I shouldn't jump in Discord when I don't have much time because I get really impatient. It's hard. But anyway, you said the isotropic assumption has been gone since the 40s. What are you even talking about? Isotropic just means no preferred direction. And yes, the current model still says there is no preferred direction of distribution. There is actually no true central position. There's no preferred direction. And everything is moving away from everything else with no preferred direction other than the illusory preferred direction of the observer's position. Okay, so when you say that it was done away in the 40s, that's just like a talking point just to like make it sound like I'm stupid or something, because that was the dumbest thing I've heard all day. Like, it's 100% still a
You
core
can
staple of the model.
grandstand and say that.
No, address me
No,
specifically.
they had an assumption that everything was exactly anisotropic and homogeneous. And that was way back, like in the Penzias and Wilson days of discovering it. There was another group at Cambridge who was doing the predictions, and they came up with the anisotropic and homogeneous thing. But nowadays, we know that there's actually a range for that because structure exists. So obviously, it's not exactly anisotropic and homogeneous.
So you don't even understand it, right? So it's homogeneous and isotropic. Okay, the model predicts that it's isotropic, not anisotropic.
No, it's
Isotropic. Oh, yes, it does. No. Your model claims that there is a distribution of energy that is not direction specific. The definition of isotropic is no preferred direction. Everything moves away from each other equally the same. No preferred direction or position. Isotropic. The evidence showed that it was anisotropic, specific to the Earth, and it was inhomogeneous. It should
That
be
doesn't
evenly
mean
distributed.
anything.
I would say it should be evenly distributed in all directions. So you didn't even understand the basics of the words, and you just tried to pull out the decade of the 40s to gaslight me. That was your tactic?
No, I misspoke saying anisotropic. You are correct about that. It's isotropic. But saying it's anisotropic and inhomogeneous to the Earth, it doesn't mean anything, dude. That has
Okay,
no
so we've
meaning. We're
moved the
talking
goalpost.
about the large scale structure of the universe. And at first, they thought that it would be completely isotropic. So, yeah, I said anisotropic before. I meant isotropic and homogeneous. But what the actual data, as they went from like the original satellite to the WMAP to the Planck satellite, has shown is that it's not exactly isotropic and homogeneous, which makes sense because there's structure in the universe. There would not be if it was exactly isotropic and homogeneous. But that says nothing about the position of the Earth. That is about the structure and the distribution of matter in the universe. That's what those terms are related to. The position of the Earth is related to how the measurements using the Planck satellite have been made, and that's what I discussed with the three members of the team, and they sat
Oh, you
and they
just
showed
supported
me
my
how they filtered the data,
you just supported my
right,
point,
and
which is
how
that the
people
official
have the
explanation is its instrument.
misconception.
No, yeah, it's instrument and interpretation of measurement. That's the official explanation. You've now said that the people you talked to said that. Okay, cool. So we can scratch that off. You move the goalpost away from saying isotropic. Cool, we can scratch that off. So now we can just talk about the fact that isotropic. What are you talking about? You're saying like, oh, it's not supposed to be anisotropic, which makes sense because their structure. So are you saying that there's preferred direction of
No,
distribution
we
of
should talk about how
energy
you were wrong,
wherever
that
there is
it's
structure?
not about
Oh.
the position of the Earth,
Well,
and
Jay,
it's about the structure.
hold on, don't interrupt them, man. Let's have clean audio so we can hear what's being said.
Are you now saying that there's a preferred direction of energy distribution specific to any structure? Because that isn't what the evidence showed. It actually intersected
No,
on the Earth.
no, it does that. That's what they showed that it's literally the filtering that they're doing is what they're putting the Earth at the center purposely with a certain type of filter. But when you just go to the raw measurements, when you put the red and blue shift back in that's present in the raw measurements, all of that gets removed. The Earth is no longer at the center, and you still have these fluctuations in the homogeny and the isotropy because their structure in the universe. If everything was evenly distributed in every direction, there couldn't be clumping of galaxies and stars together. Those are opposites of each other. So there is minor fluctuations in the CMB. Those are the red and blue spots that you see are the anisotropies that are present.
Okay, so, and this is why I would love you should have those people come on my show because this is hilarious. It was actually that the anisotropic distribution, the temperature differences, the lack of homogeneity intersected on the Earth's position, the observer position, and that this 23.4 degree axis tilt was not observed only locally. This distribution extended much further out. And then when you take the colder regions, there are different temperatures in the surrounding areas, hence inhomogeneous. They intersect on the Earth, showing that the Earth is actually in the center of the universe. It has not been rebutted to this day. They say it must be a measurement error.
Even in their filtering, they don't intersect. The inhomogenees you're talking about, the cold spots, are present everywhere. There's no axis of them. You can filter that. This is what I'm saying that they said they did. You can filter the data a specific way where you set the ranges so that you can have it line up with the Earth, but that's not present in the raw data. If you just look at the CMB map, there's no axis in that map. The cold spots are present everywhere. You have to filter it a very specific way to get these axes you're talking about.
You're just using the word filter or the phrase filtered as some catch-all phrase that somehow rebuts the situation because it doesn't. And I know for a fact if I press you as to what's the specific process of filtration that you keep invoking, you wouldn't know. And of course, all they did was they applied any type of filtration of interpretation. They applied it evenly to the whole thing. What it showed was that it was anisotropic. It was inhomogeneous, meaning it should have been smooth and evenly distributed, with no preferred direction. Rather, it was bumpy in the specific areas, and that those areas intersected with the Earth, and that's why it was called the axis of evil. So basically, what you're saying is now they say, oh, the whole axis of evil thing is completely dismissed. It was just some random guy who decided to filter a certain way. We just completely ignore
That's not
the evidence.
what I said.
Well, that's what you have.
It's the Planck team. 3 members of the team work at my university. 3 of the people who were sitting there while the measurements were being made, operating the Planck satellite. Right? They say that when you remove the red and blue shift, right, it provides an axis for you because we're taking the satellite is basically the same reference when you're talking about the cosmological scale as the Earth, right? So when you remove the red and blue shifts, of course you get an axis on the point where the measurements are being taken. But when you remove that filter, the filtering of the red and blue shift, when you put it back in, as in the raw data that has the red and blue shift present, that axis disappears and you're only left with the slight anisotropies and inhomogeneities that are present in the raw CMB background.
Yeah, so I'm
I have
getting
a
on a
quick
plane.
question. I'll be quick. Jay, if what we're saying is the truth, which I believe 100% is, about the Earth and so forth, would be all information you've learned in the university be complete waste of time in your life?
If for some odd reason this program they were showing me and what they were telling me was them making up this elaborate lie for some grad student, which doesn't make any sense. But if it was, then all that shows is that the Earth is at a central position. So, I mean,
Never
yeah,
straight
that
yes or
makes
no,
things
right?
slightly different. Well, no, I'm not going to throw out the rest of the model because just one thing
Can you answer the question? It's just a
was
hypothetical
wrong. You'd
question.
have to falsify each component
Listen. It's a
individually.
hypothetical question. Okay, it's just a yes or no. You know, I mean, if we are right, 100% right, would everything you've learned in your life, especially about astronomy, or this model that you cling on to so much, would it be a waste of time? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
You're showing one thing that was wrong, the position of the Earth. I mean, there have to be more to it, right? Because then you're talking about the size of the universe. You'd have to show that that the Earth can even be in a central position relative to the whole size. Like there's more components to it, but nonetheless, good for you. You've shown that the Earth has a central position, revolutionary.
Okay, maybe let me ask someone else. Hey, Killian, are you here?
Yeah, bro, what's up?
Okay, Killian, if everything you have learned about the current cosmology you believe in is false, you know, the Earth is actually spinning, wobbling, tilted, both flying from the expanding world of darkness while hurtling around other planets. If that's the truth, would everything else you just have researched in a couple of years or whatever it might be, is that a waste of time?
No, I wouldn't say it's a waste of time. It gave me substance foundation to begin theory crafting what I believe this place to be. If I'm proved to be wrong that it's actually way different, then it is what it is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I concur. Yeah, I was hoping that Jace would say the same thing.
Well, my thing is, right, the whole point that I was making, beginning with SC and extending to Witsit, is that like you should not be jumping to these conclusions so prematurely, right? It's fine for these hypotheticals, yeah, if you know the data piled up that the Earth was in a central position, sure, there'd be some things I have to reconsider, but like just you're just getting way ahead of yourself.
All right, so Jay, I'm gonna chat with you for a minute here, just to get some observations. So you have a very you can be very demeaning when you speak to people, right? It's like, no, I'm the authority. It's not that way. It's this way. Appeal to the way that I see it, so on and so forth. Which is fine, dude. Like, I by no stretch of the imagination am I trying to project my truth onto you, or do I believe that anybody should project their truth onto anybody. Now, from a standpoint of a simple thing, I'm engaged in text chat right now with somebody by the name of Fish Lips, and we're literally just discussing like how the sun can get obstructed by the edge of the earth, and how he was just eating lunch a couple hours ago, and so on and so forth. Now, the issue that I'm having with literally just observing things as they are is from a local standpoint of observing level and how level works locally. And that's how buildings are built, stadiums, arenas where athletes engage in sport. This seems to be something that exists continuously everywhere we go. Now, from a globe standpoint, when I ask the question, how does the curve show up? Asking to you, if I say to you that all these things are observing level, how do you introduce a curve where you have all these buildings observing level?
Well, right. So being honest, I just inherently think that's a dishonest question to ask, because I know that you have heard all of the examples before of the evidence of the curve. You know, so you asking me that just gives me the taste in my mouth that you're dishonest just to begin with, just speaking honestly. But one that I have encountered, because I don't really like the arguments with the horizon, and right, if I'm just going to discard thousands of people's work of satellite photography and measurements and stuff that show that the fucking earth is a sphere, if we're just going to disregard that out of hand because it's some conspiracy or whatever, right? Another one that you can do is you can either do the surveying yourself, or they have databases. Each state in the United States has a database where they store coordinate measurements, right? And you can go and download those coordinates, and you can do the cartography yourself and see that whether you're using the Pythagorean theorem for the physical measurements on the earth, and then you'll see that you have to use the law of sines or law of cosines for your cartographic map, or the opposite way around if you use the Pythagorean theorem for your map and the law of cosines or sines for the physical measurements on the earth, right? That should indicate to you, well, why am I having to convert? Why is my scale off? If the earth was just planar, right? My scale from my map should be the same scale as my physical measurements. It should just be the Pythagorean theorem. I shouldn't have to convert because of the tensor, the metric that's behind all of this is different because it should be indicating to you these things like, why am I having to convert from the Pythagorean theorem to the law of sines or the law of cosines? Well, the answer is because the metric is a spherical metric. That's why you have to convert. You won't get the right answer if you use a Minkowskian metric, which is a flat planar metric simplified to 3 dimensions. So you have to go beyond just looking at the horizon with your eyes to figure these things out. Because I've given the example of being on an airplane flying from Seattle to Korea to Japan and then Korea, and how, we went on a compass heading basically the same one the whole time, and it took over 15 hours. So that has to indicate to you that the Earth is very, very big. So if you want to get any kind of idea of its true magnitude, its true geometry, you're not going to be able to do that with the small little portion you could see with just your naked eye. You have to go deeper than that.
Right, but again, like, this isn't me stating that I'm observing this with my naked eye. This is buildings that are built upon this realm along the surface everywhere. I agree they vary in elevation in datum, like where they actually are in elevation height, but with reference to them being built plumb level, they're consistently built this way without having to bring in any calculations, simply using 2 mediums and an 8 to 10 foot level, as literally a steel girder or aluminum girder for that matter. It uses 2 mediums, and you literally can confirm level locally without having to calculate anything. No tangential relationships or anything.
Yeah, but again, think of the scale that you're working on. You're talking about this extremely small scale where, of course, if you have an Earth that's a sphere that is radius 39, 59, whatever it is, of course there's going to be quite a big kind of region of it where you can approximate everything to just be planar. Right, you have to go deeper than that. That's why I brought up the cartography thing, because even with the planar measurements from the state coordinates, because that by definition is not considering the sphericity, it shows up in the error on your map, or it'll show up in the error in your measurements if you're doing the conversion the opposite way. Right, so it's dependent on the scale that you're using. And you have to think a little bit deeper about these things.
Okay, so you mentioned scale. Now, how many countries do we have, continents do we have in this realm that we know of?
It's 7, right? 7.
Want to name them for me?
7 continents.
So that includes your Antarctica as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So 6 confirmed, 1 inconclusive. No problem. Now, from a standpoint of, and I just poisoned the well, I'm so sorry. I threw that in as a little elbow to the guts, if you will. Anyways, but from a standpoint of buildings that are built within each of these continents, do you believe that they were all built observing level?
Yeah, sure. My father he was a steel production. At first, he was just one of the workers, and then he became a foreman on building buildings and stuff. There's no reason for those guys to be considering the spherical nature of the Earth. Though those deviations are going to, on the scale that they're building, are going to be showing up in like the 8th decimal point, and their measurements and their requirements for accuracy are nowhere near to that level, so they don't need to consider it.
But to confirm if they were all built observing level, that would have to bring in an axial relationship between all of the buildings, would they not? Or would it not?
Again, it depends. If you're going to consider just two buildings that are right next to each other, yeah, sure, you're still within the scale where the deviation from planar isn't going to be a factor. But if you're trying to confirm the levelness of a building in Los Angeles compared to a building in England, then yeah, there's going to be a huge deviation if you just consider the Earth to be planar.
No, we're considering your model, which is a globe. So that means that if we were dealing with two different locations as sparse as those two, again, the UK and America, excuse me, sorry, then we would in fact confirm an axial relationship, like popsicle sticks going into a basketball at different points. Correct?
Sure.
Pardon me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and I mean that's ultimately where I'm trying to get to, is just that common understanding that, you know, we're here in North America, I'm in Canada personally, but we have our folks in Australia who are 12 hours ahead. So there's the early morning risers now having breakfast. They're sitting to their table locally. I know Timbo from the 24/7 channel can pull out his level from his pickup truck and put it on a table and observe level. I know this for a fact, but the addition to that, if you will, is that they're literally upside down to myself. From your claim, is that correct?
Well, they would each have their own reference, right? The only time they would be upside down, you would see them upside down, is if you were a third party and you had a reference, like, say, you could be on the moon and you had the ability to see people on Earth from that viewpoint, then yes, in the spherical model, one person would be up, right side up in reference to you, and one person would be upside down in reference to you.
Right. And that's ultimately what I was looking to confirm and confirm with you on our walk. Now, the last point I want to raise, and I'll withdraw. Thanks for the conversation, Jace. The 3959 radius claim on a macrocosm level for scale. Have you broken that down to like a 100-mile distance to observe what kind of drop that would be on a smaller scale?
What?
I've seen people do it before, like Dave McKeegan has some good videos about the drop with the,
What's dropping, Jace?
from what I understand, right, you have the horizon, and then from that point of the horizon, there'll be a drop beyond that.
Yeah, and
What's dropping?
That's the number.
The Earth.
This is my last point, is that over that 100-mile distance, there should be a 1.25 mile drop based on the Autodesk drawing of a 3959 model claim. I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah,
I'll
but
withdraw.
again, right, that while that is true, that's not the whole story. You have to consider the whole story. Like, if you're out in reality, the way that we take measurements and the way that we see things is through electromagnetic radiation. So you have to consider the factors that come along with that if you want to make an accurate, true to reality type of model there.
Real quick, is there any flat earther here who can honestly steel man the globe position?
Of course we can,
Yeah.
but then you would just say no.
No, I'm just asking straight up. Can you steel man the globe position?
I can't over in like the other server that with the weed leaf. I'll be right there.
Yeah, so Medicinal Mass Media, we're looking for a flat earther who can honestly steel man it for a one-on-one debate. So far, we have been having a very hard time finding any
Because you
flat
guys
earther
are
willing to do
you
it.
guys are like band happy over there. You talk shit and ban
No,
people. Piss off.
people aren't banned people aren't banned unless they start
Whatever. You
mouthing
mute
off.
people. You play games. Piss off.
Whatever, Tanks. You can keep going on about that, but if you
You can't
honestly
mute me,
can
can you?
steel man it,
Sucker.
if you can honestly steel man the position, you're more than welcome to take on
How
the
much do you
debate.
pay?
But if you
Like,
can't,
what's the pay?
then
What's the pay? What's the
please
pay rate?
just stop.
How much you paying?
I'm not paying you anything.
Well, then why would anybody
Either
go?
you either want to
You either want to
steel man the position or you don't. That's all
I
I'm
don't.
asking. Okay. Anybody else?
I do. No, I changed my mind. I don't. Cool server though that you have over there.
This is why
Why don't
nobody
you just bring
talks to
that
you,
server
Tank.
here and like, yeah, why don't you bring that server here and just advertise it? Well, let's do it.
Okay, if anybody feels like steel manning it, pop over. We're about to actually get the debate started in about 30 minutes.
What?
No one shows
You
up.
debate that
Have
nobody's
fun.
at, so you're over here trying to get them? That sounds awesome.
We're trying to find a flat earther that is actually brave enough to try to steel man
What?
the position, but you're all freaking scared. So there you go.
That sounds so cool. Yeah.
Oh, Solaris.
He's trying to strum up business, is he?
I've
That's
gone there
pretty
like
funny.
4 times.
I
I
gotta
got
admit,
booted
no
every time.
takes. I gotta admit, no takes. That was pretty funny.
that
Debate no one's
was
at.
and to call a flat earther scared is kind of an oxymoron, right?
I was just moron.
Yeah, or just that.
I told my girlfriend you were from Louisiana, and she's like, "Oh, what's his name?" I'm like, Rakia, but wow, how you don't know everyone who lives in Louisiana, dude?
Yeah, it's a big place. She's from here?
Yeah. Where's she from? Streetport.
Shreveport? Yeah, that's 4 hours away. I don't know anybody in Shreveport.
So, Jace, you still there?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
I heard you when you were talking before. You said that the quasar measurements are new. Did I hear correctly?
Depends on the context, right? For the cosmic distance ladder, because it was coming up differently than the other method for getting the Hubble constant value. They have made different types of measurements now to try to zero in on the real cosmic distance ladder, what it really get it at least closer than what it was before.
Yeah,
And
but it's not
quasars is
new,
one
right?
of
It's
those.
not. First, they started off with the Cepheid variables, right? And then they moved on to the quasars, but it's not like new, right?
Yeah, they've had the Cepheid variables, the quasars, then they've had the type 1A supernova measurements. So yeah, these things aren't new, but the context in which they're using that is, important.
Yeah, let me make my point that I was trying to make before. That I don't know, because you knew what you know. He got emotional. I think he was in a rush, so I couldn't really get to it. But what I was saying was that even if the difference was 69 kilometers per megaparsec versus 73 kilometers per megaparsec, it's important to understand how close those are. If you have two values that give you those two answers, the fact that they're different says something, sure. But the fact that those numbers are so incredibly close tells you that you're honing on the answer. Tells you that what's the odds of you having two answers that are so incredibly close? It's important to understand that a megaparsec is about 3 billion kilometers. So it's like the difference is 4 kilometers per second per billion kilometers, which is incredibly close. Just saying.
But it's still a discrepancy. So you can say
Yes,
it's almost like you do with parallel rays, but almost doesn't quite cut it, right?
yeah, but it tells you
So
something. What it tells you is yes, it tells you that one of them is wrong. At least one of them is wrong. Could be both of them are wrong. Could be an answer that's in between both of them. Regardless, the fact that you have two answers that are so incredibly close tells you that that's either an enormous coincidence, a coincidence that's beyond capable, or that you're actually honing in on the correct answer. And that would have to be the case. That's an
right.
incredible coincidence.
I
If I was a
remember.
betting man, I'd say they're both wrong.
Well, I remember Becky Smethurst, Dr. Smethurst, did a video on a totally independent method from those two that they had ran, and I forget the details of what exactly it was, but the measurement, because I remember her reaction was like the actual value it came to was like right in between the two. It was smack dab in the middle of the two that Kosho brought up, and so she was just like, because I remember that
But you have to
distinctly.
understand. You have to understand what the difference, the ratio between 4 kilometers per second versus 3 billion kilometers is about a one in. So it's like a if you were to make it a percentage, it would be like point 16 zeros and then a one, or 15 zeros and then a 1%. Like that's the difference between the 4 kilometers and a billion kilometers. So the fact that you have two values that are both within that small amount of error, or that small amount of difference, that tells you that that you can't coincidentally get two values that are that close. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of crazy. There just
I
has to
see
be
a
something
pattern here,
further out.
Coach. I see a pattern here, and Killian picked it up too. It's like patchwork. Like you guys are like patching this hole, patching that hole. Well, it's almost the same.
Bro, if I hear these
No,
guys say it's close enough one more time in the globe model claim, like the thing that got me was going to like McToon's page and seeing stuff like spherical excess published proudly. Like, it's not okay to be calculating things and coming out with 180 point some odd and be like, it's close enough. Bro, you're
and
lying.
let me put this in perspective one more time for you, because you guys aren't really getting it. This isn't patchwork. What's happening is like a billion seconds is about 32 years. Okay, so a billion times a billion, which is the ratio between 3 megaparsecs and 4 kilometers. Okay, so that'd be like 30,000 years, or 30 years times 30 years compared to a second. Okay, that would be like if I said I have a number between 1 and infinity. Guess what it is? And the person who guessed, or no, okay, let me say it one more time. Like if I said I have a number between 1 and a billion, okay, and I said guess what it is, okay, and two people guessed within four, numbers of each other, right? That's a bad example. Okay, sorry. Okay, if I had a number of jelly beans, okay, a number of jelly beans anywhere between 1 and a billion, okay, and I said guess the amount of jelly beans. And three different people had three different methods of guessing the number of jelly beans I had. And all three of their methods got within 4 jelly beans of each other. That would tell me that whatever it is they're doing, unless they're doing the same thing, that they're actually honing in on the correct value. Otherwise, they coincidentally guessed the same value. And that's not that sort of coincidence is basically impossible. I can't think of a way. I can't think of a way for that to be possible to make it
Well,
guess that's
Kosho,
accurate.
it's because you're thinking about what they're doing completely wrong. They want it to be. They want what these different values and these discrepancies. What they want it to what they want to portray it as showing is that we just totally have no clue about any of this stuff and we're just totally wrong. And it could possibly be that the universe is really young and small, the Earth's at the center, and that it's flat. That possibility is still real. But in reality, what these measurements are showing is the complete opposite. They're showing that we're slightly off. We have things a little wrong, but in the totally opposite direction
It
of
looks like
what
we're at the
they
center.
want to be true, Kosha. That's it's showing that it's actually could be even older than we think and but larger than we think.
Did you say a little wrong? Let me explain what a little means, right? They were expecting to find a 3-month-old baby, but they found a 14-year-old teenager. This is what he means by a little off.
We're talking about a different
No,
dude.
Yeah, it's when you're 4 kilometers per second per megaparsec off, which it's likely that they're not even 4. It's probably less than that. The two methods are 4 off from each other, but the actual value will likely converge on something smaller than that.
We're talking about two different things now. I was talking about the baby galaxies, and you're talking about the something else.
That's because we were talking about the other thing, SC. I get that that's what you're talking about, but I was saying we were specifically talking about. Actually, you were talking about it too, SC. To be fair, you were talking about how the
Well, with you, but not with
distance letter.
when Jade came in. My mind went there, so that's yeah. But they're still off. One is slightly off, and the other one is off like by galaxies, by time frames, by anything you could imagine off.
But it could just be the initial mass value is off, like I said. And then that just, which is what Chronic has told me, what Dr. Smethurst has said, that's most likely the thing that's wrong is the initial mass value. And then that just shoots all of what you're saying right in the foot.
Of course, let's just say that is wrong. And then, yeah, of course, it shoots everything I say in the foot. Yeah, very convenient. Let's get rid of the murder weapon. Let's get rid of the murder weapon, and then you're innocent.
They'd have to measure the value, right? And then
So when
compare
are they
it to
going to do this
what the
satisfactory?
assumed value has been.
Sorry, yeah, you took a break. I thought you were done.
They just have to measure the initial mass value and compare it to the assumed value that they're using in these predictions for distances and ages and stuff.
So they're going to compare it to an assumed value. Assumed from what?
Yeah, Coach, I told you earlier, those distances and ages and stuff are computed using a value for the initial mass that is an assumed value, not a measured value. And it's assumed based on the present, our galaxy and local galaxies based on the present day. So it could be what could happen, what Chronic has said, and what Dr. Smethurst and Dr. Copeland and others have said, what can happen is that we can actually measure this initial mass value. And then when you recompute the distances and ages using the measured value rather than an assumed one, then you're going to come up, you could, if the values are significantly different from the measured versus assumed, you can come up with you're going to come up with different ages in that case.
So right now you're saying it's an assumed. They're going with the assumed, or they're going with the measurement. Well, none is measured, but whatever, the spectroscopy, right? Is that what you're talking about? That one? You're saying that value they're not certain of? What are they not certain of?
The spectroscopy values they're certain of from what I understand. It's when you take those spectroscopy values and try to convert them into distances and ages, there's an assumed value that's needed for the equation that's used to do that, right? It's called
Yeah,
the
based
initial
on.
mass. It's called the
Hold
initial
on, hold on.
mass value.
First of all, before you said the spectroscopy is not certain because it's only done in one wavelength and they have to do more. Now you're saying that's
Yeah,
certain,
that's a
but it's something
possibility
else
too.
now? What?
That's a possibility too. There's multiple possibilities. That's why I was trying to tell you before that you shouldn't be jumping to these crazy conclusions, because that's one possibility, that we can do the spectroscopy in a different band of the EM spectrum, or just using a different procedural method and come up with a different answer. But we can also actually measure the initial mass value rather than assuming it, and that is used in the equation that you use to get the age and the distance of the galaxies or the object you're looking at with the spectroscopy. So if the measured value is significantly different than the assumed value, that's going to change the distance and the age of the objects you're looking at. So there's different considerations that still need to be hashed out, which is why jumping to these conclusions is a very risky thing to do. And that's the point I was making before.
I hear you. You've been saying that for I don't know how many months now, but it's been a year and a half. So you're saying all the articles I read, all the scientists that are saying they have to rethink everything, they have to start from the drawing board. Are you saying that is all wrong? It's all up in the air? All these articles I read, all these scientists that I heard say
Yeah, they're
they're
all
wrong?
news articles. The news sensationalizes things. Every time we discover something in biochemistry, right? We discover a new protein. Oh my God, we got to rethink all of our models of protein development and protein structure. But that's not actually true. I've never had to rethink the model of protein development or protein structure. The news is just trying to sell the article, right? You have to
Okay,
be
fair enough, fair
careful
enough.
with these
I get
things.
it. I get it, bro. Don't go on and on. I get it. I just posted an article. Are you telling me this is sensational? This Christopher,
Let
whatever
me
his
look
name,
at it.
last name is, astronomer professor. This is a sensational article.
It could be.
He
I'm
says,
sure there
based
are astronomers that do think that we probably should. Hang on, I'm scrolling to the thing you posted. But I don't doubt that there are astronomers that are like, hey, maybe we should come up with new models for galactic formation. I know of some who have. So that is one case that is a potentiality. But like I said, we should still have reservation with these things because we don't know what exactly is the truth, what exactly is the answer yet.
look, man, I don't know I don't understand why you're clinging on to this. I've showed you posts after post, people after people over I don't know how many months now. They're all saying the same thing. Now you guys are clinging on to this. Why? I just want to understand why.
Because they
What's in
don't,
your
man.
interest to say,
All
look,
the
they made a
people
huge
I've
mistake.
talked to, all the people I've talked to don't say what you're saying. That's not what they're saying.
All right. Okay. You have your opinion. I guess I have mine.
Oh, this thing
I
I
have
posted
seen,
for you
like I
earlier.
said, there are some, and it's good that there are some people who are like, hey, yeah, maybe we should come up with new ideas for, the late stages of the Big Bang evolution or the development of galaxies in the early universe. It's good that there are people who are thinking along those lines, but there's also people who aren't, who are not just accepting the measurements from the JWST, which, like I said, is just one band of the spectrum, right? And they're questioning that, which is good too. We should make sure that that's actually correct. We're not changing the model based off of false measurements. So people should be questioning that too. You should be questioning all things. That's what I'm saying. And you shouldn't be jumping to these crazy conclusions like you are, is also what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion, these crazy conclusions, right? Just because you name three people, I could name you three and maybe see you with a fourth. Just just because it's your opinion, right, doesn't mean anything. I'm talking about cold, hard facts, like a black hole, an early black hole, supermassive black hole. That's another thing, which they say did not have enough mass around it to swallow to become that size, and it didn't have the time. So these are solid measurements that they've done, your own people. Now you want to go against that one too? What do you say to that one? Supermassive black hole.
I say the same thing.
Of course
SC.
you're going to say the same
We
thing.
just
Yeah.
launched the JWST 2 years ago, 1 to 2 years ago. All of anything anyone says, it could be correct right now, could be totally off the mark. It's just too soon to be drawing these kind of conclusions. We need to explore all of the options, developing new models, refining the measurements, questioning everything in between there to make sure we're narrowing in on the actual truth.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions. I'm going by what the scientists say. I'm going by the data that the scientists themselves have deciphered and shared, and it looks pretty damning. It looks pretty damning. Now,
News
you can
articles
have
aren't
your own
what
opinion.
scientists say.
What?
News articles aren't what scientists say. See,
It's not news articles. I just posted you a news article with a quote from a scientist. Is that not good enough for you? What do you want? You want the scientific paper that he wrote while he was in his bathroom or something? That's a direct quote.
it would be nice if he made a new
Yeah,
model
yeah.
that could be tested like scientists do. Then I would
Oh, like
believe
the
he has
big
an
bag model
interest.
that's completely made up from nowhere, like that?
Then I would
Yeah.
believe they had an interest in actually changing the model and actually believed them if they came up with a new model or new hypothesis that could be tested.
Well, that's another issue, whether they come up with a new model or not. The fact of the matter is, this model just appears dead. These are the dying gasps of the model. Like, it's
But
so
see,
bad.
that's a
It's not even funny.
you're
There's only
jumping to.
people, you know, you've interrupted every sentence I've said, right, in the past 10 minutes? Every one. But go ahead.
Oh, finish. Finish.
I don't even know. I remember what I was saying. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was saying again, that's a conclusion you're jumping to when there is tons of astronomers, right? I gave you 3 names, but there's other people. There's Sabine Hossenfelder, there's Sean Carroll, there's other astronomer, well, physicists and astronomers. The lines get a little blurry there. That say you shouldn't be jumping to those conclusions because it can be the case that the initial mass value is just wrong. We're making an incorrect assumption, and then that's going to make you look like a fool for jumping to those conclusions when that's shown, which can certainly be the case. They give credence to that. Now, you can also, it's potential that you're correct, that the model's wrong. And like I said, we need to develop new galactic evolution models or early Big Bang or later Big Bang evolution models. That can be the possibility too. But we don't know at this moment, and making these definitive declarations is just not advised.
Okay, at least you admitted the possibility that if it's possible, if that's true, then we'd have to rewrite cosmology. Okay, then how long would be sufficient enough for you? How long? How many tests? Like, Give me like a time frame. What would be sufficient for you?
Well, I think a definitive thing would be different methodology for the JWST measurements converging on the same answer. So 2 or 3 different methods converging on the same answer, along with the initial mass value being worked out. If they can work that out, along with having different methods come up with the same answer, and it all points to what it's going to point to, though. You don't even know what it's going to point to. What it's going to point to is that the development of galaxies that model needs to be changed. The Big Bang's still going to remain, like, it has nothing to do with how the hot Big Bang occurred with the re-energization of the universe and the quarks condensing, joining together. None of that stuff is going to change from this. It's going to be the evolution of galaxies is what changes.
Oh, really? You don't think the initial time frame of the predictions and gases that should have been there that are not there, you don't think that's going to change the Big Bang? You think you think the bang's going to just remain there, but everything else is going to change? Really? That's pretty brave of you to say that.
Yeah, the galactic evolution models may change.
Oh, but the Big Bang is going to remain. How?
Yeah, because the Big Bang really isn't much to do with that.
Of course it is. It's part of your cosmology from the beginning to the end. You're going to tell me you're going to have to change the beginning, or you're going to keep the beginning, but somehow end up at the same spot? What are you going to do? Just rejig some things around?
No, because the Big Bang is not a model of galactic formation and evolution. The Big Bang is, and what you're usually talking about is what astronomers call the hot Big Bang, which is after the inflation period where that energy got put back into the regular quantum fields, and the symmetry breaking of the forces or the interactions began, and then the epochs of the quarks and the leptons and baryons and things like that. That's the meat of the Big Bang, what it talks about. It doesn't talk much about galactic things. Those are different. Those are galaxy development and evolution models that talk about that.
Yeah, but I'm not asking, I know. I'm telling you. The Big Bang is part of your cosmological model. So I don't see how you think you can just change one part of it and then just say, voila. And by the way, even if I grant you that power, which is completely ridiculous, right? What would you change?
Because the
What would you
Big
do?
Bang talks primarily about the portion of the universe before galaxies formed. So measurements of galaxies aren't really going to have an impact on the thing that talks about before that period, right? It will have an impact on the galactic development and evolution models for sure if these measurements hold up.
That's what I'm
That's going to
talking
have to
about.
change.
It's you just seem to be focusing on just the Big Bang. I'm talking about the Big Bang, the development, the whole kit and caboodle, everything, the cosmology. I'm not just talking about one part of it. You seem to think that you can just patch one part of it and then everything is fine. Is that what you're
Well, yeah,
suggesting?
that's all that's really going to change, right? You
Really?
have measurements of galaxies. They're not going to alter the majority of the Big Bang, which talks about the hot Big Bang and the symmetry breaking of the interactions and quark condensation, baryogenesis, leptogenesis. Those things have nothing to do with galaxies, so
Never
that's not
mentioned
going
those.
to
Save your
change.
breath, bro. How about the time? What are you going to do with the time frame? How are you going to make the galaxies evolve where there should have been a child, a 3-month baby. How are you going to make it speed up its age to become a teenager? What mechanism are you going to come by?
Yeah, they would have to change the way that galaxies form, right? The
How?
rate at which the right, because right now the idea, the thinking is that you have at first these things are put together by electromagnetic forces between molecules, and then eventually dust rings until it gets into a mass large enough where gravity can take over. Then you have the dual components of gravity and electromagnetism putting these galaxies together at a specific rate, right? So if these measurements hold up, the likely first option that they're going to change is the rate at which these interactions can be occurring to put these galaxies together.
You think? And how? That's my whole point. And how do you suggest they're going to change the rate of that? What mechanism was my question?
By changing the rate at which it occurs. That would be the
Oh, is there a
mechanism,
button like a
right?
microwave oven? You put it on broil, on fast bake? What mechanism?
That is the mechanism, SC.
What?
Instead of having it take X amount of time, they'll change it to Y amount of time.
So,
And then
so
you
they're gonna,
test
are you
that.
guys listening? So they're going to change
Yeah.
time? Are you guys listening to this?
Then you test that and see if it's accurate or not. And if it's not, then you discard it. If it
Am
is,
I?
then you know you're on the right
He's
track.
looking for a physical mechanism, not some bullshit way.
Like I'm in the
The
Twilight Zone, I feel.
electromagnetic
Hang on.
interactions and the
Yeah, we've heard you
gravitational
say all that
interactions
big
that
words.
occur
Accurate to what?
are
Accurate
the
to what?
mechanisms.
You said just change the time so it fits like it's accurate. Accurate to what? Fitting what you were wrong about before? Or fitting what
No,
you
you
think
would
you're right
have
about now?
novel measurements.
You have shit, man. You know it. I hear it in your voice.
You would take novel measurements to check
You're
the
him here
accuracy of the model,
daily, like
like
defending
How would
crap.
you
all
change
other
the time,
scientific
Jace?
observations.
Listen to what you're saying, Jace. You just
You're
said
not
that you changed the
changing the
time.
time.
How would you change the time?
You're not changing the time. You're changing the rate at which the galaxy can develop via the mechanism of electromagnetism and gravity.
How are you speeding? Is there a dial? Are you speeding it up? You can't just
No.
say gravity and electromagnetism because we all know how they work, what time frame they are in. You can't speed them up.
No. That's what's in question. Oh my
What do you
God,
mean?
dude. There's an estimate for how fast the galaxies can form right now. What are you talking about? These measurements are showing the potentiality you're trying to illustrate is that those estimates are wrong. So you're going to have to change the estimates, come up with new hypotheses for the rate of these interactions putting a galaxy together, and then make novel observations to test that rate.
I have another idea. How about saying that Einstein and the gang got it all wrong? And we have to all sit down, all the bright minds, and come up with the correct answer. How about that for an idea,
But
Jace?
you can't do that. You can't just disregard all the things that he got correct because of the galaxy formation mechanism, which isn't even what Einstein proposed, right? It's because that is wrong. You want to throw out everything. It doesn't make any sense, man.
No, I'm saying throw out the parts that are wrong, and there's quite a bit of them.
Yeah,
Dark
that's what
matter,
they'll do.
dark energy, galaxy formation, all of it, bro. It's all wrong.
That's another
Just
possibility
cancel that shit.
of a mechanism that they could put forward.
Or the mechanism that you couldn't come up with. The one that you said just turn the microwave oven, right? Easy bake oven, turn gravity
No.
and turn what? I mean, come on,
Could
bro.
you tell me
Seriously?
how galaxies, what is the current model for how galaxies form? Let's start there. Since you think you know so much better than me and what I'm saying is ridiculous, what's the current model for how galaxies are formed? What do astronomers propose is how galaxies form?
Well, what they propose, from what I know, is, and by the way, it doesn't have anything to do. It's a non sequitur, but I will answer you anyways. They say that in the beginning there was the cosmic gas and dust and gravity coalesced them together, and slowly stars formed, and blah blah blah. The rest we know, right? That's the standard model. Now tell
That's
me I'm
like,
wrong. Tell me I'm wrong,
yes,
or I got it.
yes,
Yeah, go on.
yes. That's way too simple, man. That's not really. That's like what I would
Kindergarten
tell.
version. Okay, give us
Yeah,
the professional version now. Go
I
on.
told you already, but you told me I was so wrong about it. They have a specific rate at which the beginning interactions
That's
that start
my
to
point,
form
bro.
these.
That's my point. That structured beginning is wrong. Do you not understand that? You're trying to tell me what the structured beginning is, and I'm telling you, they got it all wrong.
It's an
It's like you don't
estimated
seem to
rate,
understand,
SC.
man.
It's an estimated rate. So if it's wrong, then the first thing you would do is change the rate to try to get the rate correct.
No, the first thing you do is you admit you made a mistake. You found a baby where you thought a teenager was, and you say, "Oh my God, how wrong was I?" Now, let me go back and see where I got it wrong, and let me start from scratch. That's what I would
Yeah.
do.
And the rate is the first place they would check.
Not
They
the
have
rate,
an
the
estimated
whole
rate for
model.
which electromagnetism can pull particles together, and then the gravitational interactions start to pull particles together. They have estimates for how quickly those things will occur, how quickly mass will coalesce together. Right. So
Correct. And they were
the
wrong.
first
And they were
thing you
wrong, Jace.
change
Just say it,
is the
man.
estimate.
Just say it. They were wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, you changed that because you were wrong. So you would change it to what the measurements are. Really, you're figuring out what that rate is by the measurements. And
But you
thus,
can't change
if
that,
what you
Jace.
are saying is true, you just take the rate that the measurement gives you, and bam, that's it. No need
No, now
for
please don't interrupt
all
me.
the
Let me get a sentence out.
theatrics
What's up?
you're
Oh my God.
no need for all the theatrics you're trying to put forward, these crazy leaps in logic. It's simple
Tell me when I
already.
can speak, bro.
You may speak. You may put your theatrics back on display.
Yeah, I don't need your sanctimony. Now listen, dude. I've told you many times, right? The model is wrong. There's nothing that you can say or do that's going to change that. They found a teenager where a baby was. Now, you can say anything you want. You can appeal to a future discovery. But right now, you have to show me a mechanism by which that can occur. And so far, Mr. Expert, you failed miserably.
What do you mean? I've told you like 3 times now.
No, you said
Just
adjust.
because you
You
say
said
something
adjust
doesn't
something.
make it true. Yes. Right? So if I have an estimate, say I want to know, I have water dripping from a fountain, right? There's water dripping from a fountain. Before I even look at it, I can make up an estimate of how fast it's dripping, right? I could say it's 10 drops per minute. And then I can take a measurement, right? I could literally measure how quickly it's dropping, right? And say it comes up as it's 15 drops per minute. Well, yes, I would say, okay, I was wrong about my initial estimate, but now I have the measurement of how fast it happens. So I just update my model to 15 drops per minute because that's what I measured, and there's no, I don't have to throw out the rest of my knowledge about water because of that. I have the measurement I needed.
Got it. You made your point. You don't have to go on and on about plumbing. This has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. Absolutely nothing. This is not
Oh,
a faucet. This is not a faucet where you can adjust water or look for leaks. No. This is something that was predicted, right? This is what you guys
It's an
always
estimate.
chirp on. Please don't interrupt me. I know you can't. I know, but try. This is the model that you guys predicted, and it was absolutely wrong. Now, that
Now we have
I
measurements.
know you can do it, bro. Try. That verbitates through the whole cosmology. There's black hole problems. There's a whole bunch of issues. So you can't just say, I'm going to adjust our calculations. No, that doesn't work, bro. Not at all.
It's not adjusting calculations. What you're talking about is measurements. They made a measurement. That's all you need to adjust for.
Nope, absolutely not. You have to be a man. You have to admit we got it wrong.
And you're
Therefore,
discrediting
everything is
yourself.
wrong. All of our galaxies formations are wrong. So we have
But
to go
it's the
back
measurement
to the
that
drawing board.
made it wrong, SE.
Not the measurements, because your cosmological model predicts those measurements should be so. If those measurements are off by 13 billion years, your whole model is wrong. Now, if you don't understand that, bro, that's on you.
We take the 13 billion years and we apply it to the model. That's what you do. What are you on
No. What
about,
you
dude?
gotta do is you gotta find a mechanism how a baby became a teenager. That's what you gotta do.
No, man. You're
Yeah.
so silly.
No, you're so
SE,
silly because you're
if
supposed to be
I
a
have an
but
estimate
yet you
of
don't
something
understand the
and
most
then I take a
fundamental thing.
measurement, if I have an estimate for how something happens, then I take a measurement of how that thing happens. I just update the model I was using from the estimate to the measurement. As you said, they have measurements. So you just update the model to those measurements.
Incorrect. You couldn't be wrong if you tried. Like you couldn't be more wrong if you tried. And most scientists agree with you. They know they're going to have to come up with another cosmological model because it's just completely wrong. If these measurements are correct, if they found galaxies at 300 million years after the Big Bang and they were developed as a 13.5 billion year old galaxy, you have a problem. Now, if you can't comprehend that, sir, that is on you.
I think it's you that's comprehending. You're not understanding where these things are coming from. They're coming from estimates of how galaxies form. So if you make measurements of how they form, you just update your model to the measurements. That's what sensible people do.
No,
I'm gonna.
no,
It's
sensible
gonna
people
be
don't
even
do that.
funnier when
No,
this isn't even the case, because, like I said, you're really jumping to massive conclusions here, and it just turns out that the initial mass value, which is an estimate and not a measured value, when it just turns out that our estimate for that is wrong, and all of this changes anyways. I'm just gonna laugh.
no, sir, you couldn't be wrong even if you tried more. No, your cosmological model is very specific. It has a big bang, it has the dark ages, it has first light. It specifically says where first stars form, where first galaxies form, and this observation throws it all out the window. You don't have to like it. Maybe you don't understand it, but that's just the way it is. And mostly all scientists agree. Anybody can just Google it right now and you'll see what I'm saying is correct. These are the only guys here on the internet, this guy here particularly, that fights it. He's the only one.
They don't, though, right? Like, I gave you 5 people. I gave you Chronic. I gave you Ed Copeland at the University of Edinburgh, Sabine Hossenfelder, Sean Carroll, Becky Smethurst. There's others. I'd have to go re-look up their names, but there's
Me
much
too, I can
more
find you 10 or
than
12
just
on
that.
the other side.
And
No problem.
those ages for when these events occurred, these first light, these sensational names you give to it, are based off of estimating the rate at which the electromagnetic force can coalesce particles together, molecules really, or atoms of hydrogen together in the early universe. Then how quickly, another estimation of the rate at which what mass gravity will start to come into that picture and coalesce even more particle atoms and molecules together, right? And then the rate at which electromagnetism and gravity in concert can coalesce even more mass together. All of this stuff is estimates of how quickly that can happen. And what these measurements may be showing, as I told you, is that the models for that need to be changed. The galactic formation and development and evolution models need to be changed. That's one
Because they're wrong.
possibility.
Because they're wrong.
Yeah,
That's why they
so
need to be
what?
changed. Yeah. So what? Because
They're
all this
going,
time you're fighting
there's
it. You're
still,
saying no. I don't
SC,
understand.
there's still going to be a Big Bang. It's still going to be lambda CDM. It's just going to be a different model for how galaxies come together.
Incorrect. The
That's
lambda
all that's going to
CDM.
change.
Okay, try taking a breath. Let me speak now. The lambda CDM, I'm glad you freaking brought it up because cold dark matter has been disproven with 5 sigma certainty. That's another nail in your coffin, buddy. So yeah, try again. You're gonna have to find
Yeah,
another
but
model.
the Mond model has also been discredited with more than 5 sigma certainty, so that argument goes nowhere. The true is probably, as Sabine Hossenfelder and Sean Carroll have said, it's probably in the middle. Like some data requires dark matter, some data requires something like Mond. Right, it's not the most parsimonious, but it seems to be what the data indicates.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of
So I
people that were
appreciate you. Go
what?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, you can say whatever you want, bro. I say to the people listening, don't believe me or don't believe him. Just do a Google search and you'll see how many scientists are going to say, oh, wow, this new data that we have throws cosmology back. We're going to have to rewrite everything. Now, he's the only one here on the internet, Mr. Jace, that is championing this. Most of the experts are in
Nah,
turmoil right now. Don't believe me or him. See for yourself.
you're just trying to mislead people, man. I'm just combating your misinformation. I'm telling people they should be more honest in the fact that there's multiple possibilities that are potentials right now, and you shouldn't be jumping to massive conclusions like you are.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want. I'm telling the people what I found and what I believe. If you want to still champion this fantasy, that's on you. Not a problem. But don't try to make it look like you know and this and that. Look at these things we're posting. I mean, there's very much evidence of this, what we talk about. So it's up to the people.
Well, yeah, of course, you want a specific conclusion to be true. And even if what you, this is what the funniest part of all of this is even if what you're saying is true, the data is leading further away from what you want to be true. That's the funny part, to me at least. I'm sure
What do you mean?
Kosho gets
Please
a little kick
explain
out
this
of it.
statement. What? Like what?
The data is not leading us towards a conclusion of a small universe, a young universe with a flat earth and evolution isn't real and there's a creator. That's not where the
Oh, who
data
said
is
that?
leading us. The
Who
data
mentioned
is
anyone?
leading us the data is leading us further away from those kind of conclusions if it's doing anything at all.
That's a desperate statement. And, a straw
It's
man.
just
When
the
did I ever say that?
reality.
No, I'm just
Okay, so
disproving your
now you don't
cosmological
have the
model and you're
nerve
just
to
freaking
stand
out.
behind. So you don't think the Earth is flat? Or I'm sorry, you're not man enough to say flat. What do you say, planar or some
This is
other
what happens all
terms
the
of
time,
that?
ladies and gentlemen. When they're caught
Do
in a
you not?
corner,
So
they
you
bring
don't
it back
believe
to
in a
flat
creator?
Earth. What he's doing right now, he's just
You're
spiraling
just
out of control.
grandstanding now. Do you not believe these things?
Why
Is
are you
this not
talking
your
about? Why are you
position?
changing? First of all, you're
Because
interrupting me
my
every time I
point
talk,
is the
and
data
you're
is
changing.
leading further away from that, and you're trying to point to the data as if it's some kind of support for you. It's absurd on every level.
No, sir. What I'm trying to do is disassemble your cosmological model, and I believe I'm succeeding. Brick by
It
brick,
doesn't
piece by
matter.
piece, star by star,
It does
galaxy by
nothing for
galaxy. I'm
your
dismantling
claims.
your, and you interrupt me every time I speak, bro. So it just shows, you're spiraling out of control.
It does nothing for your claims, I see. That's all it shows. And the data you're pointing to that dismantles my model, which it doesn't really, because I have an open mind and don't really subscribe to one concrete model. I think we should go with what the data shows. And what the data shows is further and further away from your ideals. I'm sorry if you
Oh,
can't accept
where?
that.
Where do you see that? Like, give me a specific. Where does it show further from my ideals? Go ahead. Give me one
Oh, it's
specific thing.
one of the proposed solutions that you bring up is they think that a potential way to explain the data is extending the age of the universe, not bringing it back to a smaller, younger universe, making it a older, larger universe, which is the opposite of what I hear at places like this.
What are you
Oh,
talking about?
wow. Really?
So now you're telling me you haven't pointed
You
to
want to
the
double up
guy
on
who
me?
proposed doubling the age of the universe? You haven't
Yeah,
pointed
I
to that?
mentioned it, but it's
Well,
not me that said it. I mentioned
but even
one of. Sorry?
I'm sorry, real quick. Just like, but even a young Earth theory is about an Earth, not a universe. GAAs.
Yeah, they always
Okay,
bring it
so
back to
what?
the. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to claim the Earth is just the universe? Then they're synonyms then, in that case. When
No,
I
No,
say
the
there's no
synonyms.
smart
universe,
guy.
I mean
He's saying
Earth.
the universe could be one age and the Earth could be another one. There, smart guy. Are you sure
Well, that's
you're
already the case.
educated? Okay, but that's why they're saying you shouldn't bring in the age of the Earth in this. They're talking about the universe.
Well, the Earth would have to be younger than the universe. How could the Earth be here
According to
without
you.
the universe?
But that's not the topic. I'm talking about how wrong you are about everything, like how wrong the
But
scientists have been.
you're
Even you're admitting,
way
and now
longer
you're
than that's
interrupting
the
me.
point.
You seem to be just dumb
The
enough not
funny
to know
thing
to put
is,
yourself on mute when other
you're
people
even
are talking.
further
I don't
wrong.
get why
Jace, I
smart
let you
people think
interrupt
they
me.
have
I'm not
this.
going to let you interrupt Rakia. I'm getting out of the combo. I'm modding right now. Don't interrupt him. Go, Rakia.
It's unbelievable, man. They claim to be smart and can't shut up when other people are trying to make a point, even if it's wrong. J Ace, shouldn't another man on Discord that you come to voluntarily be able to make a point without you interrupting? Can you
Make a
answer
point.
that?
Don't grandstand. Make a point. Don't
I asked
grandstand.
you a question, sir. Did you not hear it? Because I
Yeah,
want you to admit. I want
what
you to
was your
admit that
question?
either you're dumb and can't shut up while other people's trying to make a point, or that from this point forward you're going to be as smart as you claim to be. Like I've heard you say, I'm the chemist, right? I'm the educated one, but can't shut up when another man is trying to make a point. That is my point.
No, you don't like that I interrupt your grandstanding
No,
because it's
not me. I'm
absurd.
not even talking about me. You're not even smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. You're not very smart. I'm determining that now by what I'm asking you.
It doesn't
And
matter who it is, whether it's
yeah, it don't
you,
matter who you
SE,
interrupt. Yeah,
Witsit.
it doesn't matter
If
who you
you're
interrupt. You make yourself
grandstanding, you
see how.
deserve not to be able to do that.
No, we deserve, SE and everyone else deserves for you to go on mute when they're trying to make a point. Shut up, man. Got it?
Okay, we made
It's
our point.
simple. Don't
Let's move along.
No,
grandstand.
it's simple. Don't talk when another man's trying to make a point. Sir, smart guy.
Go ahead. You've been just grandstanding this whole time. You
Yeah,
can't even
I
make my
know. That's
point.
how ridiculous it is that I have to do this because a smart guy comes in here and talks down to people and interrupts them every time they try and make a point for hours.
But
You
you
sure?
got
Are you
You're
sure
the ones.
who you are?
You're the ones
Right,
disrespecting
right.
me
It's
and
me.
telling me
Right.
how
I
I'm
know it's
wrong
SC.
and blah 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 to the
No,
audience
SC is telling you
grandstanding.
what he's found, what he's looked up. He's cited stuff. That's what he's saying. He's citing that.
He's
Now it might
citing
be wrong
news
or right. Yeah,
articles.
I know, but every time he tries to explain his position, you interrupt. I have no idea what he means because of you. I've only heard you basically.
Because he can't just explain it.
Make
He's got to
excuses and smart guys. Yeah,
grandstand
it's his
and
fault. He
tell
can't
me
do nothing
I'm
but
wrong.
grandstand. Right, right. That's what he's done the whole time is grandstand. Yeah, I've heard you say it. I've heard you repeat. I've heard you repeat things over and over and over again.
That's like
You have
grandstanding
a
too,
point.
huh?
That's grandstanding. You're
Isn't it?
grandstanding now about me.
Isn't he
Right?
grandstanding
I'm
about
telling you to
grandstanding?
make a point.
Yeah, he's grandstanding. Yeah, I know. We're trying to make a point. I'm talking over you. See how
Well, make
ridiculous
it.
it is? No, I'm making my point by interrupting you every time you talk.
No, you're just making yourself look silly.
Yeah, that's my point. That's what you've been doing the whole
I know
time.
it is. I know.
Yeah, you've been
That's your
making
point.
yourself look silly this whole time by interrupting other men
There's a
every
difference
time they talk.
between interjection and interruption. Interjection's a normal part of conversation. If you make 47 points for minutes on end, interjection is a normal part. Like that's normal. So
Well, when you lie about me and misrepresent my position, yeah, I'm going to interject and correct you before you get
No, that's
5
not the
minutes
rule.
in.
That's not how it works here. You know this. You're smart, right? You have a good memory. You're educated. The server rules say even if they're doing that, even if they're wrong, and you need to explain and interject, wait. Be the smart one. Wait until they're finished. And then explain to the audience, that's me in this case, how they're lying about you or misrepresenting. Right, smart guy?
No,
Can you
because
follow that
then I'm
simple rule?
just told
No,
I'm
so you can't
monologuing
follow the
and I'm
simple rule.
repeating myself.
So you
You
can't
don't
follow.
allow
So
that.
you can't. No, that's bullshit.
That's
We've allowed
not
you to talk for
allowed.
hours.
I've been
That's
told I'm
bullshit. You're lying
monologuing
now.
and I'm
Now
repeating
you're lying.
myself.
Now you're
That's
lying
what
because
I'm
you've
told.
interrupted to do those things. You've
Rakia,
never waited.
Rakia,
No, I'm not gonna.
what's the other part of the server rules? No monologuing.
Well, I haven't heard monologuing by each point. I've enjoyed the conversation, except for when this guy repeatedly interrupts and gives excuses about it when he knows the rules of the server. And he's still giving excuses, even though I've made this big outburst. Like now he's trying to blame me for what he's done for the past 2 hours.
I'm not blaming you.
You
I'm
just
been
did.
told. I've tried. I've gone the method
Bullshit.
of letting Witsit talk for 20 minutes, and then
That's
I'm
bullshit.
told
Witsit
I'm
never talked for 20
monologuing
minutes.
and
You
I'm
interrupted Witsit. I was here when you
repeating
interrupted him.
myself,
No, I see how
and I'm
ridiculous it is when
repeating
I interrupt
myself
you. You're the one lying now.
and
For one, I was
monologuing
here when
when I
Witsit was
have to
here.
correct
He
the
begged you to let him
misinformation,
answer as you interrupted him
misrepresentation.
every time he spoke. And you just spoke right to him every time. Even when he said, look, I'm going to make this quick. I'm getting on a plane. You still interrupted him every time. And to say he spoke for 20 minutes while you sat there quietly is a bold-faced lie.
Yeah, because I didn't say that happened today. I'm saying my past experiences with letting people just gun off at the mouth. And then I'm told when I'm correcting their misrepresentations and misinformation that I'm monologuing and repeating myself. So that method didn't work. So I switched to just interjecting, correcting you on the spot when you misrepresent me.
So interrupting
Which is
everyone.
appropriate. Which is appropriate.
Not
thing to do.
inappropriate. No, it's not.
Yes.
Not here. That's not how we're told to act.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
Well, who are you?
I'm me.
Yeah, so what? It's not what's going to happen.
Well,
The audience doesn't want to hear that. I don't care what you do. Don't care.
Okay, well, I'm going to interject.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. How's this going? How is it working now?
Everybody do what you're going to do. Let me see. Ready, go.
Yeah, let's
Everybody do
go.
it.
Because every time J.Ace talks, I'm just going to interrupt. He's going to call me an idiot, but I'm just going to say I'm doing what he did for the last hour or two. And
I've never
we'll just
called you
have
an
no
idiot.
whatever
I
you
never
called me.
once called you an idiot. I said
Whatever
you're
you call me.
grandstanding like SC was.
Don't accuse
I
me
have
of
a question.
grandstanding. You know, I rarely speak long. I mean, come on now. Okay,
Yeah,
guys, let's get back
lying
on
again.
track.
No, what I mean is you can just make your point without having to say I'm wrong and I'm an idiot and your cosmology's falling apart
I never
and
said you're
all
an
these
idiot. I never
showing
said you're an
off
idiot.
to the
Come on.
audience kind of things. You can just make your point about the data and let that speak for itself.
Hey guys, can we just stop the butt trumpet orchestra and
Yes,
just back on?
please. Yes, let's move on. Please.
Say butt trumpet orchestra. That's a beautiful.
We both did things we shouldn't have done, blah, blah, blah. Let's move on. Let's respect each other like men. Let's not interrupt each other. How hard is that?
Sounds good.
All right.
But can you make it a concession that, you know, interjections are
No way.
appropriate sometimes? Like,
No,
when is
not
it?
here, bro. We don't do that. Like I understand. Like me too. I bite my tongue sometimes and I interject too, but we don't do that. Even though you know he's wrong, even though you know he lied about you, you gotta keep it shut and let him have his minute and then you could interject. That's how we do it, bro. That's how we keep the peace here. And it seems to be working. So why break something that's good and works? And it applies for everybody, including me.
Yeah, I don't disagree completely. Like, I don't see the age, right? Like, whatever reason they make up the age of this universe, that they say when they look up, um, as being. I mean, it's just made up. What's the consequence of it? Is what would be important. Like, where they're deriving the age from, what assumptions were made that now have to be worked on.
It comes
It's
from
all
the
assumptions, bro.
redshift in the
It's all.
CMB.
Go
The
explain it,
age
Jay.
the age comes from the redshift in the CMB. We can measure the cosmic microwave background, and the light we measure from that is redshifted to a specific value, and that directly corresponds to the distance that it's traveled, which is the age that it is.
Like, have we ever measured anything to be at a different distance than we have recorded it initially?
Well, there's different, like if you're talking about galaxies and stars and stuff, those can change because you're doing different methodologies for measuring it in different bands of the EM spectrum, which could give you slightly different numbers sometimes. Whereas the CMB is in the radio band. The light is in the radio band. It's not present in any other band. So you can't measure it in a different band. So it really only gives you one value for the direct redshift.
So now we know that there's a specific timeline, right? There's the Big Bang. Then there's a timeline for the gases when they coalesced, first light, like you were explaining, Jace, right? Now, there's a specific time frame when star formation starts and where black holes can occur, where stars have to extinguish and become black holes. Right now, the fact is, Jace, they found black holes way before that evolutionary period. So, I mean, you got to admit, well, there's a problem there.
Yeah, like I said, I think if that holds up, that's actually the case, then yes, there's going to be some problems, some changes that have to be made to the model.
Okay, that's good.
Just change
What?
the mass. Just
Yeah, you see,
change
it's
the
the
time.
changes that, yeah.
Yeah, just make it fit, make it work.
I have a
think that's what
question.
we'll find.
Would you concede, Jace, that some of these men that you would say, you know, not everyone believes in it. I mean, they've spent entire careers, right? Like that, you know, if proven wrong, like basically their career would go to the shredder, right? Like they just spent a bunch of time studying and, you know, making theories on a bogus on like an inaccurate information, right?
I think sure that can happen, but I don't think that's due to the science. Like I think that's a personal thing, right? Like tomorrow, everything I've published about can be shown to be wrong. My career, I wouldn't let that be the end of my career, though. Like, I would find a new path. Like, yeah, I was wrong about this stuff. So what? I'm going to go into this new area and I'm going to, hold my head up high and continue my career. You can let it be the death of you if that's your preference, but I just think that's more of a personal thing.
Right, but I'm just for you, you're kind of breaking it down. Like, for me personally, I wouldn't let that. But I mean, like, let's say you're like 75, you've been doing this bullshit for 45 years, and I mean, that would be kind of a hard blow to take, right? Like, some of these guys might be like, no. I'm just saying, like, I mean, at least you concede that and you be honest. For you personally, it wouldn't, but I mean, you did say like it could be a factor for some people. It's more of a personal thing, though.
Yeah, certainly. I've experienced it. I had a geology professor who didn't want to let go of the old classification system for biology because he helped develop parts of it and he was in the end stage of his career and was testing us on stuff that has been definitively shown to be wrong, and even when we brought that up he just wouldn't change his mind about testing us on it and about claiming it as truth. So I've definitely experienced people who, they've spent their whole career on something and they don't want to let it go. It happens.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, I think that definitely comes into play, right? Like with all of it. And I mean, it could even just be like, what have you been taught all your life? Oh, I was taught all this bullshit. Well, it can be hard to let go. So that's my only point.
Yeah, that's why it's typically the younger generation that makes, kind of the big overhaul changes in science. That's usually the trend.
Yeah. But unfortunately, in our system, it takes the old folks to give you the stamp of approval, right?
Sometimes, I mean, they try to go. We've recognized that has been the case in the past, and so now there's even some journals that will reach out to even like grad students to do reviews of articles. So it's not just these old guys who are doing the peer review who have all the power to reject an idea, even if the data clearly indicates it. They're trying to change that.
Yeah, what was it that did it for you? Like that made you deny science when they observe redshift and everything to be moving from a central point. Like what made you deny that and say no, things are obviously expanding in all directions, not from a point. Like what was the
I'm denying it. Were you not here earlier?
deny that science, that part of the science? I mean,
Well, right, I heard these claims, when I came to forums like this, and I thought they were rather rambunctious, right? And so luckily I have the, I guess the means or the opportunity. 3 of the people on the Planck satellite team that made those measurements of the CMB with the newest, the newest satellite, the Planck satellite, they are professors and researchers at my university. So I went and talked to them about these claims. And what they told me is that these claims of the Earth being a central point and everything expanding around it is actually misunderstanding their data, right? They say that comes about when they do the filtering a specific way. They remove the red shift and the blue shift out of the data. And that's when you get this central Earth axis where everything's expanding
No, I mean, I
me and
thought
Witsit
redshift
were
showed.
talking about.
Yeah, I
But
thought
when you
redshift
put
showed.
the redshift, when you put the red shift back in, the red and blue shift, like the raw data is, it's a red and blue shift, the raw data, what they measure. When you just leave it as that, there isn't an axis or any central point that things are expanding from.
Yeah, redshift
That's
showed
what
that there
they
was a
tell me.
central point initially. That's what I'm saying. So redshift showed that us as the center and things in the distance are further away due to the redshift in the distance and the blue in the foreground. So you're saying remove that and then things come to a point?
Yeah, I don't think the redshift shows that there's a central point. I mean, if you're just measuring like one object, like a car coming by you, like yes, the redshift is in reference to you, to where you are in that case. But we're talking about the CMB, which is a map of the whole, large scale structure of the universe.
Let me give you an example of what I mean by they're scrambling like crazy to come up with crazy ideas, and I'm loving it. This is the part I like the best, where they try to, make up patchwork. Listen to what I just posted. Check this out. It's going to take 30 seconds. The universe's earliest supermassive black holes appear to be much more massive than such black holes today. According to an analysis of observations by the James Webb Space Telescope, the findings also provide the strongest evidence yet for long theorized by unobserved black holes that form without stars, known as direct collapse black holes. You heard it here first. They have to come up with nonsense like this because they can't explain a black hole forming without so early, because we all know we need a star, right? First, and then it collapses into a black hole. So this is the nonsense that they have to come up with.
All right, to me, I'm just gonna tell you, SC, that there's hypotheses of like micro black holes and stuff. Others, these were things that were put forth long time ago, like 80s, 90s, that don't require stars. I mean, I don't know, just because you didn't
What
know.
you? What's gonna collapse into a black hole?
Yeah,
Tell me.
Ed Copeland put forth. He's a researcher at the University of Edinburgh. Put forth something called quintessence, a model of quintessence, and this was in like the 90s. He put this forth, which was a hypothesis about the evolution of dark matter in the universe, and within that, it involves dark matter and dark energy, the strength of those two. And what he put forth is that in early times of the universe, the strength of dark energy could be different than what it is today. And so that could cause black holes to form just from energy itself. Right. And he put this forth back in the 90s. So, I mean, yeah, maybe they're putting forth even more different models of black holes forming without stars, but like that's not really a new thing.
I don't care if it's a new thing or not. It's complete and utter nonsense.
But
Now,
your
look, if
point
you
of
want to
bringing it
believe this
up,
stuff, look, let me finish, please. I know you can't do it, bro, for some reason. I know it's hard. I never speak rarely more than 30 seconds a
dude,
minute.
make your point, man. Make your point.
Yeah, I will if you let me. Thank you. Now I forgot what I wanted to say, bro. So go ahead. You did it again. Go. The floor is yours, man.
You took a pause. I thought you were done. I started my sentence. I stopped the sentence when I realized you were still going. If you forgot what you said, that's on you, man. My bad. I interrupted for a second. But what I was saying is that you brought that up to display it as some sort of rescue device. So it does matter when I tell you that no, really, these ideas, like Ed Copeland had been putting these ideas forth in the 90s, long before the James Webb Space Telescope, when that was still just an idea that was being developed. So it's a bit dishonest to display these as rescue devices based off of, these other ideas that had already been put forth.
There's nothing dishonest. I just posted an article. Now, if you don't like it, it's on you, bro. I posted an article. I've made many other claims about, not claims, things that I found about your model. Now you seem to be triggered. It's not my fault, bro. It's not my
Oh,
fault. Scientists
grandstand.
are finding stuff that disagrees with your cosmology. I'm sorry, man.
Nobody's triggered. You don't have to show off to the audience. It's only like 10 people anyways. But yeah, I do get a little upset when you do these misrepresentations of saying that this is some sort of rescue device when I can clearly show that these ideas were around long before the James Webb Space Telescope was around, so that's not even possible that this is a rescue device. But, if
Okay,
you're going
let's
to keep
discard
on
this
it,
article. Let's discard. Let's say I give you this. Okay, they thought of it before. Okay, now what? Where are you now? You're still left with your eyes wide open, your hands open, with actually nothing to come up. The only thing that you can say is, what if the observations were wrong? That's your only escape clause, correct?
no, I'm in a perfect position, man. The data is not leading anywhere towards any kind of conclusion that you want to be true. We may have to revise the way galaxies form and stuff. Big whoop. Most of the rest of it, how quarks form, the inflation, the isotropy and the homogeneity, all that stuff, leptogenesis, baryogenesis, the symmetry breaking, Higgs
You're
mechanism,
just gonna glaze all over. Glaze all over.
all of that stuff is going to remain the same. So yeah, we may need, if the observations hold up over multiple methods, we might need to change how galaxies form.
Well, maybe you're misinformed because no, all those things would be all off. Because if they get cold dark matter wrong, which they did by 5 sigma, that blows away just about, let's just say a lot of your cosmology, that alone. Then you get rid of dark energy, which is another fantasy. Now you're left with a plate 95% eaten by the wolves. All you got is a little corner there. And that's where you're at right now. You're in that little corner and you got that part wrong. So,
It's
like,
not,
you
though.
couldn't be in more trouble even if you tried, my friend. So don't try to
It's not,
grandstand.
because the thing you're pointing to, the Mond thing that gets rid of cold dark matter by 5 sigma, has also been discredited by more than 5 sigma. So you can't really point to that as like your evidence when that's already been discredited. As I've said, the actual truth probably is something that's just not parsimonious, which is some of the data requires cold dark matter, some of the data requires something similar to Mond, right? But just saying that Mond has disproven dark matter by 5 sigma, well, the transverse is also true. So like it doesn't land you in any better position, right? We should be open-minded of where the data is leading us, and it's just not leading us in the direction you think it is.
It's so beautiful when I present your data, destructing your own model, you seem to think that, oh, it's not right for some reason. Oh, this is wrong. That must be wrong. We're going to find something in the future. Well, hey, look, man, if you don't want to accept what the scientists have found now, that's on you, bro. But doesn't look too good. Doesn't look too
No,
good at all. We
Mond
have
has been
even
definitive.
previous. Go on.
Sorry, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done now. Go on.
Mond has been definitively shown to be not the right answer. So trying to point to that as discrediting dark matter is a bit ridiculous, man.
No, you can't discredit it. You know why? You can't prove it. I mean, you know why? It's all but this, like just destruction, because you can't measure it, you can't smell it, you can't test it, you can't see it. It doesn't have a color, doesn't have hair, nothing. It's just something that you made up in your mind. Some scientists made it up because they got gravity wrong. That's all it is. That's all it's ever going to be.
All right, well, I have to take off, but the last thing I will say is that none of those are requirements of something in science. It's present in the data. Some data indicates a conclusion like cold dark matter. Some data indicates a conclusion more akin to Mond. So the answer is probably to go with the one that explains the specific data that you're looking at. Right, it's just indicated by the data. It doesn't need to have hair or color or you to be able to touch it or taste it. None of that is a requirement for something to exist. But nonetheless, I gotta take off. So it was good chatting with you, SC, Rakia, and Witsit earlier. If I interrupted, you know, I apologize, I guess. But take care.
No worries, man. Good night. That's over. You broke up there, bro.
Kind of wild, like listening to them. It's almost like I feel like I don't know, like it's like the Roger Rabbit, where he like points both directions. They went that way, like you said, like if I caught that correct, you said, you quoted a thing that said, sigma 5, which is like some outrageous number of like accuracy, and then he said, well, no, this other guy said that's sigma 5 wrong, right? Is that what just happened?
Exactly, yeah. He saw my 5 with another 5, yeah.
He's like, well, I raised your sigma 5. Like, dude, it's almost like playing Pokemon cards. Like, well, I play, physicist. What? It's just wild, dude.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good for their model. I mean, anybody, like I said, just look it up for yourself. Check out the 5 sigma, a certainty of cold dark matter. Don't believe me? Check out what we were talking about with the other stuff, and see for yourself. They can't hide it.
Yeah, dude. That was really edifying, because I mean, that is literally my best description of it. It really is like playing Pokemon cards. Like, they're like, I invoke. It's wild, dude.
Yeah, and look, they try to complicate things. They try to use fancy words, like he was trying with. I'm not talking about him. Forget about it. He's not here, so let's not talk about him. In general, they try to use like fancy words with cohesion and a big bang and expansion and all this stuff, right? But really, all you have to say is this: a human pregnancy takes 9 months, right?
Yeah.
There's the conception. There's when the sperm meets the egg, right? That has to happen. And then there's the bang, let's say, right? Which they say like it's a spark of life, right? And from there, the fetus starts to grow, right? And there's a procession of events that have to take place, right? Now, if any one of those events doesn't take place, you will not have a baby at the end of 9 months. Now, if you have a baby in 3 days, or in 3 weeks, let's say your wife gets pregnant and a baby comes out in 3 weeks, fully formed. What are you going to say? See, this is exactly what is happening here, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to bring it into such an easy thing, but that's exactly it. This is what happened. There was a gestation. Gestation. I can't even say it. You know what I mean? And a baby came out in 3 weeks, fully formed baby.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, man. It's like I really and dude, you're so right, man, because like I've really noticed that myself, just like with any heavy duty like science stuff, I start to research or whatever, like when you like ask when they talk about it, you're so right, man. It's all these big words, and I'm like, bro, you literally could have just said like I mean, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but yeah, so many times I'm just like, that was like incredibly easy to just say this. And I'm like, you mean just this, right? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? Why did they just have to add all this filler, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty evident. They're like scrambling right now. And not just the guy who I just spoke to, right? I'm talking about scientists that have their lives devoted on this. They're like freaking out. They're saying, how could this be, over and over?
Yeah. I mean, that was like, I was pretty impressed that, you know, in that conversation, that was admitted. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. You know, give credit to him for that.
Yeah, he did it. He did admit it. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So the only thing they have really is to say that maybe there was an error in the measurements. And okay, maybe if there was an error in the measurements, then okay, fine. But there's been like quite a few scientists that have checked this data out, and they've all seemed to have come to the same conclusion, like absolute freak out. Like just a black hole, just think of it, right? Everyone knows the story, what they've been telling us for years, right? There's a star, it lasts for billions of years, then the fuel expires and contracts, and boom, you got a black hole if it's the right size, so many solar masses, right? We all know the story. Well, now they're finding supermassive black holes in not enough time. Not even before star formation, or just at the beginning of star formation. So how could you have a black hole? Like, how could you have the baby before the mother? Type deal. Like, it's nonsense. It just doesn't make sense by their own model.
Honestly, man, I just think I don't know. I need to like research it more of their stances, but it just sounds like a fairy tale to me at this point.
Yeah, there's many videos on it. There's a lot of writing on it. It's all over the place. I mean, dozens of scientists have spoken on this and written about this.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean the bottom line is like I just really find it, I just can't imagine having the arrogance to be like, and this many billion years ago, we know, like, bro, what? Like, come on. It's just like the most arrogant stance ever. And then like the one thing that really kind of opened my eyes to it too was Witsit, when Witsit was talking about it, and he's like reading some of those quotes, and they're like, dude, you know, just from the philosophy of modesty, we just cannot admit that, you know, we're in a special place. It's like, bro, that is the complete opposite of what you people are. Like, you're the most like arrogant know-it-alls ever, you know?
Yeah, those are the axis of evil boys. Yeah, the most arrogant of them all. Yeah, we can't possibly accept this. No. It's unheard of. It's unfathomable. Cannot
Yeah,
be at the center. Yeah.
yeah, that's like, anyhow, yeah, it's just wild. Wild world.
Yep. I think we spoke about this. I mean, if anybody wants to change the subject, please go right ahead. Or not.
I missed it. So what did Witsit debate Jace earlier?
If you want to call it that, they had a little back and forth. Yeah, they were both excited a little bit.
I missed it. Dang. Are you guys gonna watch Alan debate McToon?
Yeah, only if Shane puts together a little watch list.
What would be the value of that, really? Like,
Of watching that debate? Yes.
no, of having a debate with
Oh,
McToon. Yeah.
I know. I know. I for real, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't really. I don't enjoy talking to the Clovers that much. I just like talking to you guys.
Well, they're not Glovers. Yeah, they're a very segregated, specialized group of anti-flat earthers who, on the fly, can make up their own models that contradict the mainstream current model, and they're just a special niche group of people, much smaller in size than the flat earthers, like very much smaller in size than the flat earthers. Amazingly enough, yeah, they're not Glovers.
You know what's freaked out though? It's like you show certain people like this is what the scientists are saying, this is what the talk is, this is this and that, and like no, they're still defending it to the death. Like, you know, it's like I don't get that part. Like, why your
It's
own
a
people are doubting it? Why are you defending it? Why are you not entertaining it? This is like, yeah.
bro. I swear it's a religion, dude. I swear it is. Like, it's like a spell. I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's like spellbound zealots on a, you know, dude. I really think I really call it scientism, and I think it's the one world religion that the Bible talks about.
Yeah, this is their own. Look what Rakia just posted. I mean, all you got to do is just a simple Google search or YouTube, and yeah, it's by their own hand. It's like what do they call it? Harikuri, the Japanese when they disgrace themselves.
It's a kamikaze.
Yeah, the samurai actually, yeah, did that. Only one
Yeah,
way to regain honor. Yeah. And that would be, they would let you, that would be considered an honor. Otherwise, they would chop your head off, like, you know? But letting you do that is like an honor. It's like you're a man, you're a samurai. Yeah. What a freaking tradition. Yeah. So how are they going to come back from this? How are they're going to have to either speed up time, and they get triggered when I say that. How are you going to age the galaxies? Are you going to put like fertilizer, chicken feed, what? Shrimp feed? I like chicken feed myself. Well, not chicken feed, chicken poop. I should be saying. Yeah. And I think he was saying to tune up, just tune the things, right? If you need a little bit more energy, tune it up. If you need a little bit more gravity, little dial to the left.
Yeah, change the mass of this, change the mass of that, change the distance to that, change your angle of the way you view that. Redshift changes, so the temperature changes. So if temperature changes, speed must change. Like, did you hear him earlier? Depending on how you look at things, the temperature is different.
Yeah, bro.
And then said 20 minutes later, that's not what he said. When the whole 20 minutes was me and Jeremy confirming that, and then he actually had to switch it at the end.
Yeah, I heard you guys, yeah.
So strange, man. He'd come here on his own free will, if that's the case, and over and over again state how smart he is and how educated he is as a chemist, but knows all these other things also. Tries to educate us. I'm watching something on TV now that's Jeff Bezos. What's the billionaire's name? Bezos, something like that. And
Yeah,
I
that's it.
think he built the clock system that maps the sky, the mechanical clock. I think he built one of those. Might have to look into it.
The Antikythera mechanism?
I think he built one of those, man. I wasn't listening
wow.
to it. I didn't have the volume on it, but it was showing all these clock components, and then it had the sky, and he was pointing up to the sky, so it had something to do with the sky. I just wasn't listening to it, but I'm gonna research it.
Well, this guy can afford it.
Funny enough, started selling books like Jaron did out of his basement, out of his garage. That's how he got started.
Selling books? Really?
Yep. That's how he got started, selling books. Then they started selling other products, and then people realized that they couldn't compete, right? So they had to sell their products through his Amazon.
Yeah, now he's freaking everywhere. I'm just looking at literally 3 boxes, or make that 4, right in front of me right now from Amazon.
Now the mom and pop stores are non-existent, basically. Just click, click, click. 2 days later, Amazon Prime, it's there.
I kind of feel bad, man. I kind of feel bad, but they make it so easy, right? And the prices are better. So that's where they get. People are, they're looking for a deal. So people might talk the talk, but when it comes time to purchase, we all know everybody goes for their pocket, right?
Yeah, have to. It's a slow drip, though, right? They've made everything so expensive. Rent, insurance. The mom and pops can't afford to make the product any cheaper, so they go out of business, and here you are.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is it. Yeah. And what happened the past couple of years also moved that along, right? Everybody's staying home and ordering, and even working from home. I know so many people now that are working from home.
Yeah, get your food delivered, get your groceries delivered, get your clothing, home products delivered. Work from home. All my life, I've been taught go outside, during the winter because you get sick if you stay inside. But this time, it will stay inside while you're sick.
Yeah, all the germs are inside. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Stay 6 feet apart, but everyone stay inside. It's a tough one. Funny number too, right? 6.
Yeah, the best part is where I said, "Oh man, now we're finished, man." As a society, I was laughing. There's a Home Depot, right? And you know, when they had those circles where to stand, like, what was it, 6 feet apart? So everyone's happily, like, you know, standing 6 feet apart. Yeah, I get it. I'm not against that. But the funny thing was, it was pouring rain, right? Now, this is what you call conditioning, man. You know, the bell thing that I talk about a lot of times. There was a canopy, like, literally 10 feet to the left of the people, right? But they were all standing in the rain on the freaking dots. Now, couldn't they just have looked at each other and made like a gesture? Look, okay, we all know our place, right? But we're going to stand right there instead of here. You know what I'm saying? It was like it blew my mind. Like, I can't get it out of my mind.
Yeah. My worst thing through the whole deal was I went to a bank that I normally didn't go into, and they were behind like a big thing of plexiglass. So they had like just a small opening where you would slide things under. And that wasn't normal for that bank. They put that under, they put that up for the deal, right? So, and the lady was sitting about 4 or 5 feet back from where she would normally be sitting, and then got mad at me because I didn't stand away from the glass and put on a mat. I'm like, I mean, you think I'm gonna like sneeze through the plexiglass? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just ridiculous. But whatever
I
they
used to
told them to
crack
do,
up.
right, keep their job.
Yeah.
Just I get it, right? Like, people need the job, but it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, they had no choice. What I used to crack up is people in their car, alone, windows closed, with a mask and a shield on. Have you ever seen that? Welcome to Canada. I would die seeing that. And a lot of people, not just one. You see a lot of them.
Yeah, no matter what, I say, where do you draw your line, right? Like with even stronger subjects, abortion and whatever. So it used to be here, first trimester or whatever. Now it's in certain states, it's this, and this. Well, where do you draw your line? 50 years from now, if they're telling you by government law it's okay to abort, at 2 years old, is that where you draw your line, wherever the government says, or do you draw your own line, right? Because I draw my own line, right? I don't let the government dictate where my line is. And it's strange, man. Even in my lifetime, it's changed so readily.
Yeah, that's a freaky one for me. Like that, I have a lot of mixed feelings on that one, and yeah, that's messed up, man. Because on one hand you have the woman, right? And on the other hand you have the child, you know? Now, yeah, I don't even want to get into that. It's so messed up. But yeah, I hear you.
Well, the women have fought for their rights, and it's their body, but that, you can't just say that. As a woman, you have certain things you have to, you got pregnant, you have a baby inside of you, or a baby that's fixing to be born in 2 weeks. You don't have the right to do anything to that child. You have the right to be a mother. I don't know. Strange thing.
Yeah. This is
You
yeah. I can
know
make an
in Britain,
argument for both sides. A solid argument for both sides.
you know what they're doing in Britain at the moment? They're
Hey,
actually,
Ali.
how you doing? You know what? On the same subject, you know what they're doing in Britain at the moment? The National Health Service are sticking adverts. I'm getting them pounded at me on Facebook, and they've got a picture of a woman holding a baby, and they're talking about 2-in-1 shots. One's flu, and the other's, the other one. They're actually continuing. They want to inject little babies with this stuff. Give them flu shots, man. Flu shots used to be for old age pensioners and stuff like that. Now they've got a picture of a woman, and funny, she's a specific colour which says quite a bit, and she's holding this little baby. Geez, man, it can't be more than a year old, or whatever. Just a little baby, and that's what they're telling people to do over here at the moment. They're telling them to give them 2-in-1. 2-in-1 shots. I'm telling you, it's getting freaked out over here. Getting bad. That's in Britain.
Yeah, and there's no actual science to even prove that is safe. They've never done the actual test. They just go by, oh, well, we've given it to a bunch of people and everything seems to be okay. It's ridiculous.
Well, they did that. They did tests. They did start doing tests on it when on kids. They were actually advertising for mothers to bring at the very beginning. They were advertising for mothers to bring their kids, and they had to stop the trials. That was one of the documents that was withheld. They were basically the babies were dying.
That for the flu, you mean, or for the latest one?
For the latest one. The latest one when it
Yeah,
first when it first happened, they actually did. You can get the documents. They actually did trials. Pfizer, and I'm not sure about Moderna, but I know Pfizer actually did trials, and they had to stop them because of the adverse effects. But they still released it, and now they're advertising it again. This is in Britain. I don't know what they're doing in other countries. They're actually plastering up posters on buses. It's coming to winter time. Protect your babies, and all this kind of stuff. It's fucking crazy. It's disgusting, actually. It's disgusting.
It's completely nuts, man. If you actually look at the sizes documents and go into what they actually say within the EU, and that at the moment, even the current thing says that they've never been tested on pregnant women, so they can't actually assure the safety. That's currently still on the European website. But yet they tell pregnant women just go out and get it. But yet they know for a fact that they've never actually done the proper tests to prove that it's safe. But like you're saying, that they started and it showed it was unsafe, which is also true. Dr. Campbell did short monologue. Dr. Campbell did a video with Dr. Jessica Rose yesterday. Everyone should go watch that, where she went over VAERS data. And she's actually shown as well, even just on VAERS data, 75,000 children have been either injured and many died in the VAERS data. And yet, if you actually look at the stats for America, even today, they say that only it's 300 or 400 kids have died of the sea, and that's less than what die of the flu every year, and that's been for the past 3 years. So less children have died from that than of the flu each year, and that's been 3 years. But yet they want to tell everyone, go out and get this thing that's injured more than 75,000 children. And we know probably, and she even admits, probably 30 times that amount. Sorry, I'm done.
That just gives strength to that conspiracy theory that they're trying to depopulate us. I mean, even that technology, we're saying, because that was one of the reasons that I never took it, is because I know how long something like that takes to come on from conception to the market. It's between 7 and 12 years. The point is, I just recently found out a couple of months ago, it's old tech. I've had that technology for about 20 years, and they couldn't use it. So it's been actually, the technology is about 20 years old and plus, but they couldn't find the right situation to actually use it. And then all of a sudden, it's crazy. I actually I had a job there in London. Just at the beginning, about 3 years ago, just at the beginning, or 4 years ago, just at the beginning, I had a woman hysterically screaming at me in the street because I just approached her to talk to her. I was still a good bit away from her. She actually started screaming at me in the middle of the street, "Get away from me! Get away from me!" And I was laughing. It was so surreal. It was so surreal, man. And I never had to take it. I work as I deliver furniture, move houses all over Europe, and as I say, I stay in Denmark. I did it all over Europe. I didn't have to get anything because I was I was classed as an essential worker, and I drive a lorry, so I didn't have to. What do you call it? I was allowed to move freely all over Europe, just driving my truck.